to clarify, like if you guys did not know, Western Europeans regularly delegitimize the whiteness of Swoop's people. They not only delegitimize them. There was an unaliving
And they
in
enslaved
Hanau,
you.
right? Just a couple of Albanians did not enslave anybody. Trust me, okay? I just wanted to say, Albanians are literally enslaved by Western Europe, okay? Like Western Europe literally has you on a fucking chokehold as an Albanian person, and you know that, Swoops, which is why he's silent. But as I was saying,
I'm
right?
letting you talk.
No, yeah,
Dave,
but
be
you
quiet.
but you know what I'm saying is true though. You know that you have no leg to stand on because you are a bottom of the barrel white. I don't know why you're trying to act like all high and mighty and superior, because you know your place when like Western Europeans talk to you. They make sure to show you your place as an Albanian person. So why are you coming here to these like Americans acting all high and mighty?
Where are you from?
You don't have to say where I'm from.
You don't have to.
Yeah.
So you're a fraud. You're a shame.
How am I a fraud?
You're a shame. You're trying to judge somebody. You're trying to judge me, and you don't even want to claim where you're from.
What do you mean I don't claim where I'm from?
You offered that information up to us. None of us asked you about what your ethnicity is.
Oh no, that's fine. She asks me, and that is something that is part of my heritage, and I claim it. She doesn't want to claim hers, so I wonder what's going on with her.
I mean, well, then she's right. Like,
I claim mine proudly, but I'm just saying I don't know why. I claim mine very, very proudly.
So what is it? If you're so proud, say it.
But no.
I feel like you're a gypsy. You look like a gypsy.
Did you just say a G slur?
No,
Yes,
he's been using every slur.
I'm not.
You look like
So
one,
I'm
and you talk like one, and you act like one.
I'm not
Black
Romani.
American.
You look like one.
I'm not Romani.
Probably.
No, I could just tell you, I'm not Romani. Neither am I like Black American as well, right?
So
I'm not Romani either, because
sound like a mutt.
I sound like a what?
A mutt.
No, I'm not a mutt.
Look
So
at you
what
being
might be a
hella
mutt.
racist.
You might be a mutt though, Swoops. Let's not go into the mutt heritage of Albanians, Swoops.
There is no
You
mutt
might be a
heritage.
mutt. You're kind of projecting
I'm
at this
Illyrian.
point. You're what?
I'm Illyrian. Do you know what Illyrians are?
This guy grasping at straws because he
There is
knows
no
he's a
grasping
bottom
at
of the
straws.
barrel white. Listen,
You're
bottom.
projecting. It seems.
Listen, Mr. Bottom of the
seems like
barrel
you're projecting.
mayo muncher. Okay, Mr. Bottom. Listen, I would not
you
have
white?
gone down this route. By the way, I would not have gone down this route if this Mr. Swoops guy didn't come up here using the N-word. He didn't come up here using the N-word. Didn't come up here pretending as if he was some kind of superior white race.
I didn't pretend like
pretending
I
as
was
if he's like Anglo-Saxon or German or whatever it is. You're not. You're neither of
pretend
those.
like
Don't
any of
forget
them.
that. And also, he said Illyrian. I couldn't care less. This
Illyrian,
isn't Game of Thrones. This is not
You
Game
have
of
no
Thrones.
idea what it is.
This isn't fucking Game of Thrones,
You have
okay?
no idea what it is.
Okay. W, thank you, Mother of Dragons, Daenerys Targaryen. Thank you for talking about your Illyrian heritage. Okay. Thank you, Mother of Dragons.
You
Next.
sound upset.
I'm not upset at all. You sound
Yeah,
upset.
you sound upset.
I'm
said
not
if he
upset
says
at
it,
all.
I'm going to say it, and I think that that's equal action.
Who's he?
Sorry, she.
Yeah.
What was commis? I can't see the full name. It won't pop it up.
What is linguistic reclamation?
I have no idea. Elaborate.
Exactly. If you don't know what linguistic reclamation is, then you don't have, like, when it comes to language, you don't have a leg to stand on.
What's that other one? It's AAVG. I think it's a African American vocabulary.
You don't even know what that, bro. Come on.
Is that another one you're gonna use?
Come on, bro. Come on, bro. This
Is
is
that another one
embarrassing
you're
at
gonna
this
use?
point.
Something
This
that nobody
is
takes
embarrassing at this point.
I just want to say, Swoops, you channeled the inner Neanderthal because Dave up here sounded like he finna take a shit because he wants to be racist so bad. Like, you are racist. Okay, be quiet, Dave.
I'm not racist at all.
You are.
If I'm saying what I can do,
American vocabulary. Yo, stop it, bro.
I don't remember how it goes, to be honest. I don't take it seriously. But
If you don't take it seriously, then you're unequipped to talk about what you can and can't
it's
say.
not about it. It's not, I'm unequipped. It's not my
It
responsibility.
is.
So
It 100% is. You literally said that you agree with like equal say.
yes.
You said that.
hmm
So if you understand what equal say is, then you would know what these things are, because you would know what is equal say and what is not equal say.
Yeah, because you feel like me saying the N word is more impactful than you saying the N word, or it's
It
more
is
negative than yours.
It is
It's
because you're
just
a
a
white
word.
boy. Like you're just a white boy.
It's
So
just a
like when
word.
you say it, yeah, you can say it's just a word, but you don't know what linguistic reclamation
I
is.
tried to tell you, let's not use it at
He's
all.
not just a white boy. He's a field white. Let's not forget that.
He
He's
is
a
a field.
You
field
don't even want to
bottom of
say
the
where you're
barrel white.
from. Shut up.
Make me shut up. Make me shut up, Pinky.
Your dad should have smacked you
Make me
around
shut
the
up. Listen. You're not superior. I
Go in your
want to
I
EBT.
never said I was
remind you.
superior.
You are not Bubba Cletus. I don't know why you keep unmuting and talking. Nobody's understanding what you're saying. Speak better English. Bubba Cletus, exactly. Swoops. Again, you are not all high and mighty. You're a
I
bottom
never
of
said I
the
was.
barrel field white. Just
I'm not
remember
that
that.
either.
Yeah. Anyways, continue, Sean.
But like I was saying,
I'm just
I
talking
believe
about
in equal action.
education to know what is equal and what isn't equal. And it comes from just like willful ignorance too, because like Google is free as fuck. Like you could have looked up
It's not
linguistic
willful ignorance.
reclamation. It's not what?
It's not willful ignorance.
Yes, it is.
It's not my responsibility. Period.
It is your responsibility.
No, it
You
isn't.
said that you said that you care about this. You said it out loud in front of all these
I
people.
said I care about the way that white people are being portrayed.
You said that you care about equal say.
Yes.
So if you cared about it, then it behooves you. It behooves you to know what equal say is.
A word you say is equal to a word I say.
No, it's not. But
100%.
again, this is the willful ignorance I just talked about, not even 5 minutes ago.
If I could go into the ghetto and save you guys, I'm not going to. That's your problem. I got to worry about myself and my.
You're not going. You couldn't go into the ghetto and save anyone. You're broke as fuck. You
I could
don't
buy
even
you.
know what linguistic reclamation is. You thought it was African American vocabulary something else. And
I don't know
just
what it was. I heard
like
that term recently too.
the things that you say that you care about, you don't care about, because you talked about having an equal say. And then when I asked you about what equal say meant and how linguistic reclamation would play a part in that, you had no idea what linguistic reclamation was. So the things that you care about, you haven't even taken the time to look up.
So here's an example. Cove had came in passionately on Hots talking about a bunch of shit about my ethnicity and
You don't know how to
where I
read
come
either?
from.
Let's
Talking
go.
about
You don't know how to
your full
read
name.
either?
Your full name wasn't on there. I just saw COVE. Yeah. Anyways, she came in on Hots talking about my ethnicity and all that. In the end of the day, they're just words. They didn't impact me.
Albanian is not an ethnicity, it's a national identity. How do you not
Impact you.
know what Albanian is?
Like they did impact you because you didn't tell any of us that you were Illyrian. You only said you were Illyrian in order to justify your
She
position.
was speaking. Yes, she was speaking about a portion of Albania that is questioned. I never
Yes,
said what she
and
was saying.
that touched your nerve.
No, I brought
That's
up
why
a
you decided
counterfact.
to say that, because you could have just ignored it, but you didn't.
I brought up a counterfact.
Yes, because it touched a nerve.
That doesn't mean it touched the nerve. It means that
It
she was
very.
spewing.
Oh my god!
It means that she was spewing a bunch of blasphemy. Sorry, has nothing to do with
It's
me.
because it touched your fucking nerve, bro. Like that's what it
What?
did.
So if I called you a he, and you felt the need to correct me, did
I
that
didn't
make you
correct
hurt?
it. But on top of that, On top of that, yes, it does touch a nerve. But
So I
the
will
difference
correct
between
myself, and
me and
that's
you,
fine.
but the difference between me and you is that I don't show it when a person touches my nerve. But like on top of this, like you gave extra information, and like to be honest with you, just because you correct someone on something doesn't necessarily mean that it touches a nerve. But you didn't correct her on like what you were. You said what you were in order to justify your position within the confounds of whiteness, because she called you out for being a field white and a
That's not.
slave.
I don't have to justify myself to some woman across the
Yes,
street.
in
Make
your
that make
and why
sense?
did you tell us you were Illyrian?
Because she was speaking about somebody that is not me, and I clarified it's not me. I'm correcting that it is not me. Sorry. There's nothing. There's
The
nothing.
reason, wait, because the reason why what she was correcting was she said you're probably projecting by calling her a mutt, correct?
No, I said she's projecting, and then I called her a mutt. Yes.
No, you did not say she was projecting.
Yes, I did.
You
I said it
called her a
multiple
mutt.
times.
I
would bet money that I said she was
you
projecting.
said she sounds like. No, you didn't. Yeah, I can remember
Would you
exactly
want to
what you
bet
said.
money
You
on
said
it?
you sound like wow, you don't have any money, nigga.
I
You're
do.
broke.
I
No,
actually
you
do.
don't. No, you
I have
don't.
150,000 liquid.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
Okay, what do you do for a living?
I'm a plumber.
Who's your healthcare provider?
I'm self-employed. I don't have one currently.
You don't have a healthcare provider?
Nope. I don't go to doctors.
What's your fine? Okay, hold on. What's your fine for not having a healthcare provider?
It doesn't matter as long as nobody knows.
It doesn't matter as long as you think the government doesn't know that you don't have a healthcare provider when you do your taxes, dipshit.
I don't do taxes. I'm paid cash.
Nigga, you're lying. You're just lying.
I'm not
You're
lying.
lying. You're lying.
I'm
You're
not lying. I'm a dual citizen.
You're a self-employed. You're a self-employed person who
Do
doesn't
you want
pay
me to explain
taxes.
it to you?
There's
You want me to
no.
explain it
You
to you?
can't explain it to me. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I'm dual citizen, American
what's this?
Canadian. I file my taxes in Canada.
What's this, Swoops? What's this?
It's
That's my
good.
YouTube page.
So then you have Canadian healthcare.
Yes, by the government.
Okay, excellent. What's it called?
I don't even know.
Nick.
You're a liar. You're definitely lying.
I'm not lying.
You are. You're definitely lying.
Fucking way,
Are you
bro.
gonna make me go home and grab both passports?
There's no fucking
Nobody
way,
cares.
bro.
It's not that deep. You're lying. You don't know what you're talking
You're
about.
gonna make me go grab my health card.
Nobody care about all that.
It is provided by the government.
He
Everybody
said
has it.
he has 150,000 liquid, meaning that he has it like in the bank, ready to go.
No, it means I have it cash.
Or you could have it cash, but I severely doubt you have 150,000 in a mattress.
Wait, so and why would you say that online when you have your YouTube connected to your TikTok page? You covered your face on your TikTok, but you have your face on your YouTube page.
So which one's mine?
You don't evade taxes. You just don't have a business. You just lied. But it's okay. I get people with that all the time because they don't know their healthcare provider because they're broke niggas. Like when you have money, you have a healthcare provider and you know who your healthcare provider is. And you go to the doctor because you pay for your healthcare provider. I know because I have money, nigga. Like, but you don't.
live in the
That's
U.S.
cool.
You can't
That's
tell me about
absolutely
Canada.
cool. Just absolutely. I can because I've dated people in Canada for long periods of time and I still have friends in Canada who can tell you exactly what you need to do in Canada. What?
If you are a Canadian citizen, you do not have to be employed to be covered under healthcare services.
I didn't say you had to, but you know what it's called. You know what you filing your taxes for it.
You're not getting the point, man. Really, you're not.
You would still know what it is, nigga. Like, what are you talking?
I'm not employed.
Okay, you know what? You know what? All right. I caught you in a lie. It's all good. It's all good.
I need
reaching.
Swoops to give me like a name of a successful Eastern European civilization or Albanian civilization, Swoops. Or what are some Albanian inventions, Swoops? General question. Are there any Albanian
It
inventions?
seems like you're already fan enough.
No, I'm just asking you. Like, are
No,
there
it's
any
okay.
like successful
you can
Albanian
keep glazing.
civilizations? What has Albania contributed to the world, to the modern? Okay, what? What
Do you have any
Albanian
idea who Skanda
civilization
Bay is?
exists? Who?
Skandar Bey. Do you have any idea who that is?
Nah, he's irrelevant.
Okay. That's how
I
his
don't
name
know him
is.
because he's irrelevant. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know a lot of people, but like they're just like relevant people, you know?
Search up Skandar
Has
Bey.
anyone heard of anything that Albania has contributed to
Not
like
me.
society? To the modern advancement of society? When we talk
Skandar
about
Bey alone
Albanian
is the reason why you
civilization,
exist.
inventions, innovation, corporations, companies, whatever it is.
Like I said, Skandar Bey is the reason why you exist today.
Explain that to me. How is that? How is the reason why I
don't need to.
exist?
I don't need to. You can search it up. If you can spell it right.
I kind of feel like he kind of feels a bit slighted. I'm not gonna lie.
Not at all.
You kind of do.
I'm sorry. I'm in a panel with a gypsy and 2 people with personality disorders.
I'm not
Oh, so
Romani.
you're-
I just told you.
You're a psychologist.
I'm not Romani.
I'm not a psychologist. I'm just seeing it. I'm just saying how
I
I see
think
it.
you're just in your bag.
Wait, hold on. Why am I Romani all of a sudden?
You understand gypsies move all over the world, right?
But I'm not Romani. Yeah.
I believe you.
I know that you're using the G word because you think that you're trying to poke at it, but again, you gotta do
sound like one
racism.
and you look like one. Sorry.
No. Thank you. By
Yeah.
the way, Romani women are beautiful.
You probably smell
right?
like one too.
So Romani women are beautiful, genuinely beautiful women, right? So I wouldn't be offended if you tell me that I look like a Romani woman, because Romani queens, mwah, have you seen them? They're gorgeous. Their clothing is gorgeous. If you guys look into Spanish flamenco dance literally was literally inspired by Romani culture as well. Romani people are genuinely gorgeous. And you said I smell like one. If you told me that, Romani people probably smell much better than your Albanian ass. Imagine being a white European person who literally every fucking where you
thought you
went,
said I wasn't
people
white.
had to like throw flowers at you because you stunk. Imagine what white Europeans like Queen Isabella reveled in the fact that they only took 2 showers their whole fucking life. And the people who don't take showers think that you are beneath them. So imagine how low you must be as a European person when Western European people, the same people who literally chose to be anti-Semitic to Jewish people during the Great Plague because they thought taking showers was what was spreading the plague. The people who celebrated and reveled in the fact that they did not take showers, those people think you are beneath them. Those people thought you were beneath them as a European person. Never ever fucking forget that. In Western Europe, the stereotypes that are applied to Albanian people are disgusting. They literally think that, to the people, if you don't know this, people think that Albanian people are literally criminals. Like they apply those like stereotypes of Albanian people being criminals, being like up to no good at all. Like
They do.
yeah, thank you for admitting that. Thank you for admitting that, because you also on this panel try to proudly claim that you yourself are a criminal because you evade your taxes. So thank you for staying true to your Albanian heritage, Swoops.
You're welcome.
Thank you for staying true to your Albanian heritage by claiming that you yourself are a criminal. Crazy.
I'm smart.
Exactly,
Sorry.
Muazzez. Albanians are always like, look at us, we're racist too. Please accept us Europeans. That's an Albanian person. Like an Albanian person who is racist, literally who thinks they're somehow superior to anybody else, is
never said I
literally an
was
Albanian
superior.
person begging to be accepted
I never
into
said I was
Europeanhood.
superior.
You are racist. 100%.
Actually, the other 2 people on this panel were saying that.
No, you're 100% a racist. You literally said the N-word multiple times. You're a racist. You also said the G slur multiple times to me when I'm not even Romani. Imagine using slurs to a person
said
who's
I'd call
not
it
even
like I
the
see
target
it.
of your slurs.
I call it like I see it. As I said, say what you want, I'll say it back. I said let's not do it. She wanted to keep going on about it, so I did. There's nothing wrong with that. You're so sensitive that a word bothers you.
And you still haven't proven the prompt to be incorrect, Swoops.
Like I said, This
You've been
whole
up here
discussion.
just getting cooked. You just been up here getting cooked.
I've already talked about linguistic reclamation
The
and how you
fact,
don't
the fact
understand
that
your own
the
thought
fact that
process.
we have Kobe up here talking
Oops, no
about
one cares. Nobody cares. You
the
have not
fact that
proven the prompt to be incorrect.
Kobe proved it correct.
You've overstayed your welcome.
Kobe literally proved it correct.
No.
Quite literally.
How?
Everything that she was saying about it, questioning whiteness and all this, questioning my authenticity as part of Europe and all this, that is
So wait,
quite literally oppressive.
No
ethnicity?
one did that. First of all, no one did that. You didn't
Kobe
listen to
did.
what she said. She said that Western Europe don't view you as a part of Europe. She said that
You wouldn't
Western
classify
Europe
that as oppression?
sees you as less
You
than
wouldn't see
white.
that as oppression.
She says that Western Europe
You're
sees
saying
you as
that is
slaves.
not oppression.
She said that
And you're
Western
saying that white
Europe.
people cannot face
She's
oppression
saying that
and
yes,
racism.
you cannot face oppression.
You just
Absolutely,
witnessed it
100%.
firsthand.
No. What all that was said was that you don't benefit from the same things, or at least you do benefit from the same things that Western Europe does, but they see you as less than. They
This is
see you
oppression.
as slaves. They see you as barely white. They constantly question your whiteness, and you're up here
You're describing
sloppy
oppression.
topping. You're up here sloppy topping for white supremacists who don't even see you as equal. That's what was said.
You are literally validating the point of oppression.
There's no point of aggression.
Oppression, not aggression.
There's no point of oppression.
Your ability to self-analyze is unfathomable.
Yes, I'm going to take advice from the nigga who doesn't know what linguistic reclamation is
I'm gonna
and
listen
cannot
to
ground
I'm
moral
gonna listen to
arguments
a
that he
dippies
makes
and a
and
nigga trying
doesn't
to
know
tell
how to
me
fix
whatever the
a
fuck
feeder issue. Look, I get
I'm
it. Like
tired.
someone came up here, they clocked your tea, they told you what was wrong with you, and they said all of the things that you're insecure about, and it made you triggered, and so you started using slurs towards them, and you got upset because those slurs didn't hit, and so you just kept trying to say those same slurs over and over and over because they told you the truth about how your people are viewed and how you are treated. But in your own words, if you're upset about that, then it's your job to go to Western Europe and overthrow that oppressive system. It's not her job not to point it out to you.
100%. I agree with that last statement.
So then go do that.
I don't need to do that because I left. We all left. We found better. We're making use of the system. Like she said, criminalizing all over the world. We're so evil. But we're thriving. You got Albanians all over the place that are extremely rich.
You were criminalizing all over the world. She said that they view you as criminals. You're not
No, she said
listening.
that we are
You're not
criminals.
listening.
And I said that I agree with that statement.
Yeah, you didn't even listen to the statement because you got it wrong.
Do you agree with me? Do you agree or disagree, Kobe?
Swoops, you are the most dense op that we've had up here all day.
Sorry. I feel like you guys just can't fathom what I'm saying.
No, you're just dense.
By what metric is Albania thriving? I can tell you by every single metric of how Albania is
The
actually
government
struggling.
itself?
Albania in general, the living situation in Albania is really horrific. Like I can go
Yeah.
down every single metric and show you how Albania is a third world country. And not only that, it's so much of a third world country that even other Eastern European countries literally have slurs for you guys. Right? Like imagine Serbians having slurs for you guys too, right? It's actually genuinely, vehemently crazy. So by what metric is Albania thriving?
I didn't say Albania. I said Albanians. Regardless of what's going on in the home country, which, as I said, there's major oppression in Europe towards it. There's major oppression from its own government. Unfortunately, politicians are extremely corrupt. But Albanians are not going to sit there and whine and cry about it. They go and do better, the same way black people should.
Wait, are you actually doing better though? Because you said you evaded your taxes. So you think being a criminal is better?
I think being able to use the system to my advantage is better, yeah.
No, you're not using the system to your advantage though. You're being a criminal by evading your taxes.
I've had no issues.
Because the IRS probably didn't find out yet.
In
But if they found out, you
over
very
7
well would
years?
have issues.
Yeah,
In over
Swoops, you're
7 years?
evading taxes the poor people way, not the way that rich people do. You're evading taxes doing it the poor people way, not the way that the wealthy people evade taxes. Okay,
I'm currently sitting.
they find legit loopholes. You're just choosing not to do them.
Yeah, and it hasn't done anything.
That's the poor
I'm
people.
not. I haven't
That's
been.
the poor people way. That's
You
how the
think
poor
that's
people
not
do it.
poor?
That's how poor people do it.
I'm sitting in a 2020 GMC Denali. I'm 25 years old, and I own a property. Plus a house that I have back in Albania.
You own absolutely nothing. You don't even know your healthcare provider, and you swear that you're evading your taxes. Who owns your business insurance?
Don't worry about it.
Exactly. You don't have a fucking business, bro.
Yes, I do.
There's no way. Like, bro, I'm asking you all the money questions. Anybody with money would need to know these things. You said you own a business. Who owns like when it comes to your property insurance?
Don't
Like
worry about
who owns your homeowner's insurance?
Don't worry about it.
Since you don't have a home. What's your car insurance? How about your car insurance? Who's your car insurance?
You're right. I'm sitting in a car that has no insurance. You're right. You believe that?
So he doesn't have a car. He's just lying at this point. And just to remind you, this whole thing stems from you making a bet with me because you didn't remember what Cubby had said to you about your own ethnic background.
She's saying that Albanians are criminals and are seen as criminals all over the world.
I did not say Albanians are criminals. I said that is how you are viewed within Europe.
And I agree.
So I did not bring up my stereotypes. I wanted to remind you your place as an Albanian person. I wanted to humble you. No. So what I did was, I'm not saying that I believe these stereotypes, right? I think these stereotypes are stupid, but I wanted to humble you, okay? As an Albanian person, the fact that you as an Albanian person, you had the audacity to come up on this panel and think that you somehow could exert some type of white supremacy over Black people by calling them the N-word, right? Multiple times too. I wanted to humble you and remind you that at the end of the day, you are not an Anglo-Saxon, you are not Germanic, okay? You are not Scandinavian. You're a motherfucking Albanian person. You're a bottom of the barrel white. You're a field white. You are the white that they use to do the dirty work of white supremacy. Don't forget that. White people, other Western Europeans, other Europeans literally use your type of field white to do their dirty work. And I need you to be humbled. Like, you need, like, humble yourself, bro. Humble yourself. If you were a Western European, like, I would have tried to work with that shit. But a fucking, like, Albanian, an Eastern European person trying to flex white supremacy when you literally just are like a saltine side piece, a mayo muncher who literally just does the dirty work of the white supremacy. Are we, like, what timeline are we on, y'all? What timeline are we on when we got Albanians coming up here saying N-word this, N-word that, bro? Humble yourself.
Good luck.
Good luck. Yeah, you're sitting here talking about making it because you're proud of your fucking pickup truck and that you have like money stashed, like a money stash under your bed, bro. That is not making it. I don't know if you know what actually making it is if it hit you across the face. I just wanted to say that.
I can live comfortably for the next 6 months to a year without.
And your pickup truck?
No, in my house.
Which we don't even know. You just said you had a pickup truck without like what? And he doesn't pay taxes. You proudly said somebody could just record you and send this to the IRS, and then you would be fucked.
And they can look into it.
Yeah, that you admitted on live that you don't pay your taxes. You admitted on live that being a criminal means that you made it.
I promise you there's no problem. Sorry.
I'm almost 500% sure that he just lives with his parents.
I agree. I 100% agree with that.
It's just like, I'm technically not lying because my dad does a side business, and he calls that owning a business. And he just has a car because his parents are making payments on it for him, and he just lives in his parents' house. Like this isn't even like hard to decipher, Swoops. Like it's very easy to figure you out.
You can try and say whatever it is that helps you sleep at night, but that's not the case. Sorry.
Okay, listen, if you owned a business, you would know who does your business insurance. If you owned a car, you would know who does your car insurance.
Yes.
If you had over $100,000 liquid, you would know who your healthcare provider is. Like, you didn't know any of those things. You didn't know it.
Yeah, I do know it. I just said I'm not going to let you know.
No, okay. All right. So when you said I don't know, so when you said you don't know, you lied.
No, I said I don't know about the healthcare provider from Canada. No. It is.
So if you had $100,000 liquid, you would know who your healthcare provider is.
It's a very.
You don't
quick
have a business insurance.
Okay, 1 second. Do a quick Google search. Anybody that has a Canadian passport gets healthcare coverage. They don't have to be insured. They don't have to be employed, and they do not have to even be a resident. If they are Canadian, the second they enter the country, they have healthcare coverage through what they call a health card. Do I actually know what that is? Like what the name of that company or whatever it is that
it's on the card.
That's why I said, do you want me to actually go pick up my card right now?
The fact is that you don't have one. You don't know what it is. It's on the card. It's the name of the card. I know people who live in Canada. I know the things that you're talking about.
You don't know.
I know what you're Googling right now.
I'm not Googling anything. I'm sitting
perfectly
here.
fine. It's perfectly fine. All right.
Like I said,
cool.
You guys,
all of this,
whatever it is.
Yeah, can I ask this Alabaster Disaster another question? Are you from Alberta, perchance, perhaps?
No, not at all.
Okay. You sound like a person from Alberta, but anyways.
Why does that matter?
Because it's an inside thing. But look, I just look, all of this stemmed from you calling Covey a quote unquote mutt, and then she said you were projecting. And you said you were not projecting and told us what you were, which is Illyrian.
You could go back to the recordings and see I was the person that said projecting. And I said I'm willing to put money on it. And I'm actually
you did
you'll find
not say project. You said projecting. You may have said projecting after she said projecting.
No, I was the one.
Because you called her a mutt. No. Oh my God. You don't even have...
I have a woman that questions where I came from, my heritage.
I didn't question.
I asked her where she's from, and she had so much shame in where she's from, she couldn't say it.
I don't have that shame.
You have shame.
Hold on.
I would if I was you. Personally, I would if I was you.
I did not question your whiteness, okay? I did not question that. No, I didn't. What I'm saying is, you're no, hold on. Your fellow Swoops, your fellow crouton crusaders question your whiteness. That's what I'm talking about. Your fellow cauliflower colonizers question your whiteness. Your fellow empty documents. No, hold on. Your fellow empty documents, okay?
By your own government.
They are the ones who question your whiteness, not me. I wanted to humble you, to remind you, okay, that you know the hierarchy. We're talking about a whiteness hierarchy, okay? You are at the bottom of that whiteness hierarchy. I wanted to remind you that because you came here trying to say, you said the N-word multiple times, and I'm saying like this level of like unpurposed flower, like audacity to me is actually crazy.
Swoops, you just said you're going to continue saying the N-word?
Yeah,
unseasoned. This level of unseasoned audacity to me is so crazy.
I'm outside. I live in Detroit. I am outside. I say it on a daily basis, and nobody says it does anything.
You live in Detroit, so you don't live in Canada now?
Like I said, I'm in the States. right?
Swoops. So you came up here, you did racist things, and you never proved that white people experience racism, so you lost.
I literally, you have point blank proof right here.
You
with my-
lost. You lost.
They're trying to decline the fact that she did what she did.
The reason why I don't have any proof that white people, because the proof would, like, you would have to prove that they have experienced racism. When I've looked, I've found nothing.
Their perspective is racist.
No, you don't know what racism is.
The fact that is oppression in itself. Saying
No,
that
it's
my
not. Define oppression.
She found out that
Define oppression.
She found out where my country, or I told her where
I was here. I was there. Define
Right?
oppression.
Putting somebody down simply from where they're from or the fact that
No.
they're in a position of loss.
That's wrong. Go look it up and then come back and tell us what it means.
Like I said, if you're not capable of listening and
Go look it up and then come back and tell us what it means.
Your self-understanding is unreal.
Yeah, we will be free when you hop off the panel. Go look it up and tell us what it means.
Like I said,
You're just up here using words you don't know the definition of. You over here telling us that you don't do your taxes, the broke people way.
She literally spoke about.
Yeah, nobody cares, Swoops. No one cares.
So why would I care about you?
Why do I have to? You the one that chose to be up here crying and whining the whole time.
Wait, Swoops, you don't care. You told people you didn't care. You literally told you told Sean. I was on the comments.
Stop talking.
No, make me stop talking. Make me stop talking, Pookie. Make me fucking stop talking, Pookie. I don't know who the fuck you think you are. You literally have absolutely no fucking power. Don't ever fucking forget that. You have no power. Make me stop fucking talking, Pookie. Try it. Try it. You can't. Fucking lame, bro. Anyway, as I was saying, when I was in the chat, Swan, when I was in the chat, did he not say that he did not care what happened to Black Americans? That when he's like, you guys, I don't care what happens to you guys or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So Swoops, you made it very clear to the both of them that you don't care what happens to them. You literally said, oh, I don't care what happens in the ghetto. As if like you're literally not like in a white trailer park in the middle of fucking Alberta, whatever the fuck you come from. Like, as if like your country is not the ultimate ghetto country in Europe. And you had the audacity to come here and make it known you don't care about Black people dying. So why the hell should anybody care about you?
I never said they have to care.
You did. You said you didn't care.
I said you have to care. I actually said I agree with all your statements and nobody should care. It's our responsibility.
That's a lie.
Why would that's not a lie, that's a fact.
Yes, it is. It's a lie.
We even spoke about the
you
fact
said,
that
why would I care? Why would I care? You literally were like, why would I care? You said that. You said you don't care.
No, I said I don't care, and I said you don't have to care about me. I think that's a very fair statement.
Okay, so now you acknowledge that what you just said was a lie. Child, pack it up. Just pack it up.
Like
Also,
I said,
I think there's somebody in the comments who said this, and I really think that it's very important. There are over 300 people here, and I think that Swoops, you need to hear that as well. The person says, this guy was conquered by the Romans, the Byzantines, the Ottomans, and he's talking about colonization. I'm sorry. This is why I'm telling you, Swoops, you have no leg to stand on. Like, again, stop trying to take the glories, stop trying to like stick yourself to the white supremacist glories of like Western Europe. You're not a Western European person. Remember,
if I thought that there was so much glory, I would still be there.
But you were not in Western Europe, though. Does this person know geography?
I'm saying,
I don't think so.
I would still be in Europe.
Does he know that Albania is not in Western Europe?
Albania is Eastern Europe.
You wouldn't be.
I said I would still be in Europe.
No, you wouldn't, because your parents moved and you live with your parents.
I don't live with my parents.
Yes, you do.
My parents are in Canada.
No, they're not. They're in Detroit with you.
My dad is literally barred from the U.S. He was deported.
What is?
Daddy barred from the U.S.
Yes. You think I'm lying about my story? There's no lies here.
Why was he barred from the U.S.? What crime did he commit?
He came here illegally. He was smuggled in.
He came illegal. So, oh my
I
God.
have not. You guys do not understand. I've been telling nothing but truth.
Damn, two
But you're trying to
white,
pick and
two
choose.
whites, two white countries.
Two whites committing crimes. The tax evasion,
Right?
illegal yeah. Sorry, Sean.
You do what you gotta do.
What is
The
your
fact
business
that
in Detroit?
what's my business?
Yes, you own a business, right?
Yes.
What do you do?
I'm not gonna disclose that info. But anyways,
You're not gonna tell me the work you do
I'm good because I feel like you guys are narcissists.
because you don't have a business, nigga. Like this is
No, I do
super
have a
easy.
business.
It's super
I do have a
easy to
business.
just debunk this shit.
I know that a lot of these topics that we're talking about here are quote unquote
But you lied
cancelable.
about being a plumber.
No, I didn't lie. But that's not my business.
So you're a plumber.
I'm a licensed plumber, yes.
Okay, who owns your business insurance?
Don't worry about it.
Because you don't have any business.
If that's what you want to conclude, that's fine. Anyways, like I said, it is a very simple statement. What happens in Albania is the Albanian people's fault. Nobody else should care. We managed to find our own solutions.
Great
Leave,
soups.
whether that's leave or find better and thrive.
Okay.
And I'm saying
Yeah, sure.
you guys
That's
do
you.
the same thing. You guys
What
are more
happened
That's
in
focused.
you.
Albania is
One
not
second.
Albanians.
You guys are
That's
focused
not
on the
that's
systematic
not how
oppression,
that works.
crying about it, and saying that white people need to help you out of the position that we
Boops,
put
soups,
you in.
our circumstances are not the same. Chill out.
They're identical.
No one
You don't even
said
understand
that.
yours.
The
You
if
don't
you understood anything
understand
about Albanian
anything.
history, you would understand they're quite literally identical.
Albanians were invaded, nigga. What are you talking about? Like, you don't even know your own history.
Yes,
Like you don't even know the history of how colonization happens.
First of all, Albanians were invaded. They've been occupied multiple times by multiple different countries. Albania has been, as she said, the ragdoll of Western Europe, unfortunately. And actually quite as far as Russia, as far as Germany, as far as you would like to go. It has been the ragdoll, and it has been nobody else's problem to fix. And that's not crazy to say.
So we're just listening to this field white cry about being a field white?
Pretty
The
much.
same way that people listen to you guys, you feel black, complain about if you're being field white.
Like he lies about having a business. He lies about having like a house, a
I
car.
feel like you
He
agree with
lies
that there's
about
been no lies.
You're just a liar, Swoops.
Like I said, I feel like you would feel comfort in me lying, but there is none.
Who's your bank?
You're more focused on me again. I have no interest in telling
Who's
you.
your bank?
Don't worry about it.
Talk about Albanians being oppressed by so many
saying
different
don't
people
worry
and being
about it.
ragdoll. Is that what you said, Swoops?
Mm-hmm. That's funny.
Aw, well, nobody cares.
If you know anything about Albanian heritage, you know that it's been abused and used by, like she said, the majority of that side of the world. And you're telling me that there's a difference. I'm saying my people don't cry and complain about it the way that your people do. Bro,
Complain
who complains
like
about
you're
it?
up here crying and complaining about it right the fuck
I'm
now.
not
You
crying or
brought it up
complaining
in
about it.
order to talk about how we should be more like you. Like you literally are bitching, whining, complaining, and moaning about it, and you've done literally
I haven't
jack
cried
shit
about it
about
at
it.
all. I said
Like
I
when
made
it
it work
comes
for
to
myself.
revolutionary action, what black people have done in order to get rid of our oppression is far more than what Albanians have done. Like you niggas have done absolutely nothing but run away from your problems. If this is what
And
you're
you
talking
niggas have done
about,
nothing but
you're
cry
lying
about it.
about owning businesses. We've ended slavery on
You
islands where we
didn't.
were
White people
minorities,
gave it to
nigga.
you. White
Like
people
we are
White
literally
people
the
gave it to you.
epitome. We are literally the epitome of liberatory action,
You need
nigga.
to say
Like
thank you to the white man.
everything that you said about Albania has just been you coping about your own
There is no
oppression this
coping.
entire fucking time,
There is no
and just
coping.
saying that black people need to do more, even though you can't do anything. Like when it comes to you owning a business, you don't do that. You don't know your healthcare insurance provider, which means that you don't have money because you don't have a healthcare insurance provider. Well, you might have one, but your mother pays for it, or your father, whoever it is that you live with. You don't have a house because you don't know who owns your homeowner's insurance. You don't own a
Me choosing
business
not to
because you don't know
disclose
who
means I
owns your
don't know.
business insurance. Yes,
Me
absolutely.
choosing to
Because
not
if you had
disclose.
a business, if you had a business and you were proud of it, then
You're
you would say it. Weren't you the one saying that Covey is ashamed of where she comes from because she won't say where she's from, but you won't say your business?
my
Wouldn't that mean
personal
that you're ashamed of
information.
your
My
business, nigga?
personal
Like
information.
your personal
Me
information,
narrowing it down to my insurance.
your personal information wouldn't be an issue because you already said that you evade taxes. You already said you don't have these things, and you lied about not having these things. And now that you've looked it up and know that you need to have these things, you're now making up the fact that you don't have to say these things in order to save face because you don't fucking have them. You're a brokey, and that's cool, but this is the issue. Like when it comes to black issues, you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. You have no idea what it is that black people have done for liberatory action. You just haven't done anything for liberatory action. And just because your people sit around and are okay with your oppression doesn't mean that black people sit around and we're okay with our oppression. Just because we're educated about the things that we need to do in order to get rid of our oppression does not mean that you need to come up here and complain and talk about what you want to do about your oppression, but are too fucking afraid to do for your own oppression. That
How is
doesn't
he
mean
in?
anything to us.
How does he have universal health care in Canada when all his cars literally have like a Michigan license plate?
They do now. They were just imported. Actually, if you go back far enough, they might still have the Ontario plate. Right?
Yeah, kind of like feel like you're just full of lies.
There is no lie.
You're sitting on a throne of lies.
Actually, I think I can pull up a photo
That's what
of
you
the
are.
car
You're sitting
with.
on a throne of lies. You keep lying because you want to make your like, I don't know. Kind of low key feels like he's kind of hurt. Who thinks that he's gonna cry himself to sleep tonight? You know.
If you're
I,
I'm sorry.
as soon as he leaves the panel, the tears gonna come rolling down.
He's gonna that guy's walls look like Swiss cheese. He's probably gonna go punch a hole in the wall. It's crazy.
You get beat, Gavi?
What?
You get beat?
Just because you probably beat women does not mean that all
No,
men
it
beat
sounds
women.
like you
Yeah,
got beat.
soups. We're not about to sit here and the name Crypto. Go on mute for me. Go on mute for me,
Projecting
Crypto.
again.
Yeah, you're not about to sit here and talk about violence towards women. I don't know, like that is you coping, right? But you're not about to sit here and feel comfortable saying some shit about putting your hands on no fucking woman, you fucking bitch. You're not doing that. Take your bitch ass on and go cry somewhere else. Don't nobody give a flying fuck about your feelings. But you're not finna sit up here because you're too stupid to understand what we're talking about, because you're so insecure that you had to lie about who you are. And then you also are dumb enough, right, to sit up here and tell us how you threw that ass in a circle for your oppressor. You didn't fight back. You said, let me just stay oppressed. I'm just going to run from all of my problems. Get the fuck out of here. You are the definition of weak. Take your bitch ass the fuck on. Any one of us would be able to fuck your ass up one-handed. Okay? Go cry.
Yeah, can I also just say, Swoops, next time before trying to intimidate me, put some bass in your voice. I just wanted to say, how are you gonna, sit there without like any bass in your voice and then try to like intimidate me? I don't know. But yeah.
Crybaby got so butthurt that you were about to talk about doing violence towards women. Child, I will say this though, you do take after the Western Europeans, but you'll never be one. They'll always keep you, oppressed. But anyways, listen, y'all, can you please get the panel's gifts up, okay? Make sure y'all gift the panel, Covey, Faisal, and Sean. Crypto, did you come up here to save your Albanian brethren up here? Is that why you come up here?
He's not my brethren, but I'm one of the people that you're talking shit about for sure.
Who talking shit about? What do you mean?
My mom's
What is your
Elizabeth McClellan, my mom's
what is
third
your
cousin.
hold on. What is your age, your race, and your pronouns?
I'm white Anglo-Saxon Protestant on my mom's side. I'm Icelandic, Blackfoot
No,
Indian
what
on
is
my dad's.
what is your race? I said. What?
My mom's Victorian, my dad's Icelandic.
I said,
I'm
what is your
33,
race? So
and
how
I'm
you
from
coming up here to have a conversation about racism, but you don't know what your own race is?
I have a garage full of antiques. I'm Victorian.
Nobody cares about that. Do you know what race is? Do you know what
I'm not
race
Caucasian
is?
like the rest of them. If
No
that's
one
what
said you were. Tell us what your race is and calm down.
What my race is, then don't have 100 IQ.
Do you not? So you don't know what does IQ stand for?
My mom, intelligence quotient.
Okay,
my
wonderful.
Mom is
So
white
crypto. I
Anglo-Saxon
don't care about
Protestant.
your mom. I'm
So I'd be a
asking.
mix of the two, right?
What is your? Yeah, but you only are going to present in one way.
That's weird because I look like both of them.
You can't unless
My
you're
dad's
a
the
fucking
strongest
zebra.
fucking dude in New England, and my mom is a four times graduated.
Okay, calm on
Jesus Christ, you monkey
calm
dude.
calm the steroid energy down. Don't nobody care about all that.
Hey,
I'm
look
just
up
saying.
RIPD
So
with Ryan Reynolds. I donated $1
I don't
million to
care.
Master's Day. Shut up, poor
Crypto.
ass.
No one cares. I don't know why you're
Get an
so
IQ with
triggered.
your gap teeth.
I don't have a gap in my teeth, even though I do adore gaps in people's teeth. But so listen.
Broken sentences always say the wildest shit.
Yeah. Crypto, are you capable of having an intellectual dialogue without crying?
I am both white.
What is a Victorian? Like from the Victorian period? Like the British Victorian
My
period?
mom is Lori Elizabeth McClellan. I grew up with
I
$5
don't
million
care
in
about
antiques.
that. Crypto.
So
I
I'm a
don't care
wasp
about
in
that.
Icelandic.
Oh my God. Stop talking. Just tell us, are you white? Are you white?
Yes, I am white.
Okay, cool. Wonderful. You're white. Great. Awesome. Which topic are you trying to speak on?
Are white men being replaced?
Okay. But yeah, what is your answer to that topic?
Who's the strongest person in the world?
What is your response to that topic?
Who's the richest person in recorded history?
Jesus Christ. What is your response to that topic?
The smartest person.
What is your response to the topic?
The closest other race is African American, which has gained 11 million people in 100 years, and we've gained 160 million people in 100 years.
So crypto, listen, hold on. Are white men being replaced? Yes or no?
Fuck no.
Okay, wonderful. Pick another topic that you would like to discuss.
Why do you think they are?
That I don't think they are. Move on. Pick another topic.
Why do you think white people can't experience racism?
Well, if they have, then you tell us what happened. Give us some empirical information. Prove it.
I live in New England, and trailer trash white people get treated the same way everybody else as black people across the country do. So,
And you have empirical information?
No.
I do have empirical information.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out what you're doing here.
So you're saying poor
You're
white.
fighting with that guy, and you don't want to fight with.
Wait, stop, crypto, calm down. Wait, stop, because I don't even think you realize what you just said. So you're saying that poor white people get treated negatively?
Yeah, I hope you know that all the things that.
Wait, so then hold on. It's not going to be on your race. It's because you're broke.
Yeah, because there's no black people in New England.
So wait, you don't know the difference between. That doesn't mean anything. You don't know the difference between racism and classism.
Does that not mean anything?
Do you not know the difference
pay rent.
between? Do you not? Excuse me. Hey, crypto, calm down.
That's the fourth time you've told me how the world works.
Listen here, cigarette throw. Calm the fuck down. God damn. Y'all are annoying as fuck. So what you're talking about is being a brokey. Yes, white people can experience classism. Okay? Yes, that is a thing. Is it racism? No, you're just broke. That's it. Calm down. Jesus Christ. Lay off the steroids and smoke a cigarette. Jesus.
It's fucking it's cold. Yo, it's wintertime in Maine. I have a cold.
Okay, cigarette though. Calm down. Damn.
Yo, why are you talking shit about me when you're a fucking subdegraded human
Because
being?
listen, you can't prove
I have more money than your parents and they're almost dead.
Listen,
I'm still trying to figure out. First of all, he said, I'm from New England, as if this like some tough shit, okay? But also, he said he's Victorian. What does that mean?
Does
your mother come from the Victorian period? Because what does that mean?
Yes, my mom's middle name is Elizabeth. Princess Diana is my third cousin.
Oh. So what? So how did
you can look it up right now? David May II's my father.
Princess Elizabeth is your third cousin, and you grew up in a double wide. Listen,
right.
I grew up in a double wide. My address is 26 Sawyer Road, Poland, Maine.
Listen, don't do all that.
Who's your healthcare provider?
I don't have healthcare, motherfucker. For real.
Yeah, these niggas be lying about having any kind of
I don't have healthcare.
Insane.
My Facebook name is Kyle May. I have 4 million
Yo,
fucking dollars.
What is the fine? What is the fine for not having healthcare?
I don't know. It's like $1,000 a month, kid. But they don't hit you with that at all in New England.
Not $1,000 a month. It's not $1,000 a month. You don't know.
I don't know what to tell you. My name is Kyle.
Parents
pay me up on Facebook.
Because your parents pay for your health care.
My parents are both dead. Try again.
You live in a double wide.
Both of my parents are dead. Try again.
You live in a double wide.
Both of my parents are dead. Try again.
Can I just listen? Can I just say, okay, I wanted to interrupt and I wanted to say, I actually love Princess Diana, okay? I don't care what anybody else is going to say. I feel like I am literally an immigrant mom incarnate, and I have a special love for Princess Diana. So I think I call for justice for Princess Diana, because the fact that you sat here trying to say that you were related to
go on Ancestry.com right now. My mom's last name. My mom's name is Elizabeth.
Don't do this. Don't do this. Because your mother's name is Elizabeth does not mean she's related to Queen Elizabeth.
Lori Elizabeth McClellan. Pull it up on Ancestry.com right now.
Just because her name is Elizabeth does not mean she's related to Liz.
From the waterfront in Portland, Maine.
Liz is in a box.
West End in Portland, Maine.
Lizzie is in a box, okay? Lizzie's in a box. But also, exactly. Please, calm down. Don't do Diana this way, okay? Do not do Diana this way. I'm still confused as to how Victorian is your mother's race, though. Because I want to know how I can change my race to Gothic.
My mom's name is literally Lori Elizabeth McClellan. And you're telling me I'm not related to Princess Diana, you dumb fuck. Jesus Christ. I am from the West End in Portland, Maine.
That's not what she asked you, dumb fuck.
But she literally, you peasants just told me I'm not.
That's not what she asked you, dumb fuck.
Princess,
do you not understand English?
But think about what she just said about what
my. Do you not understand English? That's not what she asked you. Do you want to pay attention to? Do you want to pay attention to the question this time instead of being a dumb fuck?
Is Princess Diana from Maine?
Hi. Do you want to pay attention to the question this time instead of?
I don't know. Do you want to get crusaded again, dude? I don't know.
No. Look at him crashing out. Do you want to get crusaded again?
How much crashing out?
You look like a toothpick.
Wait, you guys, you know what? I actually believe you, Crypto.
Yeah,
I think, and you know what? I think. Wait, hold on. So I do. Well, listen. Okay, I'll give you this. Okay, the curls. You know what I'm saying? The dress is kind of eaten down. The bun, the soft look. You know what I'm saying? I think that it kind of eats, right? This is a woman of the Victorian age. Okay.
Yeah, no. But I think the old poor antiques.
But yeah. I think your relatives looked a bit more like this.
No, my dad's.
Is this the music you listen to at family parties? Do you listen to this music at family parties?
See how mad you are because you're poor?
Is this the music you listen to at family parties? Everybody, let's enjoy the Victorian era that Crypto comes from. Wonderful. Can you sing the song for us?
Other side.
Listen, if you're not singing along, then just mute, please. Thank you very much. Okay.
Yeah, you're a bitch.
Your mother's a bitch. Look at you, mad.
Yeah, my TD bank account's worth more than your house.
You're mad. You're mad. Anyways, be quiet unless you're singing
I'm the
the
only
song.
one in this.
Yeah, we're enjoying the Victorian music. Be quiet, please. Thank you very much.
400 people.
Be quiet, please. Thank you.
7
I
cities.
need you to hush. This next part eats. The next part eats. She looks like you might have been one of her family members as well. Ready? It's coming. Be quiet.
Like when the state is.
Hush, 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 hush. We're listening to the You hear it? Listen.
Slaves.
Y'all hear it? You guys kind of have the same nose, Crypto.
Race has bigger noses. It makes sense, dude.
Listen here, cigarette throw. Don't lose a lung, cigarette throw. Okay, calm down.
I found Crypto's Victorian.
Now we scuba diver packs.
Quiet, Crypto. Calm down.
Can I make the big screen, please?
Quiet, bitch.
I found Crypto's Victorian cousins.
Yes. Yes.
Wait. Please send me this. Me, jaundice white people earlier. Please send me this.
Hold on, Swan. Swan. Somebody has a Princess Diana not related to you account.
This is crazy work. I don't know. I really want to know why they be lying about who they are, bro. Like they be swearing they're
You my personal Facebook
and all of
crackhead.
this other stuff, bro.
You gay crackhead. I gave you my personal.
You live in a double wide trailer with your parents,
bro,
and siblings.
Yo, Fort River Shipyard collapsed January 26, 2005. Bro. I got $7 million when my dad was killed by OSHA, General Dynamics, and Tesla corporations.
Who's your healthcare provider?
Please.
Poor people should die.
What are your investments?
What are my investments? I don't need investments, dude. After you hit $249,999, listen, after you hit $250,000 at TD Bank, your APR changes from 0.36 to 3.46. So I make $67,000 a year just sitting in my account.
Are you of the Bubba Cletus people? Listen, everything you're saying is a lie.
And actually, if you look it up right now, it's on the website itself, Zodiac 207. Fucking equities.
Okay, Macklemore, chill, please. With
March 23, I placed third in the World Cup. So.
Why he keeps? Did he just say you were third in the World Cup? What?
For Fortnite in 23, yeah.
Fortnite.
I'm everything. Oh, I'm literally now we scuba diver pack 6 Guardian. I don't know.
Literally, no
What's it like
way,
being poor and sucking a
No, we're just lying on Fortnite.
Let's do this. Let's just do this. How many thermostats you got in your house?
I got one thermostat. It's upstairs at the top of the staircase.
You got one thermostat
yes, I have
in
a
your
400-gallon boy. My address is
broke,
26
nigga.
Sawyer Road, Poland, Maine. There's 7
broke,
bedrooms.
nigga. Look, because you're broke as fuck. How many? Look. Who's your homeowner's insurance provider? Damn, that's crazy.
Literally the only
it's
person
almost
in this
like
whole lobby that's a Twitch streamer. How am I lying? Fuck.
It literally homeowner's insurance because you don't own
my
a fucking home.
Insurance through
that's why you
annuity.
don't know.
It's through annuity. NANNUITY.
Yeah, you had to look it up. Excellent.
Kid, I will go show you the title to my house. You fuck back.
Like Brody was quiet for Brody was quiet for 10 minutes. And then said, annuity.
Hey,
Like, bro, you don't have
what
any
is your
homeowners insurance. This is super easy. Super easy. Oh, shit.
homeowners insurance? How could I tell you?
First of all, rule
'Cause you
number one:
Googled who has homeowners insurance.
Taxes are
wealthy
less than your
people,
rent.
crypto. Wealthy people don't give up information like this. We know you're broke.
Yeah, I could also go on 7sins.onion and
It's
find
like
everyone
you.
else's
It's like
personal
you. Like
information.
you
So
got your lies down packed. Like you were in the mirror practicing. All right, if anybody calls
no,
me a
I've been this
brokey,
person since
this
I
is
was
what I'm
fucking like
gonna do.
10
Yeah.
years old,
Okay.
kid.
Sure. Yeah. Oh, since you were
Are
10,
any
you've
of you
done this person.
35?
Right.
Are any of you
Right.
roughly my
Listen.
age, 35?
Nobody up here is gonna say anything about what they got going on. You doing too much, offering up all that
He
information.
doesn't even think. That faded ass hoodie. And you're a millionaire?
Ain't
Nigga,
no
get the fuck
way.
out of here.
Literally no ninja. Why are you
Way.
Like, bro, ain't no
Wait,
way,
wait,
bro.
wait,
You wearing
wait.
this?
I'm gonna need
Are
your.
you
Why
wearing the
do
same hat?
your beard
Stop.
looks
It's
like you're?
fucking cold in
Is
Maine,
there
dude.
such a thing as beard pattern baldness? That's
Your hairline is further
like you're
back than
suffering
mine.
from beard pattern baldness.
Wait, I'm gonna need your
Your
Swan.
hairline's further back.
No, Swan. I'm gonna need people. Please go
Andrew,
watch
what
this
woman is
video.
doing?
Wait, please go watch this video. Your daddy thinks my dick is big. Please go watch this video.
Oh,
Hathor has a bigger dick than your whole race.
be quiet.
Please,
Wait, did you
please
hear
go.
that? Wait. Did you hear that? That's his fear of genetic annihilation coming out. Because he stop, because men usually, like, if they're gonna compare their sizes or whatever, I feel like they'll like just forth between each other. Shut the fuck up, like back and forth. But he did it based on race. Shush, hush, race. He did it based on race. So crypto, you think that white people are being replaced?
We win at everything right now, from video games.
Answer the question. Do you video games? Oh, how innovative. Do you think white people are being, just like I said, we're winning at
video game
everything.
pros could just
We're
build a drone
winning
in
at
their garage
video
and take
games. Oh yeah, what did you
Video
say?
games.
Fortnite? I forgot Fortnite. You said Fortnite.
He ain't even the best player on Fortnite, and I can guarantee you, I have not even played Fortnite not once in my life, and I can body this man on Fortnite.
People are out here
The point is,
cheering.
please watch this video and compare his voice
I
in
will.
this video and now.
Put some respect on his name, okay? He won 3rd place on Fortnite World Cup, okay? But also, did he say he was rich? That he like? Okay, yeah. Can you please make me the big screen? Yeah. If you're supposedly so rich and made and have a high IQ and all those different things that you're saying, which I don't think wealth is tied to IQ, by the way, why did you post this video 53 minutes ago with a person asking you why would you work 82 hours a week and need money if you're a millionaire?
Because right now my assets are tied to my ex-wife.
You posted this 53 minutes ago.
She wants $300,000 and she never worked a day in her life. So
Who?
Assets wouldn't be
my ex-wife,
tied.
Monica Nason.
That doesn't make any sense.
My assets are frozen and they're tied to a divorce that doesn't end in the 21-day wait period and it's 12 days left.
If you were going through a divorce, they wouldn't freeze all of your assets.
Yes, they are, because
What the
they're going
fuck
through
you're talking about? You have no idea what the fuck you're talking
dude,
about.
oh my god, dude. Kyle May, Facebook.
You
Like I have
zero
fucking
you don't have four fucking cars.
I got a fucking 2SS sitting in my driveway, right?
Okay. What is the insurance process? Come off mute.
Annuity guy. It's compound insurance.
It's compound insurance with annuity.
Yes, you can look up my name on my town's tax website. Fuck. I own my house.
It has bundle insurance for his
I live in the
2SS.
same fucking town that Robert Card got found in.
Shut up. You don't know what
I
you're
live
talking
in Lisbon,
about.
Maine, where Robert Card was found. Kid, you're not
You
talking.
live in a double wide trailer,
This
an
guy,
8-mile trailer park, nigga.
this guy,
8-mile trailer park, nigga.
What?
He said.
this guy must be the new Danish deception related to Princess Diana, but at the same time also is like in need of money. Are you like 2.0? Is that what it is? Are you Danish Deception 2.0? Is that what it is? 'Cause how are you related to a royal family, but then at the same time you're working 82 hours because you need money?
people cry about it. So what do I do?
No, because you're bragging about being rich and trying to say that other people are beneath you. Say
No,
that.
he asked. No, that thing is about me asking for money
Not
because
wait,
I was saying, why the fuck
hold
are
on,
people paying
hold on. She, don't call her a thing. What are you talking about?
I don't give
Are
a
you okay?
fuck. No, the person in the comments.
Clearly, you don't give a fuck. We know. We know.
Person in the
Like,
comment
you
is
sound like you smoke 20 packs a day. We
asking-
know you don't give a fuck.
talking about me asking.
Plus, I just wanted to tell you, okay, crypto. You sweet malnourished Victorian child. Okay, your hand is not your wife. I need you to understand this. Okay, your left hand is not your wife. Stop pretending like you're going through a divorce. Your hand. Stop it.
My 21-year-old girlfriend's one of my.
You're 35 with a 21-year-old girlfriend?
Lying. He's just lying.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, if you go on TikTok, Megan May, redneck
to go to
princess,
sleep.
Megan
Stop.
May.
No. Stop putting people. Stop putting.
You don't have 5 followers, Brody. Like you're a nobody.
Like Zodiac.
You're a loser. You're a loser. Never been anybody. You're never gonna be anybody. You live in a double wide trailer in Connecticut, nigga. Like you don't. This isn't the flex you thought it was. This is just bad.
Be quiet.
Like you're not. You were never going to impress us. You've never worn Armani in your fucking life. You don't own a bus to work. You work 82 hours a week, nigga. There's no way you work 82 hours a week. Like, and you have 7. Fuck out of here. There's no fucking way. You don't know your homeowner's insurance. You don't know your healthcare provider. You have bundle homeowners insurance and car insurance with $7 million in the bank for a 2 nigga. Boy, stop.
He won
There's
third.
no way.
No, he won third place in like Fortnite.
No,
Period.
I never said I had $7 million.
Okay, great,
I said
wonderful.
my family
Nobody
got
cares. Crypto. Nobody cares.
Yeah. Can you ask race to being gothic?
I'm white, Anglo-Saxon, Protestant. That's my race.
No, you're not only white, Anglo-Saxon, Protestant. You're also Icelandic and Victorian. And I want to know how I can make my race like gothic. Because you can be, if you can be Victorian, then you can definitely be gothic. You know? How did you race to being a time period?
On air.
Your Wi-Fi snitching on you.
You have a garage.
Wait, what? You just call your race an antique? What?
Service is bad. yo, take some money and go get it some better Wi-Fi. Bro.
How do you make your race like a time period? And then he said,
Yeah, Victorian, white, Anglo-Saxon.
I don't know why y'all.
Yeah, Victorian, white, Anglo-Saxon.
I don't know why y'all do that. Look, I make $65,000 a year at my main job. My secondary job, I make over that, but my secondary job is just doing something illegal. But I don't know why y'all come up here and y'all pretend as if y'all just are like these like those people. Like you're just like the one. You're not the one, bro. You're not at all. You will never be the one. All we want to do is debate, bro. Like all of this extra stuff it doesn't impress us. The most important person in the room, but they did y'all a disservice.
called like black people subhuman. This is like the level of like I said Danish deception. I think somebody in the comments were right. This is a Danish delusion. Because he came up here trying to say that like we were like black people are subhuman. Like
No.
what did he say? He said low IQ. Who has the highest IQ is what he came up here to say. Like, huh?
And then his own whack ass service got him snatched out the box because nobody dropped him, and it didn't even say guest went offline. Like his service is bad, and that's why he's not up here. Cry baby.
Service was acting up at the end there. Like bro said, oh my god, he said my mother is, who did he say his mother is?
He said his mother was Icelandic and Victorian, her race. He said his mother's race.
Yeah.
So he said his race was white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. Never knew Protestant was a race, but okay. And then he said his mother's race was Icelandic and Victorian.
Which is crazy because I know he heard white Anglo-Saxon Protestant from someone who was talking shit about that, because we call them WASPs and it's white Anglo-Saxon Protestants. But like, I forgot he said his mother was Elizabeth something.
He said his mother was Elizabeth McLaughlin or something like that, and that he was the third cousin, or his third cousin was Princess Diana.
I was getting to that one, which is nuts. It's actually nuts. Like, I don't know why y'all try and do this. I don't know why y'all try to impress us with this shit. We don't believe you.
Like,
we don't
leave Diana alone.
Right, literally, someone with 25 followers who does majority of his TikToks with his shirt off, with the exact same hat on that he has in his profile picture, and faded hoodies. You're not worth millions of dollars. There's no way.
We love Diana in this household. We just wanted to say that. But yeah.
The thing he said, all of his assets are tied up in a divorce settlement.
That's
Ain't
wild.
no way.
That is wild.
All of your assets? And you're worth $7 million. She's asking for $300,000, and they tied up all of your assets.
That's such a lie. Ridiculous. Right. Exactly, Dana. Exactly, Dana. Patty96, can we get your age, race, and pronouns?
Yeah, I am 29. I guess Caucasian and him.
Okay, so you're white. Which topic do you disagree with?
I'll be honest, I just hopped in something to look at I mean, all these are really rage bait topics. I guess if we were gonna go with one, the most insane one, all white tea people, children included, are racist.
Sure, yeah. So we only engage with empirical information and no personal or individual experiences, because then the conversation just goes left. But yeah, so tell us, disprove the prompt using empirical information. The floor is yours.
So this is a pretty much a source wars is what you're trying to get at.
We'll just like use information that can be substantiated, because people make stuff up all the time and they lie on the internet. Okay. Yeah.
I mean, you don't think it's a stretch saying that?
Why do you think it is? Yeah, why do you think it is a stretch? Like, why do you disagree with it?
Well, myself is living proof, but like you said, you don't want any hypotheticals. I don't think there's really any source data to back that claim, to be honest with you. So that makes it hard to prove.
Wait, so are you admitting to us that you've never done any research on racism?
That's what I said.
That is what you said, yeah.
No. What I said is I am myself a YT, was once a child and now an adult, and I do not.
No. You said that you can't use your personal experience So you have nothing else, which
You're
tells
right,
us that
because
you,
that's hypothetical,
yeah,
like you
which
just
that's,
said.
hold on, Patty, stop. But that tells us that you have never researched this information.
No, I have. I just said that there is
So
no
then
information,
use
no
the
studies.
information that you've researched to prove that not all white people and children are racist.
So what research? Please, I am new to this. Then
You
what
said that.
research
Hold
out
on,
there?
Patty.
What research out there has
Patty.
backed that children of the white Caucasian kind of racist?
Patty, calm down. You're the one saying that you think it's incorrect. You said that you've done research before, right? And the research that you did it prove the prompt to be incorrect?
No, I specifically said that there is no research or study out there that has children of the white Caucasian color that are
That's
racist.
a lie. Okay, so you've never
That's
done
a
your research on
lie?
it. Yeah, so there is research and information out there that substantiates the claim. Yes.
That children volunteer for this study.
What is racism?
Racism is by definition substantiated hate or bigotry, or what I like to call what's it called? It's not. It's the other word for racism. It's stereotypes against a certain culture or racial ethnicity.
That's wrong. A racial ethnicity.
What, hate or bigotry, like against a certain racial profile or background?
Racism has nothing to do with hatred.
So racism has nothing to do with hatred?
No, it doesn't.
So hate crime, aka racism crime, that includes physical or mental hate. So hate has nothing to do with racism.
Did this man just go
racism
hate
is out of
crime,
love then. Is that what you're
Patty.
saying, woman?
Patty, go Google
Is that what you're
hate
saying
crime.
racism is? It's out of
Hold
love,
on.
not hate?
Oh my God, Patty, calm down. Jesus Christ, calm down. Go Google what a hate crime is. Go Google it. Go Google it. Go look it up. He said.
Bruh, so wait, hold on. You guys are making me laugh.
Patty, your job is to go look up what a hate crime is so that you can come back and we can laugh at you some more. We're not laughing with you. We're laughing at you. Go look it up.
Hate crime is one race over another race.
No.
That's involved in some sort of altercation.
Have a good day, Josh. Thank you for looking it up. No, Patty, that's not what it is.
So what is it then?
Go look it up.
So that's your response? Go look it up? So racism is...
Hate crimes can be committed against people, right? Not only on the basis of race, but on the basis of ethnicity, gender identity, sexuality, and other things like your religious background. There are many reasons as to why people could commit a hate crime because of ableism. Like those don't just equate to racist crimes. Hello, most people know that.
So racism isn't conspired directly with hate? Is that what you're saying? Because
I just told you, hatred has nothing to do with racism.
So
it doesn't need hatred.
So if you dislike another race, okay, if you dislike another race,
no, we're not. No, we're not. No, it's not.
So I guess we were reading two completely different definitions.
Well, where'd you get your definition from? Okay, so tell us where you got your definition from.
I mean, literally, like, let's just go to the first definition available.
Nope. Tell us where you got it from.
I'll be more than happy. Let me go to my teacup and I'll read the first thing that comes, like, when I type in racism definition.
And you're gonna find the word hatred in Oxford definition.
Oh, okay. Let's find out.
Are you gonna find the word hatred in there?
Swan, I personally think that you, from what I've experienced, what I've seen right now, I think that I have literally witnessed a racism crime right now in front of me. I think that you were really, really racist to his racial ethnicity, and I think you need to stop. I really think that lives like this are a part of the problem. You keep like lives like this literally keep racism crime alive. Just wanted to say that.
She don't make me hate black BLK people because of her ignorance. No, okay, so literally the first thing I looked up prejudice, hatred.
You didn't hear the sarcasm?
Wait, let him go. Let him go. Let him go. It's okay. Let him go because that gave him a little bit of empowerment. He's feeling tough now. Go ahead.
No, it's literally everything I said. I mean, I
Wait,
kind of
so you
wasted my
found the
time
wait. So you
doing
found the
that.
word. Wait, did you find the word hatred in there?
Oh my goodness. Oh
Did
my
you find the word
goodness.
hatred in there? That's what you're supposed to be looking for.
So you need the exact word hatred in there. So prejudice
Yeah.
isn't completely aligned with hate. It's on the same,
No.
comparison bubble, huh?
No. No.
No, it's not. Okay, so you may live in completely
Can you
different
define
realities.
prejudice?
You may completely live in two different realities because prejudice
No. Can
aligns
you?
with
No.
hate.
Prejudice exists because of like things like propaganda and stuff. But can you
You're-
can you define prejudice? Because I don't think you know what prejudice is.
Yeah, it's
What is
literally the discrimination against another race. Not just race, but it could be culture. It could be based
No,
on like your
Patty.
sports
Patty.
team. It could be.
Patty.
It is a lot of things.
Patty, that's not what prejudice means. Prejudice is a preconceived notion not rooted in any reason or experience.
Yeah, based off what?
That's just what it's just that.
No, based
Based
off
off of
what? Where does prejudice
that's
come in play
all
from?
that's all it means. I'm telling you what the word means, that's it.
Oh, okay, but like let's be real. Let's stop reading Oxford dictionaries. And what does prejudice come from?
Oh,
It
so
doesn't
wait,
come
now
out of
you wanna
thin blue.
abandon
When
the
you look at
dictionary
somebody,
definition.
when you look at
So you wanna abandon the dictionary definition that you chose to use now? Is that what you're saying? You're not doing a very good job at this, Patty. I'm just saying.
honestly, I really do not care what you think. Everything I'm saying
Okay,
is
yeah,
accurate.
but so then say something that actually proves the prompt to be incorrect.
The only thing you have to say in response to me is that's not right. Oxford
Yeah,
Dictionary says this.
you already acknowledged that you haven't done any research on racism. So
For children, yeah, there is no study out there that have children saying they're racist
that's
against
a
people.
lie.
That's crazy. That you're nuts, girl.
There are multiple. Don't call me a girl. I'm a grown ass woman.
Hi, girl. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, don't call me girl. Don't call me girl. You know who acts like this? Stop, Patty, because you don't get to speak in my space if you're gonna be disrespectful. Like I don't. Like you getting upset and not knowing things and then being disrespectful is not going to help you be right. Like that's not how you go about that.
I haven't
You would
been
have to
disrespectful.
you'd have to actually take the time to like go and find out information and then come back and say something of substance, but you're incapable of that. Okay? So there's that.
I've literally been respectful this entire time.
Yeah, I told you not to call me girl because I'm not a girl, right? I'm a grown ass woman. Clearly, you spend your time on the internet talking to girls, okay? Not women. Don't call me a girl again.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you better call me
No
yes,
one, you're
ma'am.
wrong. You guys have a
Excuse
good night.
me? Excuse me? Oh, okay. Cry baby. Cry baby.
Hello.
Stop. Age, race, and pronouns.
Age 23. Race I'm not sure exact like broadly Middle Eastern.
Wait, how are you gonna have a conversation about racism when I ask you what your race is and you tell me your region?
I mean, race is like socially constructed with different interpretations, region
Yeah,
to
but
region.
what is your race then? If you know that that's what it is, why would you tell me a region instead of your race?
What do you mean? That's like what we would interpret within the Middle East.
Yeah, Middle Eastern itself. That's not a racial category.
Within the Western construction of race, sure.
Okay, so then tell us what your race would be.
Well, I don't really know. Like, what do you think would be in the Western construction?
I can't tell you. I can't make that decision for you.
I think Middle Eastern is a race then.
That in itself is not a racial category.
But why not?
Because it's a region.
No, Middle East is a region. Middle Eastern.
Yeah.
It's not a region.
Middle Eastern is not a race either, even within the region.
What do you mean it's not a race within the region?
Are you telling me that everybody in the Middle East, you tell me that Afghans are the same race as, I don't know, like Lebanese people are the same race? Are you telling me that, let's say a black Lebanese person is the same race as, let's say, I don't know.
I mean, that's why I said broadly, because the
Ajram?
construction of race is different.
No, but even within the Middle East, like you telling me that a black Lebanese person is going to be the same race as a Nancy Ajram?
No, that's why I said broadly.
So then if you know that these two people are going to be categorized differently racially, then they're not going to be the same. Like Middle Eastern's not going to be their race.
I mean, sure, but it's like I'm speaking in a broad sense because I don't know exactly what word I would use to describe a particular ethnicity. I mean, I can describe the ethnicity if you'd like, but that's not really getting at the heart of race.
So how would you be able to have the... No, you're fine, Covey. You're fine. How would you be able to have the conversation here, though, if...
I feel like race is, especially in the context of racism, systematic racism, structural racism are all more defined in a
Are you
Western
classified
context.
as white in the United States?
Classified, I mean, I guess I'd be mixed.
Mixed is not a race either. That's not a racial category. What we use here in the United States would be white, black, Asian, indigenous, or Pacific Islander.
White, black, Asian, indigenous, or Pacific Islander?
Yeah, those are the 5 categories that we use here in the U.S.
I mean, those are like, that's the legal construction of race to put on forms.
Yes.
Not a theoretical one.
We're not addressing theoretical racial categories, though.
So you're saying, what would you put on the census?
Yes.
I've never filled out the census, honestly, so I don't know.
Okay, so then how are you gonna have if you don't know, how are we gonna have a conversation about this?
I would put white and black.
Yeah, you can't be 2 racial categories though. You'd be biracial, but you're still gonna present as one. Like there are people who have a white parent and a black parent that present as white.
Is that defined on the census?
Hold on. There are people who have a black parent and a white parent, but they present as white, meaning when you look at them, you would never know that they have a black parent. That would be a white presenting biracial person. And then there are some people who have a white parent and a black parent, and they present as a light-skinned black person. They'd be black biracial. And if they were a dark-skinned black person, they'd also be black biracial. So the term we use is biracial. We don't say mixed, because mixed, it's a derogatory term that others people from whiteness.
Oh, okay. I won't use the word mixed then. But I mean, like, if you're filling out the census, would you, like, go and see what you're perceived as from the other person and then fill that out specifically?
Most people know what it is before they fill it out. Like, if you don't, like, do you have parents that are in 2 different racial categories?
Yeah.
You said yes?
Yeah.
Which parent do you look like?
I look like a mix of both.
You can't look like a mix of both. You have a white parent and a black parent?
I mean, I guess if white means non-black to you, then yeah.
No, that's not what non-black means. I just told you that there's 5 racial categories. Non-black would mean that you're one of the other 4. This is what I'm saying. I don't know how we can have this conversation because you don't understand how race works here.
But I mean, like, you're mixing up the legal statute with...
no, I'm not mixing anything. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, hold on. I'm not mixing anything up. I'm not mixing anything up.
So on the census, do you fill out light skin black?
That's not going to be on the census. They would be putting. Listen. So you didn't even understand what I explained to you. Mm-hmm. Because the people that are light-skinned black person and the people that are a dark-skinned black person, they would check black. That's it.
But you like laid out these differences, right? For like why a mixed person should put their phenotypically, or sorry, a biracial person should put like as they phenotypically present. But now you're
I just simply explained what the experience of a person who has a black parent and a white parent and what they could possibly or potentially look like, and then what they would just be categorized as. That's all I did.
Can 2 siblings be of different races then, depending on what they look like?
Yes, there are twins that can be of different racial categories. That exists. That's a thing. But they both each have their own individual phenotypical presentation.
Okay.
So that's all I'm saying is that when I say like which parent do you look like, because your parents, like, you're not gonna, like, there are also, this is the thing, light-skinned black people, for some reason everybody thinks that light-skinned black people are all mixed people. That's not true though. Mm-hmm. You have people that are very light-skinned who are black, who have 2 black parents, right? And then vice versa. So like, for example, I took a photo of this woman earlier. Hold on. What's her race?
I mean, Like black, probably.
She's black with 2 black parents.
Yeah.
Right. So there's a misconception though, because there were some people that would look at her and think that she's black biracial.
Okay.
But she's not. It's like the phenotypical presentation or the possibilities of what a person's phenotype would be if they had a black parent and a white parent.
Okay. I mean, I'm not trying to harp on the point. All I'm saying is that if we were just using the legal, definition of race within America, it's not really explanatory of the differences, like in West Asia versus East Asia.
No, we understand that there are differences.
That's what I'm saying.
No, we understand that there's differences. And even if you weren't able to tell us what your race would be here in the United States, I would still expect, though, that you would know that to say that, you're a Middle Eastern person, that wouldn't be a racial category. That's my issue, is that's the part that's making me think you wouldn't be able to have a conversation about this because, you didn't know that was not a racial category.
I'm just saying that this construction of race is American-centric. It doesn't apply neatly to other people around the world.
I disagree with that. What makes you think
can I
it's
just-
just America?
I'm saying this specific construction of race.
Yeah, can I just say that, change, right?
Yeah.
Race is a social construct. It's going to change depending on what country you're in. For example, a person can be considered colored in South Africa, right? But then when they go to, let's say, to another country outside of South Africa, they would just be categorized as black. And that's the same thing within Brazil as well. There are going to be different racial categorizations. So racial categorizations can change depending on what country you're in, because race is an arbitrary social construct. It's not based on genetics. It's based on how the society you live in decides to classify your phenotypical characteristics, and then also where your position is within the hierarchy. That's the most important point. Because when we're talking about whiteness, people are not talking about your literal skin color. No, you're talking about your position within the hierarchy. It's a legal categorization. So even within the Middle East, there is going to be a very clear racial hierarchy that does exist within the Middle East, even if it might not have the same names as the American government census. It doesn't mean it doesn't exist, though.
I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I mean, I agree with what you just said. All I'm saying is that the specific construction is not going to be applicable to the middle. That's why I said, when you asked me, my race, I guess on the census, if I ever take the census, I guess I would fill out the option for a white and a black parent, Or I guess race wise, if I can select two, I'd select white and black, I guess.
Well, you would present as one, but I think I don't know.
Yeah.
The thing that's just throwing me is just you know that whole entire region is not just you understand that there are different.
Well, I mean, I'm from there, so yeah, it's not like one.
Yeah. So then, I guess what would you be considered racially there then?
Would I be considered racially there? This is why I'm saying it's not not really we don't use a specific race as explanatory of one's identity, I guess.
Probably be there's a difference between abyad wa asmarani, right, or asmar, right? So even yeah. So even within the Middle East, you do call people white or white skinned or black skinned or dark skinned. So yeah. So it depends what you look like. So these types of category they might not be the same exact, you're not going to find the category the race Pacific Islander in the Middle East, right? Because you're not going to find that, right?
Yeah.
But you're still going to find like white, black, these things, you're still going to find them in the Middle East as well.
I mean, not to say that Americans over-fixate on race. I'm just saying that the Asmarani or Abyad, in a Middle Eastern context, is not going to be understood as race in America.
I get what you're saying.
Socially defined characteristics.
Yeah, but I get what you're saying, because it is like that in many other places. I understand that. I understand that the categories that we use here in the United States are not even the same as what they would use in Mexico or anywhere that's close to the United States, right?
Yeah.
My issue though is understanding that there is a hierarchy, right? There is white supremacy that exists. I don't know where you would fall. I don't know what you look like, and I don't know anything about you.
Where I would fall, I mean, in your construct, I guess I would be like people can tell I have a black parent for sure. So I guess I would be black, even though I feel like it's obvious I'm like an Arab black person.
When you say black, are you saying that you have a parent that's African?
Ethnically, yeah.
Where's your parent from, if I may ask? If it's too much, then you could say no, of course.
I have I mean, they're both nationally Palestinian.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so you have an Afro-Palestinian parent.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. So even like within Palestinian society, like Afro-Palestinians are still going to identify as like Afro-Palestinian or Black Palestinian. Like when you look at the quarter within Jerusalem as well, the Afro-Palestinian quarter, like you see the fact that they still do identify with like
of course. Yeah. These people identify as but they identify as African, not like as like the broad category of black, right?
Yeah.
And then these people are also distinct from people who live in the southern West Bank, like the people in Ariha, who are not the same group of people as the ones that live in Jerusalem, for example. They're both black, and they're both, I guess, descendants of Africans, but they're treated differently societally.
Aren't there ones in Tulkarem as well? If I'm not mistaken, I read that the leader of the resistance group in Tulkarem was like a black Palestinian, if I'm not mistaken. But I'm so sorry, my bad. I'll shut up.
No, you're fine. So you're black up stuff, like let's say here in the US.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
All right. Which topic? So ignore the first topic. That's a question specifically for white men. But which one of the other three topics do you disagree with?
I don't understand what you mean when you say systemic racism and racism are the same structure, because when you drop the word systemic, I think of racism to be interpersonal, and then systemic racism is racism like enacted by systems. So I don't understand how these things are the same, structure.
They're related to each other. The purpose of racism is to do what?
The purpose of racism?
Mm-hmm.
Denigrate someone on the basis of their race.
It's for white people to create a cheap and free labor class. So they, white people are afforded privilege through the exploitation of non-white people globally.
Okay.
So that's why I would say that race is, and there's a structure, like the way I see racism is based on a sociological theory that is called structural functionalism, where you have systems that all interconnect and interlock that form the structure, and that's what upholds whiteness. So when we say like racism, so you're talking about on an interpersonal level, how is it that this hierarchy that exists impacting non-white people's lives, right? How is it that even on an interpersonal level, like somehow we would be able to have like an even playing field? Because do you think white people can experience interpersonal racism?
Do I think white people can experience interpersonal racism?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I guess I'm not defining the word racism, or like when I say the word racism with no qualifier, that's what I'm talking about, interpersonal racism. I guess I'm not defining racism the same way you are. I'm using it in the more colloquial sense, where it's just like taking a bigoted action against someone on the basis of their race, I guess.
I don't think that that's what racism is. So like this started with the transatlantic slave trade, where you had the creation of the concept of whiteness, and then that being deemed superior and everything else being deemed inferior, right? Okay. That's the origins of racism. But what I'm confused about is how you can separate the two. If we know that when we talk about racism, we're talking about white people benefiting from the exploitation of non-white people. When we talk about racism, like the system obviously is, the structure is comprised of these systems, but even on an interpersonal level, how would the group that's privileged be able to be harmed by racism? That doesn't make any sense.
I feel like racism is like a broad umbrella term to encompass all these things. So when we're talking about like the transatlantic slave trade, I wouldn't see that as the beginning of just racism in general. I feel like the basis of the Atlantic slave trade was like scientific racism and like being born out of certain like genetic theories or I forget the actual term for the covenant that white people believed they had.
Wait.
Sure.
So when do you think racism was created?
When do I think racism was created?
Yeah.
I'm gonna guess like
Wait, if you're guessing, that means that you don't know.
I mean, it depends on the exact way you're defining it. Like I feel like
we're talking about the hierarchy that was created to hold up white supremacy. That's it.
I mean, if that's what you're talking about, then you can give me a precise date. I don't think that's all racism is, though. I think racism.
1452.
Yeah, but I don't think that's all of racism. Is what I'm saying.
Okay, so what in addition? Like, what else? What am I not? What am I missing? What information am I missing?
If we were to go to a country without like white or black people, like, could you still use the same structure to describe racism?
Name the country that you're talking about specifically.
If we go, for example, to like 1940s Japan, and there's like or actually we can go like even earlier, like 17th century China, I guess, where you're having like their culture, I guess, stamped out by the Mongolians who are occupying this northern region.
Well,
they're enacting. Sorry.
That wouldn't. I don't think that would be an example of racism. Because what's the conflict? What was their conflict rooted in specifically?
Their conflict rooted in, I guess it would be like.
On the basis of
imperialism, I guess it was just conquest.
Yeah, so we're not saying that like no other like conflict hasn't happened amongst different people groups in the past, or exploitation or even oppression. We're just talking about a specific type of exploitation and oppression.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I guess like maybe we don't disagree then. I think we just define the terms differently. I don't think any of these things don't exist.
Yeah, well, but hold on. Yeah. But when we talk about racism and systemic racism, we'd only be talking about the hierarchy that was created by white people.
What's the basis for that claim? What's the basis for racism?
Back in the 1400s, back in the 1400s, Gomez de Zurara, he chronicled for Prince Tony the Navigator. He documented his observations when he came into contact with African people and said that they were barbaric, inherently violent, needed to be civilized. That information was then given to the Catholic Church, and the Catholic Church put out a moral and legal framework giving permission to Spain, Europeans, and Portugal to enslave African people in the quote-unquote New World. So, like, that literally would be the inception of racism.
Yeah, that's the inception, but I don't think words are static. Like, I wouldn't go...
I understand what you're saying, but I'm saying in the context of this conversation, when we are talking about people's phenotypical presentations, right? And we're talking about the specific hierarchy where white people are afforded privilege through the exploitation of non-white people, that's it. I don't understand why you would be... Like, even we could apply race to what happened in Yahtzee, Germany, right? People, the people that were pedestalized would have been the people that were of the quote-unquote Aryan race, right? That's a hierarchy. Is that the same thing as this hierarchy? No, they're two different hierarchies. I think people have even used the term race to classify like different animals and bugs, right? But what I'm telling you is that in this conversation, when we're talking about the hierarchy created to uphold white supremacy, this isn't about you and I using words differently. It's just that we're not having those conversations. We're having this conversation.
I understand that. It's just that, like, when you say systemic racism and racism are the same structure, the way I read that personally before coming on here was that the broad umbrella term of racism is equivalent, or like it's the same identity as systemic racism.
Okay, so the hierarchy doesn't change. Whether we're talking about systemic racism or racism, the hierarchy does not change. It's the same hierarchy.
Well, that's where I would disagree, just because systemic racism plays off a certain power dynamic built off the hierarchy, and
Yeah, so that's why I asked you before. How is it that we can acknowledge systemic racism exists, right? But on an interpersonal level, all of a sudden there's some sort of even playing field between people when they interact with each other, even though they're going to be impacted by the hierarchy, and like the way that we behave towards each other is going to be shaped directly by the system.
I'm not saying that the system will have downstream effects. I'm just saying isolated when we're looking at the interaction itself. It's not a question of power dynamics that are existing between two people.
Do you think that white people can experience racism on an interpersonal level? I'm saying I don't understand how that can happen. It's kind of like saying, like ableism, for example. Ableism would be the prejudice and discrimination of like towards a person with a disability. The people that would be ableist would be those that do not have any disabilities, because we're socialized in a society where, right, we're not going to, first of all, Taino Night. I don't even know why you would have the name Taino next to Night. That's wild, disrespectful to me. But IQ is rooted in eugenics. It's not an accurate way to measure someone's intelligence. There's plenty of information out there that would prove what you just said to be incorrect. And I'm about to block you, Taino Night, because that's so disrespectful to Taino people. I can't believe that. That's disgusting. But anyways, but yeah, so like, it's kind of like saying, like, what you're claiming is like a person who does not have a disability can experience ableism on an interpersonal level, but that doesn't make any sense. Ableism is prejudice and discrimination towards a person with a disability, right? When we talk about racism, it would be prejudice, discrimination, right, and the exploitation of those that are non-white. If we were talking about like homophobia or transphobia, it would be the prejudice and discrimination towards people who are LGBTQIA, right? Systemically, all of these things happen and they disenfranchise the group that is oppressed, right? And the group that is not oppressed has privilege rooted in that. They don't have to think or worry about these things because society was set up to benefit them, right? But what you're saying is that when it comes to racism, somehow the group that benefits from the oppression of non-white people on an interpersonal level can experience that same thing. But when we talk about ableism, you know that a person with no disabilities on an interpersonal level can experience that from a person with a disability. On an interpersonal level, you know that a person who was a cishet person, right, that they cannot experience homophobia and transphobia on an interpersonal level. But for some reason in your mind, it's different when we talk about racism. That's what's not making any sense to me.
Well, I wouldn't agree with any of the premises you put forth in that part, because I don't think that the reason that able-bodied people can experience ableism is because of the underlying hierarchy that exists within society. I think
No. But I'm saying society is set up to disregard the needs that people with disabilities have. For example, a person who's in a wheelchair. A person in a wheelchair is going to be 48% less likely to find a job because they're in a wheelchair. Society is set up to benefit those that walk, not use wheelchairs.
Yeah. What I'm saying is the way I would define ableism, especially interpersonally, isn't based on the underlying hierarchy. I would say that you are getting discriminated against on the basis of a disability you have. That's why we would say able-bodied people can't experience ableism. But I would still think, for example, that even though people who are older, over the age of 25, they have more legal rights than someone who is 10 years old. But I think anyone at any age, I'm saying anyone at any age, can I finish the point real quick? I'm saying anyone at any age could experience ageism because they all possess age. Not everyone possesses a disability. Not everyone possesses...
Yeah, but that's my point, is that a person who does not have a disability cannot experience ableism on an interpersonal level.
No, they can't experience ableism in general. Just
period. Exactly. You understand that about ableism. Because they don't possess
a disability to be like on which the basis of the ableism would take place. They don't possess that.
But the problem
everyone possesses a race.
Yeah. But here's the issue, though, is that you acknowledge that, right? Because you understand how that works. But when it comes to racism, you somehow think that the oppressor can experience racism. That doesn't make any sense, even on an interpersonal level.
Okay, I'm saying I don't know if what I just said was sticking there. Oh,
No,
I
what
said
you said makes sense. It's that you're not applying it to racism, and I'm not really understanding why you
because it's
think
two
that the
different.
oppressor can experience the very harm that they perpetuate towards people that are not white.
Because what I'm saying, when it comes to ableism, you are discriminated against on the basis of a disability you possess.
Right. And
So
with
anyone who
racism,
possesses a disability can experience ableism.
exactly, yes.
Anyone who possesses a race can experience racism.
No,
Anyone who
that's
possesses
incorrect. That is
an
incorrect.
age.
That is incorrect. So then you don't understand what whiteness is.
I don't understand. I understand. What do you mean? I like. Do you understand like the difference I'm drawing between racism and ableism?
The problem is that you're not accepting the fact that white people as a whole are the ones that created and benefit from racism.
No, I do accept that they benefit from racism. Like as
Okay,
a
so if they,
whole,
so if they,
structurally,
yes,
systemically, they benefit from
yes.
racism. Yeah.
Okay, exactly. So what I'm saying is, how is it then that they can experience racism on an interpersonal level?
I like when we're talking about racism, systemic racism, we're talking about the power dynamics and the power that an institution or a system can project, not like a single
I don't
person.
use the term power. I don't use the term power. I think power is too subjective.
Whichever type of energy or axiomatic energy you'd want to use in that case.
Yeah, so I would say that we're talking about systems that were created to intentionally uphold whiteness and white supremacy. And
I would look at the inception of something to define it as well.
And afford privilege to people who are white through the exploitation of people who are not white.
Yeah, okay.
That's what racism would be. But you're saying that
I would look at the inception of a word to see what its definition is. Like words aren't static, they change over time.
Wait a minute, Opsop. But we've moved on. Like, we know what the word is, but we're talking.
We don't actually agree on what the word is.
Hold on. But the problem is you and I disagree on functionality, right? You think that racism functions differently than what I'm saying. Correct. Are you using the bathroom while you're on a TikTok live? That's really weird.
I'm washing my hands real quick, so.
Okay. But what I'm getting at though is that I'm not understanding how, like, because you said you agreed before, right? With whiteness being the thing or the group that benefits from racism. And now you're saying that that's not the group that benefits from racism? I'm confused.
Structural racism, as it operates in institutions and systems, yeah.
Okay, then. So how are they able to experience harm from the very thing that they benefit from?
I don't think white people can experience harm from structural racism. I'm saying interpersonally, if we're defining racism as
that paradigm doesn't change. Even on an interpersonal level, that paradigm does not change.
Do we treat anything else as like existing statically between systems and interpersonally?
I just gave you examples. So when we talk, do you know what interpersonal racism is?
Racism that occurs between persons. Yeah.
Yeah, but the problem is that for whatever reason in your mind, you're thinking that you can separate like interpersonal racism from the structure and how it functions, and it cannot be separated. It's all a part of the same structure. So, like, one example of interpersonal racism would be Emmett Till. He was a young black child who was on vacation away from his family, right? And a white woman claimed that he made a pass at her. So she went and told her, her people that. And then they came back and they found him and they unalived him. Like, they beat him so bad they unalived him. This is like a huge deal, right? His mom actually ended up wanting an open casket so the world could see what was done to her child.
Yeah.
Right. In 2008, the white woman that claimed that she had him hit on her exposed the fact that she lied. He never hit on her. Right. Yeah. This is back in 2008. She was protected. She never had to face any repercussions for what she did. They protected that woman up until the day that she unalived in 2023. That would be an example of interpersonal racism, right?
I disagree.
You don't think that that's an example of interpersonal racism?
I don't think that's interpersonal. No, I think
how would it not be interpersonal?
The woman who was racist in that case accused them, evoked certain structures, institutional structures to enact the racism, right?
No. She got away with it, is what I'm saying. She didn't have to, like, so the reason why it would be interpersonal racism is because this happened, like, socially between the two of them.
The consequences felt by Emmett Till were not social consequences. They were enacted by systems and institutions.
Interpersonal racism is a part of the entire structure. It is a component of the structure that was created to uphold white supremacy and whiteness.
You don't think that there's any examples of interpersonal racism that doesn't evoke structural, I guess, not power, but whatever word you don't want to use?
Because that is not how racism works.
I don't think...
How would that not be an example of interpersonal racism?
So when we're talking, I don't know the exact cases about Emmett Till, but what existed in my, like from what I can gather about the case, what existed at that specific location in that area among those people was a certain incentive structure among those people to be able to, like, you know, demonize, attack this guy. Then the, you know, legal system failed him. The legal system failed seeking justice after the fact. Like, I'm looking at
because he's
a societal structure. I'm looking at
because of racism.
Hold on. I'm not saying this wasn't racist. I'm not saying he didn't experience racism. I'm just saying that these.
But you know, but you're saying it's not interpersonal racism. But
I'm not saying it's, yeah, exactly. It's not interpersonal.
Wait, hold on. Okay, so
I'm evoking structures.
Can you slow down for a second?
Yeah.
Why do you think?
Yes.
Why do you think it's not an example of interpersonal racism?
Because the racism was enacted through specific systems and structures on a societal level.
What type of interaction did they have?
So, like, when the whole did you like what happened exactly? You're saying the whole town came and.
Wait, so if you don't know for sure what happened, then how are you dismissing it?
I'm not saying I don't know for sure what, but the way you described the story, you're saying the whole town came. I'm saying that what existed there.
I never said anything about the whole town.
May I please give a quick, go for it. Yep. A quick thing real quick? Okay, so let's go real quick. All right, are you familiar with things that happen right here in the U.S.?
What things?
Okay, so do you remember there's a woman who had a dog and she was walking the dog and a guy was taking pictures and she wanted to call the cops because she tried to have a false claim that he was that she felt threatened by the man. Do you remember that?
No.
Okay, so there was a woman. She was in the park. She had her dog. It wasn't on a leash. A black man, was taking pictures, and he asked her, "Hey,
of the woman?"
Yeah. He's just taking pictures. He was taking pictures at the park.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's a bird watcher. He does things like that. And so she had a dog, and he said, "Ma'am, can you please put your dog on a leash?" Well, what she does is she ends up screaming. And he's videotaping her. She starts saying, "This man, I'm about," she basically tries to call the cops and says, "This man is going to hurt me." And she's trying to say, "It's a big black man. He's going to hurt me."
Yeah.
Okay. So do you think he could have done that to her?
I'm sorry. You're saying she called the police on him because he was taking pictures.
Yes, and she tried to use a system. She tried to say, "Oh my God." She got on the phone. She started crying. She started saying, "Please hurry up, send the cops. This big black man is going to hurt me." Oh, now, do you think he could have done the same thing to her?
On the order of probabilities, no.
And so that's where we're talking about how she interpersonally can use a system to assist her in what she wants to do.
That's not. I wouldn't consider that interpersonally, though. She's evoking a system, a structure, the legal system. That's a structure.
Exactly, but her interpersonal feelings was able to invoke said structure. He could not do that. That's what we're trying to explain to you. All right, so interpersonal racism has to have a structure with it. If I walk outside of my house and someone just wants to call me a name, they could call me a name. But if they can use a structure, like if they can use a structure to be racism, that's where racism really comes in at, because racism has to have a system behind it. So, like I said, personally, he could not look at her in the park and say, "Oh my God, I'm just going to use a whole structure called the cops to come get her. Oh, hey, come get this lady. I feel like I'm in trouble. She's going to get me. I'm 6'5" and she's only 4'11" and she's going to hurt me with her." No, he can't do that. But the thing is, the fact that she can get on the phone and say a big black man is here in the park and I feel threatened, he's going to hurt me, and the cops will come in a heartbeat. So what I'm trying to say is that's her interpersonal, actually can be actually nested within the system of racism to attack that black man. And I got to drop because I just want to explain that to you that that's what we mean by interpersonal cannot happen the other way. Emmett Till could not walk out of that store and say that she whistled at him. He could not walk out the store and say she called me a little kid and said, "What's up, baby?" See, that's what we're trying to say. Emmett Till does not have a structure that could have protected him from the white woman. So we're trying to say, how could Emmett Till have been racist to the white woman, Carolyn Bryant, that she was able to do to him? That's what we're trying to tell you. Because,
wait, can I ask you a question?
No, hold on. Because she's a white woman, she was able to grab the entire system, kidnap him, lynch him, and be protected. He could have never have done that to her.
Yeah. Can I ask you a question?
No, because I'm dropping. I got to do my push-ups and go. Bye.
Thank you so much, Black Cabinet. I appreciate you. You're always welcome up anytime.
Thank you.
Of course.
Thing
Yeah.
after ops. You want to say something ops after you? I want to say.
Yeah, I don't disagree with anything he said. This idea of like the interpersonal racism having an interplay with a structural racism that's not what I'm arguing against. And I also wouldn't say that interpersonal racism is on the level of structural racism, because the dynamic of structural racism is probably way more excitable than interpersonal racism. Like the effects of just someone being interpersonally racist without evoking a larger structure isn't going to be the same as someone just being interpersonally racist. All I'm saying is that the woman's actions in both cases, they didn't become racist after evoking a structure, right? They're racist within their own regard, and that racism was magnified by her using a structure.
So, have you ever taken care of plants, ops?
Have I ever taken care of plants? Yeah.
So, let's say you want to have like really, really healthy leaves in your plant. What do you do to have like a healthy, flourishing plant?
You put it in the sun, you water it, you give it, you put some soil in there, like good soil.
Fertilizer in the soil, right? You nourish it, right?
Yes.
So, can the leaves exist without like a nourished soil?
No.
No. So the leaves are going to be dependent on the soil, right?
Yes.
So in this case, the soil is going to be the systemic racism, and the leaves are going to be the interpersonal racism, right? So the leaves are dependent on the soil the same way that interpersonal racism is dependent on the systemic racism. The systemic racism births people, conditions people to be racist, to hold these bigoted systems. And then at the same time, those racist people go into the system and continue upholding that system. So it's like a symbiotic relationship. That system cannot exist without the racist people, and those racist people cannot exist without a system that conditions them to be racist, right? So,
Wait, I'm sorry. Say it one more time. You're saying that the last part about
So I'm saying, so that system cannot exist without racist people who continue upholding the system. The policymakers, the police officers, the said system, the lending officers in the banks or whatever it is. Like that system is going to be upheld, but those racist people only exist because the system continues conditioning people to be racist. Okay? So this is why I'm saying that interpersonal racism is going to be intrinsically tied to systemic racism, in that the systemic racism is conditioning like white people to hold these prejudices or these racist beliefs towards all these different groups of people, and then white people either go in, or they can weaponize the system because of these racist beliefs that they have.
Okay.
Whereas a
Can I ask
black
you a question
person,
then?
like black people, have that control. Black people collectively do not have that political, economic, or systemic or institutional control to be able to be conditioned to be racist and to also uphold racism. Does that make sense?
Everything you said, I would agree with some of the premises here. Like, for
What do
example,
you agree with?
I don't think, for example, that we could say that have to have a constantly conditioned racist population to uphold racist systems. I think racist systems can exist, but, racist people.
Who upholds?
You wouldn't agree?
No, I disagree. I disagree. I
Really?
think a majority need to be okay with the status quo in order for the status quo to continue being upheld. Who is going to uphold a racist system if there are no racist people?
I think derivative of like certain historical justices you use in society, even if the society is trying to be progressive and you fill it with progressive people, non-racist people, those racist residues will still.
There is no society with non-racist people. I can definitively tell you that a majority
No, I
of
agree,
white people,
obviously, yeah.
a majority of white people are not actually today in 2025 are not actually doing the work to educate themselves. And that's
Yeah.
precisely why this historical residue you're talking about, these historical residues continue impacting people so negatively.
Yes. Yeah, they do.
Continue taking life because they're also consistently being upheld. Like you cannot heal happen. And the reason as to why certain groups of people, okay, I'll explain this to you in the most perfect sense. You're Palestinian, right?
Yes.
Would you say that Israeli society is inherently anti-Palestinian?
Yeah.
Yeah. And would you say are conditioned from cradle to grave to be anti-Palestinian?
The vast majority, yeah.
Yeah. And the vast majority, not all, like three probably like don't agree with what the IDF is doing, but an overwhelming majority of them agree with what the IDF is doing, which is precisely doing the same shit that it did back in like 1948 when they used to be the Haganah, the Irgun, and the Lehi, and the Palmach, whatever it is, right? So those historical injustices of the Nakba, they still have an impact today, 100%, right? The Nakba still impacts the Nakba. But the reason as to why Palestinians are not able to heal from the Nakba is because it continues happening today. And the reason as to why it continues happening today is a majority of Israelis, from cradle to grave, are currently anti-Palestinian so that they can continue upholding a system that was implemented.
Okay.
And that's the same thing with racism.
Yes.
That system was implemented decades ago, but people today are being conditioned to continue upholding it.
Okay. Like a small thought experiment, because I've come across this comparison. Not like I debate this often, but I've thought about this comparison quite often, and just as I guess like a mental exercise, right? If we could, for example, think that we could snap our fingers and change every Israeli to not be racist, right? We just have this like innate power. Systems will still persist or no? And the reason I'm asking this question is because I truly believe that racism can exist within structure, void of human, in general. You know what I'm saying? So I'm asking if you snap your fingers and we just made every Israeli not racist. Do you think
not
that
anti-Palestinian? Yeah.
Yeah,
No.
sure. Not anti-Palestinian. Would you
The system would crumble.
still think?
Who's going to uphold it? Like if you have a majority of
You mean
Israelis.
instantly? You don't
No,
think
instant. It
racism would
doesn't have
persist?
to do that way, right? But somebody needs to uphold it. Who is upholding it? Who is upholding within Israel? Who is upholding the policing system? Who is upholding the who votes for the people who go into the Knesset? Who is the one who's passing these who was protecting the settlers when they wreak havoc in the West Bank?
But,
Who is the one who is
structural racism doesn't need to be continuously renewed. It could literally just be an artifact of the past that persists.
no, but it only persists because there are people who will continue upholding it. Like, for example, why aren't like why aren't they still experiencing massive oppression the same way that they experienced in the 1940s? Because yes, they still experience anti-Semitism within Germany, but they're still not being sent to camps, like subjected to these mass industrialized unaliving like they were in the 1930s and 40s. Upholding it.
Yeah, but look what you're saying. But like this was like literally almost like 80 years ago, and Germany itself has like on such a crazy unlearning process. Their Holocaust education.
Exactly.
Stuff. Yeah, but that process.
But that's not happening with white people.
I know it's not happening with white people. I know it's not happening like the way we want it in the United States at all. I'm just saying that.
I don't think it's happening at all.
Yeah, I'm saying
white people are. Majority of.
Even in Germany, where they had like such an intense, aggressive action to kind of undo Yahtzee culture and all.
Actively work to undo it because like the denazification process wasn't necessarily working. The purpose of what Germany was doing was in order to kind of relieve themselves of the guilt, because a majority of the systems today were literally built by the Yahtzee. In order to kind of relieve themselves of the guilt, because a majority of the systems today were literally built by the Yahtzee. The leftover Yahtzees were never held accountable.
We would say that German society is more equitable for Jewish people today.
The AfD is still on the fucking rise. Like they might weaponize Jewish people against Muslims 100%, but they still hate crime them.
Yeah, but like it's not like Yahtzee Germany. It's not like
no, it's not. Yeah, it's not.
Right?
But
like
the thing I'm saying, white people haven't done that
since
though.
Then, because like a educated society will work to undo these racist structures, but you have to have this people, like a general people, working to undo these structures. That doesn't just mean.
But white people are not working to undo it. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like,
I
can tell you right now.
Void of these people.
No, not as massive. You just debunked yourself. This structure is as bad as it was in Nazi Germany. And the reason as to why that structure doesn't exist as bad as it did in Nazi Germany, who are actively upholding it. You need to actively uphold that structure and system in order for it to continue existing.
Yeah, but
the reason as to why systemic racism on a global scale is still horrific towards Black people, and the material conditions of Black people has not greatly improved, is because a majority of white people don't care to educate themselves. They don't care to fix comfortable. They're comfortable. They like the privilege. They like the comforts. They're okay with the fact that a lot of people are being disenfranchised in order for them to have their privilege. And that's an uncomfortable truth. They don't give a fuck. They don't care that Black people today in 2025 are still dying in mass. There are going to be some white people who educate themselves 100%, right? But they are in the minority. The majority of white people are not doing the work.
I don't disagree at all. Like, especially like looking at America now, the political landscape of America, I feel like we've regressed actually terribly so in the past 15 years.
So wait, stop. But can you just answer this question though? Because you haven't answered it yet. How can white people experience racism?
If I was using the terms exactly how you're using them, that's all I'm saying is that I separate the structural racism from specific people, because I think these things can exist independently of one another.
Okay, that's what you're thinking. Does that actually happen anywhere for white people?
I think so. I think we see racist structures exist, persist.
No. Stop. Hold on.
You're saying that white people can experience racism, and I'm saying where.
Okay. Like the way I use racism, like broadly, like the huge umbrella, and specifically interpersonal racism. Like if you like go up to someone and make a snide comment about their race specifically, I would consider that racist in all.
I disagree with that
It's not
because
structural or institutional or
yeah,
systematic.
but how do we know that a white person is even white?
How do we know? What do you?
Yeah, how do we know that a white person is a white person? Or how do we know like an Asian person is an Asian person or a black person is a black person?
The phenotype, I guess.
Yeah, it's linked to. Wait, hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on a minute. But so what are those categories? What are those? Thank you for the gifts, y'all. I appreciate you. What are the racial categories, right? Those names, where do they stem from?
1492.
What? No, what?
No, sorry. Like when race was devised by.
No, the first racial category. There were only 3 racial categories when racism first existed in the United States. But what I'm saying is those different racial categories exist. Why? Why do they exist?
At its inception, they were used to uphold certain, like to bestow upon white men a moral covenants and justification for imperialism.
Yeah, and there are places, but it's all connected to white supremacy, right? So you may have interactions with people who are let's say non-white people are interacting with each other. Sorry, I'm just gonna mute your mic because you have a lot of feedback. It's really bad. Let's say like you have people who are not white interacting with each other, then they've internalized racism, right? So it's going to be what they've been indoctrinated to believe about each other, right? And those harmful stereotypes exist because whiteness needs to be able to demonize other people in order to exploit them. This is why you hear very like negative stereotypes used about Asian people or black people or indigenous people and so on and so forth, right? That they don't have a history of oppression on the basis of them being white. So sure, we can make negative comments towards each other as non-white people, but it's all rooted in the indoctrination, right? That's forced onto us living in a society where we're forced to adhere to the standards of whiteness and white supremacy. I don't understand why it is that you think that somehow these people can experience even if it's just an interpersonal level when they benefit from racism. There are seven black in less than the past year. Like the progress that the United States has made when it comes to, and I wouldn't even say it's like real progress, but it's been because of Donald Trump and his administration, and then all of the people that have fallen victim. I'm just really not understanding how like.
I'm sorry. Are you saying that all the progress disappeared within the last few months?
I didn't say all of it. I said some of it.
Okay, some of it.
Yes, 300,000 black women losing their jobs.
Yeah.
7 men being put into trees with rope.
Yes.
Even a lot of the other decisions that Trump and his administration have made, they're going to impact black people a lot more than they will other groups of people.
Yeah, but my point is that I look at this regression in civil rights for black people not as like okay, the country within the last 8 months just got way more racist in the proportion of white people who are.
That's not what I said. You're putting words into my mouth.
I'm not saying that's what you're saying, but if is intrinsically related to how racist people are within that system, I think assume that all this racial progress has been dissipated is if you think that
I didn't say it's all been dissipated. I don't know why you're
or like a large, it's regressed, right? It's gotten worse. Is if a proportional number of white people have just turned racist.
No, the problem is that white people they've pulled it and they've maintained it. I don't understand why that's not clicking.
It's not that it's not clicking. It's just that like because I don't
You
think
don't have you don't have a reason as to why you think white people can experience racism. Like it's not happening. White people are not experiencing racism, not even on an interpersonal level. They're not.
Well, I feel like I think it's like directly a consequence of the way I'm defining racism.
Okay, so I've already you were discussing specifically, so I
No,
feel
but
like
if we're just using that definition, then I guess I agree.
yeah, but here's the thing. So it's the context of this conversation. You understand that we're talking about a hierarchy, yet you then turn around and say that white people can experience racism. You're not making any sense. You're contradicting yourself.
That hierarchy and the structural racism, I fit it in the domain of structural racism, and the thing I've just said in this conversation, personal racism. I think these are
interpersonal racism, as you can see here from this diagram, is a component of racism. It is a component of racism. That's exactly what Black Cabinet explained to you. You have given no reason that would make any sense as to, hold on, let me finish. Please, stop cutting me off. You understand the hierarchy that we're talking about specifically, right? And then you turn around and say that white people can experience racism. If you know that we're talking about just the specific hierarchy that was created by white people to benefit white people through the exploitation of, then how is it that you are turning around again and saying that white people can experience racism?
I mean, to be fair, the prompt that you had up was that structural racism is racism.
It doesn't say anything about structural racism. It says systemic racism and racism are speaking on the same structure. They're the same structure.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, but here's my issue. You know that we're talking about, when we say racism, we're talking about benefits for white people through the exploitation of non-white people. When we say systemic racism, we're talking about benefits afforded to white people through the exploitation of non-white people.
Why would at all?
Because people come up here and they think that they are two separate things. And now we have white people saying that because they have been subjected to working in a workplace where affirmative action exists or DEIA exists, or if they get because they have been subjected to working in a workplace where affirmative action exists or DEIA exists, or if they get a reaction from a person that they're being racist to, that is them experiencing racism. They believe that there is some sort of reverse racism happening to them, and it's not a thing.
But I wouldn't agree that any of those things are racist.
It lessens but they argue that it is a thing. They genuinely think that they can. They cannot. Like a white woman could cry. There's a book about this. It's called White Tears, Brown Scars. Could cry, and that could be the end of a non-white person's life. Racism, the hierarchy that we are talking about, upholds whiteness and white supremacy, affording white people privilege through the exploitation of non-white people. You have an entire structure of racism, and within that structure, you have components. Interpersonal racism would be an example of those components. There are no stereotypes that exist, much so that they're going to be unalived because of it or treated differently in society because of it. That's the issue that we have with the argument that you're making. It's like saying men. No, we cannot. We are systemically oppressed because of patriarchy. Even if we internalize, it's still going to be actions, right? Where we are trying to survive, where we are giving in to the indoctrination that we've been socialized to believe that we're just helpmates, or that we're, supposed to just have children, and, whatever the case is. It is a equivalent to saying that women can be misogynistic towards men, and it doesn't make any sense. That's the problem with what you're saying. It's very dangerous to say that white people can experience racism.
Model a little bit more for me then. So, does racism only exist between people above on the hierarchy to people below?
I think that Asian people can participate in the exploitation of Black people. Do I think that they are benefiting from white supremacy? No.
So Asian.
What I'm saying is they participate in anti-Black exploitation. So, like, for example, what happened in Uganda, right? Great Britain took people from India and then forced them to work in Uganda, right? And they actually were starting to, like, in that society, during that particular time period, they were actually starting to benefit more what they were forced to do there than African people, right? They were participating in the exploitation. Now, they were weaponized by white supremacy. Sometimes white supremacy will take a group of people and weaponize them against each other. Why? Because they benefit off of all of that. Yeah, sure. Maybe some people from India back in the day, they all were benefiting from the exploitation of Black people. We see that taking place in the United States. Sometimes you'll have Asian owned stores and businesses that will exist in our neighborhoods. And back in Los Angeles in the 90s, this was something that happened. There were Korean people that came into LA and they had a store, and the prices that they had in a particular African-American neighborhood were too high, right? So African-American people were boycotting going to the store and having to pay for, for the raise in prices or whatever the case is. There was a situation, because they had a very negative view of Black people. There was a situation where they thought a young Black girl, I think they thought she stole orange juice. It was never the case. The shop owner ended up unaliving this young Black child she was trying to purchase. And that set off a lot of tension that took place between African-American people and Korean people during that time period. They're given the opportunity to have businesses, but we don't always see those businesses in white areas, but we do see them in Black areas. Opportunities, not ability, but opportunities to be able to open up businesses. But you can say what you want to say, and then I'm going to go to Nafi, because Nafi's been waiting for a while.
Sure, I can leave then. But I guess like my question would be
No. You can stay. Nafi, I think Nafi wants to speak with you.
Oh, okay. Should I speak or?
You just acknowledged that.
Oh wait, Nafi, it's kind of hard to hear you.
Oh. All right. You just acknowledged that we can't use the system at all. So if we call a white person a cracker, they just get hurt, and that's it. Hurt feelings is not racism. Racism is the racialization. What does calling a Black person the N-word mean? It means that they are up. We can't do that. It's that simple.
My question would be like, do you think that these Asian people who unalive the Black child, do you think they're racist or just engaging or participating in a broader
anti-Black,
but not racist?
They don't benefit from white supremacy. White people still benefit from white supremacy over them. The reason why they know Black people are Black, and the reason why they have those negative views of Black people, is because it's rooted in white supremacy and the indoctrination that has been forced onto them.
So does that kind of make sense more, or?
Like when you like, what do you mean by make sense? Like everything internally coherent and consistent. I guess like it's just like a break from like the traditional colloquial like meaning.
Yeah.
The word racism, that use it in common parlance, I guess.
So the problem is that most people read at a 4th grade reading level. So most people won't have that type of knowledge to tell you, right? So we take a look at at history, like we basically need to be accurate, and you don't seem to want to be accurate. You just want to play along with most people who read at a fourth grade reading level. Does that sound right to you?
I think this is a question of accuracy or precision. Like if I were to use the word experience, you would think that just means like the feeling of, or in academic circles, we're talking about experience as this broader consciousness or materialist concept. I don't think one is more right than the other. I would just say, or more accurate than the other. I think it just depends on the domain, I guess.
But racism is not feeling, right? Because people are like sminching black people, preventing them from flourishing, right? And that's not about feelings. And that's why I said if I call a white person a cracker, they just get hurt and that's it. Hurt feelings isn't racism, it's how it affects my material conditions. Just like redlining. White people don't experience redlining, black people do. It's not about feelings, it's about material conditions.
When I said feelings before, I'm not saying that racism is just about feelings. I'm just saying that the word being used in a specific domain would suggest a specific context.
How do you use the word? Because you keep saying that. How do you use the word?
I mean, maybe like after this conversation, I'm gonna have to go and reflect on how I use the word, I guess. But
The reason why I'm asking is because that's your argument. You don't have a valid reason to disagree. We've explained it out. I've shown you two charts, and you just keep saying that the only reason why you disagree is because you lose your, or because you lose your, or because you use the word differently. But that doesn't make any sense.
I don't know what you like.
Because your argument is that I use the word racism differently. That doesn't equate to white people being able to experience racism on an interpersonal level. That's where the disconnect is. We're trying to understand like how you got to the point that you're at, because you don't have a valid reason other than you just use the word differently to say or claim that white people.
Yeah. So what I mean specifically,
And then after you respond, we'll go to Kavi.
Okay. What I mean specifically is that within an academic sense, when I think of racism, I think about the specific structures and power dynamics that are used to uphold racism. I view this as structures that people interact with and people benefit or not benefit, or when I say benefit racism, I mean like uphold them. But colloquially, like when I hear the word racism with no modifier in my mind, I'm thinking of the colloquial definition, which is just bigotry on the basis of race. It's not like there's no like broader sociological utility with the word. It's just something people use in violence.
There is though.
What do you mean? Well, there's what?
Because it's not just bigotry on the basis of race.
There's what? Sorry, there's what?
You're saying that you think racism is just bigotry, like the definition that you use. You think it's of race?
I'm saying in the colloquial sense. That's what I would assume it to be.
Yeah, but so I could say to a white person, "Oh, you can't dance. Oh, you put raisins in your potato salad. Oh, you don't use seasoning on your food." Am I being racist to that white person?
No, I don't think so. Specifically there, no. I feel like
So what are these examples that white people are dealing with? And then we'll go to Kavi after that.
That rests on how you would define bigotry. That's you.
So can you? Well, okay. So let me say this. Can you give us
colloquial and in common process?
Wait, stop. Hold on. Give us a scenario. I don't like hypotheticals, but I'm trying to understand you. Give us a scenario that fits what you're saying.
Of a specifically a white person?
Yeah, because you're saying that they can experience it. So explain like what it would look like.
A hypothetical. I don't like to fantasize about racism, but I guess like if I had to
I'm not
give
saying to fantasize. I'm just asking you so we can understand what you're saying.
I guess like as an example, like if someone of an unidentified race, you don't even, it could be white or non-white, I guess, they go up to like a white person and they start beating them up and they say, I'm beating you up because you're white. I think that'd be kind of racist.
That the white person is a white person.
I don't think that's relevant to the example at all.
It is, because you said white. How do we know that the white person is a white person?
The reason I don't think it's relevant because I don't think your racism has to be accurate.
Pertaining to the subject matter. How do we know that the white person is white?
Like the person identified this person to be white.
How do we know that that person is white?
Because of the way they look.
Okay, and if we know that they're white, then that's rooted in what?
If we know they're white, race.
Right, the hierarchy created to uphold what?
Like that's what like race at its inception was. Do you think that like defined as what they were defined?
No, wait, don't pivot. Don't pivot.
It's not. It's a direct.
No, you're pivoting.
Substance.
Wait, you're pivoting.
The substance of what you just
Stop.
said.
You're pivoting. No, you're pivoting. You are pivoting now. You just pivoted. We know the white person is white because we've been socialized and conditioned to understand what whiteness is. It's rooted in white supremacy. So if a white person is catching hands because they white, it's collateral damage. It is what it is. They're not experiencing racism. All right, we'll go to Kavi and then we'll go to Nafi.
So can I just like respond and then I won't even respond after your response. Just as like
they want to address you. So because you and I are gonna disagree. There's no way you could get me to agree with what you're saying. But Kavi and Nafi want to speak. So
okay.
I wanted to ask you a question. Can you all hear me, by the way? I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. So, I want to ask you a question. Why do you think there's a lot of confusion around what is racism, what isn't racism, what is interpersonal racism, what is...
Why do I think there's a lot of confusion around that? I think in general, like there are like certain words have like I don't know the exact what the formalism of this would be, but words in academic contexts can mean different things in colloquial contexts. Like that's why I gave the example of experience within a colloquial context would just be like how you feel something. But if we were sitting at like a philosophy department, they might use the word like very differently.
Yeah, but when it comes to racism that has like very deep material impact, there's a lot of confusion around it.
I don't understand like why the fact that it's deep and I don't know why my explanation wouldn't apply to racism, the word racism as well. Do you think my explanation doesn't apply to racism in this case? You don't think that like
reiterate your explanation?
Certain colloquial contexts, we have words that we would use. Sorry, there are common words we would use in both a colloquial and academic context that within the different domains would have different meanings. So when I gave the example of experience, like in a colloquial context, it would mean something else because that's where like
I understand what you mean. Why would it have those different meanings though if the impact and the...
I don't think the impact and function is the same thing.
If it is racism, yeah. When we look at, for example, like racism and how it impacts black it off of racism, it's always going to function to uphold a, like, we live by system. Certain lives are valued more than other lives, and this is pushed also by racism and white supremacy. So why do you think that regardless of whether people misunderstand what racism is or have, that the function of it still stays the same?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question one more time?
That regardless of if we have a colloquial or academic understanding or sociological understanding or a post-colonial understanding, we can sit colloquial or academic understanding or sociological understanding or a post-colonial understanding, we can sit here and argue on the definition, but the function is always the same. Certain groups of people's lives are valued, other groups
Is the same.
100% on a global scale, 100%
Well, what if we
against,
just start
especially
with
against black
America?
people. Yes, 100% against black people. Yes.
You don't think that racism evolves? You think it's just like a static concept? The way it's realized, the way it's enacted, the way it embeds itself within structures. I feel like these things are fluid, evolve.
The material conditions does not change, though. How it impacts people does not change. Just because, Western European colonizers in the past used to go around colonizing the world under the guise of civilization. Today, they do it under the guise of development. Just because they decided to change the term that they use before they say we're civilizing other countries, and just because they might change their argumentation, maybe make it more abstract, the impact is still going to be the same. People are still going to be dehumanized on a systemic level. You are still going to be robbed of your resources. You're still going to have a less likelihood or a higher chance of dying. Like the oppression is still going to function in the same manner. You still live within a society that continues challenging your humanity. It's the same thing with you, You, like, for example, I'll go back to you again. You can have the liberal Zionist. You can have the like a liberal Zionist, like what's his name? The guy who did the Oslo Accord. The guy who got assassinated. Who?
Rabin, I think.
Rabin. Yeah. Yitzhak Rabin. You could have a quote unquote center right. You could have a quote unquote center right Zionist. You can have a far right Zionist like Bezalel Smotrich. They can all differ in how they talk, in how abstract or how direct they are, but they still are oppressing Palestinians. The oppression has not changed. Your people are still dying, regardless of if it's a liberal Zionist who does it, or a right Zionist, or a secular Zionist, or a Zionist who tells you, "Oh, we care about you. We want a two-state solution," or a Zionist more like, are you hearing me, or am I cutting away?
You're kind of like mixed with some background audio.
Give me.
Sure. I don't know if I should respond in this 1 second or not, but
No. Hold on. Yeah. Hold on. I'm getting off my bus. I'm so sorry, but my point is, right? Let me take off my headphones. Give me a second. You could respond in a second.
I can respond. I obviously I agree with everything you're saying, but I still would say that Zionism has evolved and changed its function. Operated purely as a imperial colonial project across the entirety of the land, and it still operates in that same function within the West Bank as an imperial colonial project, constantly expanding with tension specifically on within what Zionists call Israel proper. It has changed from a colonial imperial project to one of apartheid in the current state, right?
But you could argue that 48 Palestinians are still colonized. The end goal of Zionism being that it wants to rid the land does not change. My point is, you could have a liberal Zionist like Yitzhak Rabin. Oh, I believe in a two-state solution. I think that they need to get the West Bank and Gaza. We a little Smotrich who says, yeah, fuck all Palestinians. We need to get rid of all of them. Or you can have like a slimy Benjamin Netanyahu who comes in and switches up and tells you no two-state solution, but also we don't want to unalive all of them. We just want to neutralize this. Yada, yada, yada. Regardless of how the framing might change, the end goal of Zionism never changes. The end goal of Zionism being the fundamental erasure of anything that is Palestinian from the land. Change, whether it is even if it change, like even if it's uses different mechanisms in Gaza, to the West Bank, to the 48 Palestinians, but the function of it doesn't change. And that is how racism is. Like you could say, okay, like we don't call black people N-word with the hard ER in laws anymore. We're not going to sit here and auction off black people within the U.S. But what we're going to do is we're going to criminalize black people and disproportionately police them and then send them to the prison system and then have them work on the plantation. So, directly go and feed black newborns to alligators anymore. Hospital system, the medical system, so racist that in 2025, black newborns are 3 times more likely to die during childbirth than white. We don't have to go and experiment on black women's wombs without anesthesia, but we're going to make the medical system so fucking racist that black women are still going to be 5 times more likely to die during some form of experimentation done on them, right? So my point is that the is oppression of people, upholding of a hierarchy where have their humanity challenged on a regular basis. And then other groups of people, like white people, continue off of the disenfranchisement of other groups of people. That has not changed. It's like a hot dog machine. Regardless of who operates the hot dog machine, regardless of if you change the type of oil that you use, you're still going to produce hot dogs.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. The only thing I'm saying is that, like, when I'm talking about the function of Zionism or the mechanism or how it changes, I think it's important to highlight it, right? Like when it comes to the racism in the U.S., I'm not saying that we've made such good strides, because I don't think it. I think it's like pretty plainly obvious, especially in the last 2 decades, how bad we're doing. It's just that if I were to look about, in the 50s and then in the 60s, how racism evolved in the country, I would say that, before, when it's explicitly legalized, now racism is injected implicitly within our legal structure. I think that structural difference is important.
But how does it change? What does it change when, in the 50s, the legal system says it's targeting N-words, whereas in the 1980s, the legal system is going to say it targets crack users, knowing full well who's predominantly going to use that. You're not listening to what I'm saying. Lee Atwater said. Lee Atwater literally said. Have you ever heard of Lee Atwater?
No, I'm not saying that the end result of these two things aren't going to be bad for black people. That's not the difference I'm saying. I think the difference I'm saying, right, between the two things is voter ID laws, or the crack cocaine distinction they make in law. And at this point in time is different type of system than saying
the structure hasn't changed.
Votes.
Yeah, but the structure hasn't. They just use different tools, or they use different packaging. It's like when a company comes out with a new packaging, but the food is still the same. That's how it is. Like the packaging changing does not mean that what's inside doesn't change. And also, the packaging changing does not mean that it somehow evolves to harm white people when white people literally directly benefit off of the disenfranchisement of everybody else. Like the reason as to why white people are benefiting off of it is because other people are being disenfranchised.
Okay. I think. No, I don't disagree. I think I'm just. I think I'm using the words differently than you guys. Not to say that you guys are incorrect. I think I have to. If I'm gonna have this conversation, I probably have to have the same framework at this point.
Are white people experiencing racism on any level? Yes or no?
I don't know. Okay, hold on. Just to answer the question.
I've been waiting for you to give us that example this whole time.
I gave you an example. You just didn't like my example. Can I ask you a quick question?
State your example one more time, please?
About the white person getting beat up and the guy beating him up is like laughing at his face.
I didn't say that I didn't like your example. I said that the reason why we know that the white person is white is because of white supremacy and racism. White people get up on occasion for being white. A lot of times it's because they ignited something or they started the accountability for that. But in addition to that, I just think that like not understanding like the weight of racism where people are in situations, right, where they're like running for their lives or trying to fight for their to be racist towards black people and to be harmful towards black people. I think one example would be like with Ukraine, we saw that white people from Ukraine were prioritized and able to leave over black people who are from Ukraine.
I gave of racism colloquially that my example would be racism or no?
No, it's terrible. It doesn't encompass like what.
I know. I'm gonna reflect on that and hopefully like.
No, it wouldn't. Your definition, I can't even answer that because your definition is just not something that reflects reality. Like it's not legitimate. Like even the definition in the dictionary.
A definition is arbitrary. Like I don't know what you mean. It's not legitimate. It's a definition.
Even a definition in the dictionary is not necessarily going to explain like functionality. Like the utility of a dictionary definition is more so to just give you. But when we talk about racism and when we apply what happens to using the definition, we understand, right? Well, I would say that we would investigate, or we would identify what the supremacy and investigate the impact of those systems on to people's material conditions. Like another example, what horrible, but this is something that has happened to black men throughout like history, right? Kish, we know who wrote the dictionary, but regardless of the fact, dictionaries aren't the end all be all. So I understand he can't root his understanding of racism solely in the definition of the word. But there was a movie that came, I think this was the first like America. They had a scene, it's called Birth of a Nation. They had a scene where two black men were dressed up in blackface. I'm sorry, two white men were dressed up in blackface, and they were acting like, you know, animalistic or whatever, and they pretend to like push down a white woman and attack her, right? That's how black men were viewed in society at that point in time. It was fiction, but that's how black men have been portrayed in society. Were viewed in society at that point in time. It was fiction, but that's how black men have been portrayed in society. The reality is that white men were perpetuating that level of harm onto onto all groups of people, and they still do that to this day. They're responsible. Like I'm just not really understanding how you think that white people can experience racism. I don't know. I don't get it. But Covey wants to ask you a question.
Okay.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, Swan.
No, you're good. I think there might be a lag, but you're good.
I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No. There's a lag. You're fine.
Yeah. Ops. Yeah. Ops, do you think that Palestinians can be as bigoted interpersonally to Israelis?
As bigoted? What do you mean by that?
Or do you think that like interpersonally Palestinians can be bigoted to Israelis?
I guess, yeah.
Wait, you think that?
What do you mean by bigoted? Like on the basis of what?
Of them being Israeli.
Can they be bigoted on the basis of being Israeli? I think it's like an analogy because there's like Arab Israelis technically. Are they bigoted towards Arabs on the basis of them being Arab?
Wait, but those those are 48 Palestinians though. Like they might they might have like an Israeli citizenship, but they're like legally are not treated as Israelis. They live within an apartheid system, unless you talk about the Druze. I'm talking about like your average Palestinian. You think like even a 48 Palestinian. You think a 48 Palestinian has like the power to be bigoted to a Jewish Israeli?
On the basis of the fact that they're Israel, on their national.
Yeah. Because 48 Palestinians are still not treated equally within Israel.
I mean, not structurally, no, or systematically.
Personally, they can be bigoted though.
Yeah. If I'm being consistent, yeah, obviously.
But you understand how that this doesn't make sense though. Because if a 48 Palestinian like I don't know, like hates an Israeli or says like fuck all Israelis or whatever it is, what harm is that going to do to an Israeli person?
So I'm sorry, say it again.
Like if a Palestinian on an individual basis says fuck all Israelis or I hate Israelis or says some kind of, I don't know, slur or whatever it is, like how is it going to harm an Israeli person?
That's not, I wouldn't say that's like a necessary component of being bigoted.
No, but race, like a necessary component of race harm to somebody. And if you're arguing that like a black person can to a white person and cause harm to them, then you would have to be consistent and say that a Palestinian person can cause harm to an Israeli person. Like, I don't think on an interpersonal level, a Palestinian person, like there's nothing a Palestinian person could do that could oppress an Israeli person. Whereas Israelis can oppress Palestinians. And that's the same thing with black and white people. There is nothing that black people can do. Absolutely nothing. Zilch. Nada. Nothing.
Yeah. But I wouldn't say that that's necessary for being bigoted or racist in the colloquial sense that I was talking to.
How can you have racism without harm?
Like I don't know what you like. What do you mean?
How can you have racism with?
Do you think like saying the N-word is racist?
It's saying the N-word is inherently harmful. Yes, it's a harmful thing.
Who are you harming if you say it?
You're
alone?
dehumanizing a person. You're normalizing the dehumanization of black people, which is literally like the normalization of the dehumanization of black people is literally what's causing people to be desensitized to the death and suffering of black people. When black people are literally being enslaved, auctioned off on a global scale, and people don't give a shit to have dehumanized black people on a global scale and normalize the dehumanization of black people. And even if you say the N-word alone, you are normalizing the dehumanization. So it is inherently harmful.
No, I don't think it's not inherently harmful. I'm just saying it's not directly harming.
It is directly harming.
Interperson. Like when I'm if a Palestinian sat there and said, you know, fuck all Israelis or something, I guess that's like technically bigoted. I'm just saying it wouldn't be directed at someone.
But they can't interpersonally harm Israelis is my point. Like what is the Palestinians? A Palestinian saying fuck Israel, saying fuck Palestinians, that is completely different because they're literally genociding y'all. And that's the same thing like black and white people. Black people are not funding the genocides of white people. Black people are not benefiting off of the systems of the oppressed, are not getting away with the unaliving of white people. Black people are not disproportionately incarcerating, are not unaliving white newborns. That is what's happening to black people at the hands of white people, though. How are you claiming that black people can cause harm to white people based on their race, oppress them, when we collectively are not able to do that?
I just don't see how the two premises connect at all. Like when you're saying how can a black person do harm to a white person if they don't possess the structural or collective ability to do so.
Trust me, if white people were being harmed, you would have heard white people lamenting over racism. The only time white people ever bring up racism is when a black person talks about their experiences. If white people racism, I had a lot of white friends growing up. I had never ever heard them talking about racism, how they were impacted negatively by racism and how they had to talk to their parents about racism. They would have released music talking about racism. They would have released movies talking about racism. They would have collectively had the racism. No, they don't do that. They only do that as a response to black people talking about racism.
Yeah, I don't think white people have a race. I don't think white people have like a racist problem, as in like I don't think they're collectively or like whatever racism we say they experience. Like I'm not saying that this is like a harm enacted against the group. Like this is like the same way that like this group has like less IDs or this group has whatever. I don't think it's like a collective harm being experienced by.
Yeah.
Racism is inherently harmful.
You keep saying the same thing over and over, Absat, but I'm not really understanding what you're trying to communicate.
I mean,
Can you give us an example of racism that is not Can you give me an example of racism that is not harmful?
An example of racism that isn't harmful?
Yes.
Like an act of racism, or like can you think of
any examples or acts of racism or racist words that are not harmful?
I mean, I guess all racist acts are harmful, but
exactly.
Because you're contributing to like a wider issue or wider problem. But would you say that this is like interpersonally harmful?
How can you give me any act of any type of racism that is not interpersonally harmful?
Any act of racism that isn't interpersonally harmful?
Yes. When can racism not be harmful? I want to understand when racism
cannot
be harmful.
Hold on. What do you mean when it's not harmful? Like
because you tried to say that not all racism is harmful.
I don't. I'm saying no. Like something can be interpersonally not harmful but systemically harmful. Would you agree with that?
So can you give me an example of something not interpersonally being harmful?
Like if a government passed a law banning black people from voting, that would be systemically, structurally, legally harmful. Would you say that's interpersonal?
Wait, what? I'm confused. Wait,
is the example I just gave interpersonal? Is that an interpersonal harm?
No, that would be systemic because it's from the government.
Exactly. So that's not an interpersonal harm. That's racism. That's not interpersonal.
but that racism is still harmful. You said that like racism doesn't have to be harmful.
I said it doesn't have to be interpersonally harmful. Yeah. I just gave you an example of racism that isn't interpersonally harmful.
No. That's not what that was. You gave an example of systemic racism.
Exactly.
Okay, yeah. You're saying that interpersonal racism. Do you think all interpersonal racism is harmful? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay. So can you please give us an example of how white people are experiencing interpersonal racism?
I don't like Like, do you, okay, my definition, like if I gave it a different word, would you say that word is satisfied for white
Your
people?
definition is horrible. But again, definition doesn't,
I'm saying it's horrible, but if I
because
say
you're,
that,
because your definition is just saying bigotry on the basis of race. We can be bigoted towards people. Black people can any person can be bigoted on the basis of race towards another person.
yeah,
But we cannot be racist. Racism does not equate to bigotry. You literally said that your definition was,
I didn't say it did. I said bigoted on the
yeah, but
basis of
hold on. Yeah,
race.
but your definition only includes bigotry. And that's not what racism is.
Well, I mean, like my definition, I'm saying is this is like how it's colloquially understood. I'm not saying it's in an academic sense. I don't understand. Like,
But your definition is shit, is what I'm saying.
well, it's not a formalism here. I'm just saying that this is how it's like.
It's incorrect. It's incorrect. It does not
I
make
don't know
any
what you mean
sense.
by incorrect. These things aren't on
Stop.
top. These things are.
Your definition does not make any sense.
Do you
It is
think?
incorrect. It is incorrect. I don't care about the colloquial use of the word. When we talk about racism, it's important. Hold on. When we talk about racism here in my space, it's important to talk about it accurately. There are people that are listening into these conversations. What you're doing right now is causing a lot of harm to Black people. So much so that you've actually got quite a few white people in the comment section agreeing with what you're saying, because I don't know, for whatever reason, like you feel as though you need to prioritize them in some way, shape, or form. In my personal opinion, I think what we're witnessing is how intense indoctrination can be, so much so that people will actually get up here and say things like, well, white people didn't create it. They benefit from it. Yes, and that we know that non-white people are exploited because of it, but they didn't create it, so how are we going to sit here and say that all white people are racist? But no one that is non-white can separate themselves from experiencing the harms of white supremacy, right? But people still come up here and swear that we shouldn't be calling all white people racist because it's not nice. But we don't get into the depths of talking about how to stop the harm towards non-white people. It's because of how we have been indoctrinated. You are prioritizing whiteness in this conversation, and you don't even know why you're doing it. It's because you've been indoctrinated to do so. You have no valid reason to explain how white people can experience racism. What you're doing, right, is you're taking away from the experiences of people in Sudan. You're taking away the experiences of people in the Congo. You're taking away the experiences of people in Haiti, of people in Jamaica, of Black people everywhere globally. White people love it when a Black person gets on a panel and they start to say, well, white people can experience racism. Yeah, sure. On an interpersonal level, absolutely. Why? Because that's the only extent that they can even think to comprehend. That's the only extent that they can even think to comprehend. These people, instead of saying nigger today, are saying you DEI hire. You got here because of affirmative action. You have a low IQ. That's the new nigger. And we hear it every single day. We just had someone up here claiming white people can experience racism. He could not give us an example, but he repeatedly called us nigger. Repeatedly. I understand, Opstop, that you have something in your mind about racism that you are holding on to. But what I'm going to tell you, though, is that you are being harmful right now. Do I think it's your intent? No, I do not think it's your intent. But what you're doing is harmful to Black people. Global, you can't name a Black and brown country involved with NATO. Like, these motherfuckers got a monopoly on violence. Like, these people make the decisions, right? Like, when we talk about voting here in the United States, right? And we have this option or we have that option, right? We can't even choose any other options because white supremacy is doing that for us. Like, I don't understand and I cannot comprehend why you would dismiss the experiences of Black people or put Black people in this type of a position, right? When less than 100 years ago here in the United States, a white person would expect you to move out of their way on a sidewalk. Like, they would expect you to move out of the way on a sidewalk socially. You better put yourself to the side and get out of this white person's way.
We're still treated as if we are subhuman. You have no valid reason as to why you are making the claim that white people can somehow experience racism. And you know, it's so wild when we say that they can, when Black people say that they can, y'all want to know what they do? Yes, you go Black person. Yes, see, this person knows what they're talking about. Yes, we can experience racism. Woohoo! But I don't see no groups of white people fighting for they don't have any activists. Their activists would be the Triple K. Their activists would be Schnazis. Their activists would be the Proud Boys, the Daughters of Confederacy, the Moms of Liberty, whoever you want to talk about. They don't care, because they don't experience it. These people will cheer and gift. They will send Black people coins for saying that white people can experience racism. Yet they never talk about how they're harmed by it. I don't see any movements that they have to stop it from happening to them. In fact, anytime there's any level of racial equity that is gained in society, right, anywhere, they see that as oppression towards them. And what happens? A violent white response happens. During the civil rights movement here in the United States, Black activists who fought for their own rights and the rights of others, mind you, right, were unalived, kicked out of the country, incarcerated, experimented on. Horrific things happened to them. The only time we ever saw pew-pew laws in this country change was when Black people were holding pew-pews to protect themselves. And a lot of times those pew-pews weren't even loaded. They weren't even loaded. People have the audacity, and what I'm talking about would be the Black Panther Party. People have the audacity to compare them to the Triple K. I don't know if you know who they are, but regardless, what I'm getting at is the only explanation, I think, in my personal opinion, that can fit here in this discussion is that you've been indoctrinated to uphold whiteness, and this discussion with you is evidence of that.
Wait, can I just say something, Swan? You're Palestinian. You have your humanity challenged on a daily basis. When you are seeing your people being genocided, and the Western world does absolutely nothing about it. You see these Western governments continue to arm the same entity that is genociding your people on a daily basis. When you see your people being subjected to apartheid violence, when you see rando settlers and rando Ivanka Trump being able to do aliyah and go to displace your people and go there and live there, these are all examples of how you have your humanity challenged on a day-to-day basis because of your identity, by simply existing in this world. White people don't have their humanity challenged because they're white. Like white people's lives are valued on a day-to-day basis. White people don't have their humanity challenged. White people don't see people who look like them dying en masse and nobody giving a shit about it. Right? That level of violence within itself, I think that we don't even address that level of violence. Like waking up in the morning, turning on the TV, looking at people who look like you dying en masse, and everybody forgets to cry. Everybody forgets to grieve. But God forbid a Ukrainian person or a Ukrainian person, all white people are mobilizing. Oh my God, we need to save these people. Like whiteness is not having their humanity challenged.
I think my position on the word itself isn't stemming from my attitude on whiteness. I just feel like when I go and I try to measure how do I consider what's moral, what's not moral, what's ethical, what's not ethical, do that consistently, honestly, is to have a deontological core. And what I mean by that, not to be debate broy, but I mean there's a certain standard of questions that you ask at the moment of the action to see whether it's correct or not correct. that's why, for example, I don't met like before, even though like there's like different formulations, I can reflect on the word and read some of the literature on it and see like how people use it differently. But that's why I never considered, for example, thinking of racism in terms of just like the output, the harm. I think the initial acts, even if we can conceive of a racist action that doesn't permit harm, or a bigoted act, racist, I guess, that could permit harm. I'd still, within the action itself, like in your own self, in your own ego, taking that action, there has to be some measure of whether it's moral, immoral, without just looking at the output harm. It's nothing to do with racism or whiteness. I think it's like a wholly encompassing of like literally any word I would use, I guess.
But you still can't give any example of racism without harm. And you said that you banked this solely on colloquial terms, but now you're using philosophy? Like, that doesn't make sense. You have no sources. You have nothing to back it up. We brought
What would you want me to
examples,
source for something like
empirical
that?
evidence.
Like my own deontological core. What would I source for that?
You said colloquial. You said you used the word colloquial, and black people cannot be bigoted toward white people.
Even be bigoted towards white people?
No.
Okay.
We have prior many hundreds of years of experience of why we should not like white people. Like, we have experience, white people don't. That's why we can't be racist or bigoted.
I just want to show something real quick. Just trigger warning to the audience. If mods could put that in the chat for me, please. And then just mute for me, up, because you have background noise. But okay, so on the internet, these are just some examples, I would say, of like interpersonal racism. Hold on real quick. This is a live that was hosted. It says remove all black and brown people. This is like maybe a couple months ago. And you see they're discussing removing people from like historically white and predominantly white countries. This is an example from like the account of a white supremacist. They basically want to get back to, this dream that they blonde hair, blue eyed, you know what that's about. This is a screenshot taken from someone's page. It says the mirror test: white babies recognize themselves at 15 months, black children not until 6 years of age. And it says science video. And actually today I found out where this photo truly comes from. If you look on the bottom too, it says like what the hashtags that they put, nuggets, black people, nigglets. So racist white person that created this. That actually comes from a article online. I can't believe I found it today. Can black people produce a white baby? And so it's just like talking about, if black people who like two black people can produce a white baby, and they just speak on that. But that individual decided to take that photo and use it for something else and portray it as if we are low IQ or we are not intelligent. This right here, this is an example of post from a white supremacist who's Australian. There's a grocery store in the United States called Tops, and a person with a manifesto went into that grocery store in a black community and unalived 10 black people. This was a screenshot of a video. This individual in the video was like dancing, and then it says -10 with a chocolate bar next to it. Like, haha, we got 10 people, we unalived these 10 people, these 10 black people. This is another example, white European person, just saying that will never be replaced. The Great Replacement Theory is something that's used to demonize people who are not white that go into other people's countries. This right here, Pepe, the
is constantly used by white supremacists along with the Wojak or whatever the heck it's called. Well, effing do it again. If you look at the sun is a white supremacist symbol. It's a common one. And then, you see things like this in their comment sections, like really, really harmful things. But we don't see this happening with Black people in mass. And then trigger warning to this is somebody like they're saying, oh, they're doing the sig heal or whatever, but that's not really what they're doing. That's just what they wanted to portray that individual as doing. And the last thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to play a recording of a live that happened a couple of weeks ago, actually. And I just trigger warning to everybody in the live because it is very triggering to listen to this. But this is a discussion where white people are talking about unaliving Black people. So just trigger warning. If you need to leave the live now, and mods will type trigger warning in the chat.
The way that I would fucking eradicate their existence would be very quick and very smart. Well, you say that now, right? But, I don't have a lot of backing, right? When you actually taken a life of a child, it's a little harder than you think. I know because I have.
I'm gonna just play that one more time.
The way that I would fucking eradicate their existence would be very quick and very smart. Well, you say that now, right? But, I don't have a lot of backing, right? When you actually taken a life of a child, it's a little harder than you think. I know because I have.
These people don't see us as human beings. There's never been a societal-wide movement by Black people to negatively impact or disenfranchise other groups of people en masse. I don't understand why you're up here fighting for a group of people that doesn't even see your humanity. It doesn't make any sense.
I don't nothing I do is motivated by another group, I guess. Even I'd like to think I'm supportive of issues that you'd probably be supportive to, but it's not because I say free Sudan, free Congo, all this stuff, but it's not because they're Black that I would say that, right? It's from an internal deontological core. So I'm not fighting for white people. I'm not fighting for Black people because they're Black. It's right? It's that's how my moral intuition would guide me. It's not because of anything, I guess.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Well, I was asking the host, but okay. So you know what misogyny is, right?
Yeah.
You know what systemic misogyny is?
Yeah.
Do these two things happen to two different people? Or two different groups of people?
No.
Why not?
I mean, misogyny is defined as the oppression of women, no?
So you're basing it just on the definition again? That's all your knowledge comes from? Dictionaries? That's
I don't think that the way I use the majority of the words or the academic terms have just come from dictionaries. Even the word racism, the way I defined it, wasn't from a dictionary. I was just saying that I feel like if you ask the average person in a non-academic setting what they thought racism would be,
that's a stupid and illogical take. That's like saying I shouldn't listen to Neil deGrasse Tyson. That's like saying I shouldn't listen to Neil deGrasse Tyson about astrology, and I should listen to the people who talk about it on TikTok, or listen to the one person who looked at the stars one time in the 5th grade. That's stupid.
Why would I'm not saying that's stupid. Their odds. I'm not making any claim of what you should do. No. That
is what your argument is based on. You you quite literally said that you take the colloquial usage of the word, right? There's plenty of things that are colloquially used, but through academic means and through scientific means, they're still incorrect. This is why I made the analogy that I made, that that's like saying that instead of listening to Neil deGrasse Tyson about astrology, I'm going to listen to the colloquial usage of astrology and take that as law. That's stupid. That is intellectually
What do you think
dishonest.
is your
That is
definition?
intellectually dishonest. Stop interrupting me because I am not the 1, 2, or 3. You don't have to be up here. I can drop you. Learn some damn self-respect and self-control. Because you've been up here saying nonsense this whole time. Now that I'm speaking, you wanna yap. W gift is in the chat. Keep tapping the screen. Let's get to 200k likes. Thank you very much. Jesus. Your argument is predicated on ignoring all other pieces of factual information and just using colloquial knowledge as your proof. It's weird.
But I didn't make proof.
Did I invite you to? Did I invite you to speak? Did I invite you to speak?
No, I'm sorry.
So go back on mute.
You're right, I'm sorry.
Faisal. Did he just say? Did he say that we both support the same causes to free Congo, but not because they're black? Even though literally what's happened to them is because they're black.
Yes.
Am I going insane?
No,
what?
no, you're not going insane. You're not tripping. He said that.
What do you think that means, though? How is that?
No one invited you to speak.
Wait,
No one invited you to speak.
Nafi and Faisal, anytime white people try to bring up a place where they think white people can experience, what's their number one go-to?
Africa.
An African country. Africa. And ain't that some shit? Ain't that some shit?
Seriously.
Ain't that some shit? Okay, I'm gonna go back on mute.
Right.
The fact that Africa is literally being because they're black and everyone is okay with it because they're black, because everyone has black people and are perfectly okay with maintaining the status quo of racism, and that's why nobody is doing anything about the global south. And so it's up to us black people to have to try to fight back through mutual aid without any monopoly on violence or resources. And you have the nerve to say that you support Congo, but not because they're black. That means you don't support them at all. You support the white supremacists in there, raping these people, mass unaliving just so they could steal their gold, take the sea, and exploit their resources. And they don't care about what happens to the black people there. When we were in school, we learned about the Holocaust. We never learned about the 30 million people that unalived back in Africa, right? This is intentional, and you're just proving it. And all you have is colloquial. Who cares? I just told you that they read at a 4th grade reading level. You don't care about any experts, any people studying racism. You care about the white people's perspective. You came here to protect your parent. And that is literally white supremacy. Prioritizing white people's feelings at the detriment of black people. And that's disgusting.
Can I respond or?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so for example, when I said that I don't support Congo because they're black, I'm not saying that what's happening to them isn't because they're black. What's happening to them is obviously racial violence. I'm just saying that when I want to support something, I don't look at what their race is. I support them because an injustice is happening, right? Like I would support people.
What's the injustice rooted in?
Racism.
Okay.
But like if it wasn't racism, if it was something else, I would still support them. That was my point. So I don't know how we've
No
gone.
one's saying that you shouldn't, but you missed Nafi's point.
Well, Nafi said that like that like I don't support them at all because I don't support them because they're black. So I did miss her point. I don't understand how that works.
Let me explain it again. It's fine. Because here's the thing. This is what you were programmed to do. This is your programming at work. So you're not gonna understand it, and it's not our job to make you understand it. Right? We've given enough grace in this space for you to like at least get to some point of understanding, but nah. You're just not doing it. So I'm just going to without having you respond because you're trigger happy. Let me just explain to you what my point was before. Oh, Nafi, you have a little bit of an echo. My point was with misogyny and with misogyny, whether it's systemic or it's interpersonal, it still affects the same group of people, women. With homophobia, whether it's systemic or interpersonal, it still affects the same group of people. And we can go down all the list of oppressions. Systemic Islamophobia, it's still affecting the same group of people. But for some reason, when it comes down to racism, it decides to change and morph and then do different things. Who invited you to unmute?
I didn't even say anything. Why are you cutting off?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You weren't supposed to unmute. Stay on mute. There's feedback when you unmute. This is why everybody else is unmute while I'm speaking. Even the host is on mute. Like I was saying, for some reason, when it comes to racism, all of these rules of operation go out the window. And now these two things, even though they're based and rooted in the same thing, operate differently when you add a word in front of it. It makes no sense. Right? Even the word racism itself tells you that it is a system. Even the etymology of the word tells you that it is a system. Now you want to make it seem like it is outside of the system and it can exist without a system, which makes no sense based on its own etymology. See how I didn't use the definition and I used the etymology, two different things? Right? Even more further proof. Very trigger happy. So I'm going to give you the functionality of racism, and I know you've been over this, but I want to hear you say it again, so we can all see how far your cognitive dissonance is. I'm going to give you the functionality of racism. This is how racism, not systemic racism, this is how racism as a whole, as a structure, as a concept works. And I'm going to, and based on what I tell you, you need to show to us other racial groups of people doing that to white people. Got it? Go, great. This is the functionality of racism. Racism is a structure of systems specifically designed to uphold whiteness and white supremacy, giving white people specific benefits within different various structures, while negatively impacting the socioeconomic conditions of black people and non-white people. Now, based on this functionality, right? Tell us how white people are experiencing this from other races of groups using empirical evidence, not I think, not I believe, not I feel. Those are not statements or sentences that you should start with or you should say. This is what I factually know. Based on the evidence, based on the data, based on the facts. This is what I factually know. Now you can speak.
So as I've said, literally the entire conversation, like this formalism, when we're talking about structures and systems, I don't think white people can experience racism in that sense. Like I've already said this a million times.
Then they don't experience racism because that is what racism is. If you don't think, if I'm still speaking, because again, you cannot separate one from the other. They all work the same. If we're gonna go based off of your logic, that would mean interpersonal misogyny also affects men. That would mean interpersonal homophobia also affects straight people, which again is illogical and you know it. It is illogical and you know it. So back to if white people cannot experience the functionality of racism, it's core functionality before it enacts in different ways. The core functionality of it. If white people cannot experience that, then they are not experiencing racism. It's as simple as that.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
So, in that, following the same logic, you'd say that only Muslims can experience systemic Islamophobia, for example?
It's in the word. It's about Islam.
Yeah, but interpersonally,
Yes.
so
And I said this before.
Okay, yeah, but interpersonally, South Asians, Sikhs, other religious groups who aren't Muslim or Arab experience Islamophobia. You wouldn't say so?
You cut out.
Oh, I'm saying that, even though systemically we think of Islamophobia, like banning a hijab as specifically targeting Muslims, you wouldn't say that, interpersonally Sikhs could experience Islamophobia or South Asians that aren't Muslim?
Sikh, a religious sect of Islam?
No, it's I guess an indigenous South Asian religion.
Are people assuming? Wait, because I feel like there has to be more to that question. Are people assuming that they're Muslim just by looking at them?
So yeah, after 9/11 in New York, we saw that there's a big Sikh population. These are Indian dudes with the curly mustache, the turban.
Okay, yeah, I know who you're talking about now. Yeah,
Yeah.
They
But these
well,
people aren't Muslim.
not all of them are, but I think what happens is,
None of them are.
huh?
Sikhs are not Muslim, but also for example, I experience Islamophobia even though I'm not Muslim, but I'm racialized as one because I'm East African, right? So, but the thing is, Sikhs don't benefit from Islamophobia. White people benefit from racism, so it's not going to be analogous.
Well, Muslims don't benefit from Islamophobia. They both don't benefit.
Well,
exactly.
yeah, but
experience it.
But the reason, because you were about to bring up 9/11, I get where you're going with that. It's ignorant people's perception of what they think a Muslim person is. Do you get what I'm saying?
No, I understand, but I would still call that Islamophobia.
Well, yeah, I mean that person, but okay, because I feel like the intent would be Islamophobia. But are you bringing that example up to make it seem like white people can experience something?
No, it's not about white parents can experience something. I just don't think the reason that we add the word systemic, or in my mind at least, systemic or structural, is because we're changing a function or mechanism. So systemic Islamophobia enacted through the legal system or some cultural societal push is different than interpersonal. We can look at the effects of the systemic version, the effects of the interpersonal version. We're never going to have systemic Islamophobia affecting Sikhs because they're not legalized as Muslims, but you can have it interpersonally. I think that says something pretty significant about
how does that apply to white people, though?
That was responding to I'm sorry, I don't know how to say this name. I don't know which part is your name, which part is your username.
Be a reply to Faisal either, because Faisal was saying that people who are on top of the hierarchy within these groups cannot be harmed by that system. Men cannot be harmed by misogyny because misogyny inherently upholds male supremacy. Able-bodied people cannot be harmed by ableism because ableism upholds able-bodied supremacy. White people cannot be harmed by racism because racism upholds white supremacy inherently. Right? But when it comes to Islamophobia, Islamophobia does not uphold Muslim supremacy or Sikh supremacy. So you're bringing up two groups of people who are not on top of the hierarchy when it comes to Islamophobia. The other way around?
Sorry, wouldn't it be anti-Muslim supremacy, I guess? Because
neither of these people are benefiting off of it, though. Neither of these people are benefiting off it. But whereas white people are at top of the hierarchy, are you going to tell me that Elon Musk experiences interpersonal classism because somebody says that, I don't know, you think that me, Athena, right? Me, Covey, that I can go to Elon Musk and I can tell him eat the rich and that's me being interpersonally classist?
Is that being interpersonal? I guess no, not really. No.
Why not? What's the difference? Why can't I be interpersonally classist to Elon Musk by telling him to eat the rich?
I wouldn't say that's bigoted, I guess. I wouldn't consider that bigoted.
I don't know. Would you say
it's bigoted?
I don't know. That could hurt his
No,
feelings.
even from my perspective, I wouldn't say that's bigoted. Like, I
But
understand
why
what you
not?
mean.
Why can't I be interpersonally classist to Elon Musk? Okay, fine. Let's say I say, fuck you, I hate you because you're rich. Is that me being interpersonally classist to Elon Musk?
Interpersonally classist?
Mm-hmm.
I guess, yeah, definitionally.
Can we take it a step further? What if I found out how to access some of his money and I took some of his money? Am I being classist towards him then?
I don't understand the question. I don't understand what that's supposed to evoke, honestly, because I don't know what that has to do with classism.
If I find a way to take some of his money, am I being classist to him?
No.
All right, I'm gonna pass it back to Cubby.
Elaborate. Why not?
Elaborate why stealing, like, I guess getting access to his money.
Can't she be interpersonally classist to him?
No, I mean, I think you can be. I just don't understand how, like, taking money, why that would be classism.
How can you be interpersonally classist to Elon Musk? Tell me how Elon Musk can be victimized by classism on an interpersonal level.
Like, in no way feasible, unfeasible could Elon Musk ever be, damaged, like, in the way that a poor person could be damaged.
Why not?
What do you mean? Because, like, the material conditions won't change, but, like...
Why not? Why not? Why can't Elon Musk be victimized by interpersonal classism?
No, I'm not saying he can't be at all victimized. Like, you can hurt his feelings, I guess.
And you think hurt feelings is classism?
Do you think hurt feelings is victimization?
Yeah, but I'm saying if you're trying to argue that a white person who's at the top of the racial hierarchy can be victimized by interpersonal racism, I don't understand why you're having a hard time. So like agreeing with because this is your logic.
No, I didn't have a hard time. I said, yeah, you can be interpersonally but I don't think getting access to his money would be classist.
So can you demonstrate how a person can be interpersonally classist to Elon Musk?
Like what you said, like if you go up to me and you say like, hey, you're fucking weird because you're rich, or like if you just make fun of him because of his class, this is like, I'm not saying this is at all on, like, there's like a question.
But don't you see that is literally, okay, this is why what Swan said initially is what you're doing. You're literally doing white people's work for them. Because if you're going to sit here and say that racism is about, or classism is about hurt fifis, a person can say, oh, somebody hurt my feelings. That's what you just said. You said, if I said, fuck you, like, what is that going to do? Like, how is that going to get him fired? Is that going to, like, prevent him from paying the bills? Is that going to unalive him? Is that going to actually have any type of impact on him? No. But when you're saying that is classism, and also Elon Musk being able to fire people, being able not to hire people, being able to lower the wages of people is also classism, you're fundamentally whitewashing what classism is, the very real material harm of classism. And that is literally what rich people want you to do. And that's what white people want you to do. White people want us to sit here and say, everybody can be a victim of racism. And when we do that, we don't actually sit here and work on dismantling racism because everyone can be a victim.
But also he knows the point. Because originally when you asked about whether or not you could be interpersonally classist to Elon Musk, he said no. And then when he realized,
I said I'm not sure.
Hi, Op.
Please don't cut Adorn
I'm still
off.
speaking. Yeah, you did absolutely say no. I'd be willing to bet you $1,000. Originally, when she asked you, you said no. And then as you guys kept talking and you realized, oh, damn, that would mean that I'd have to say no about racism. You changed your answer. Because originally when she asked, you did say no. But to be more, but also, is it okay if I talk to him, Kavi? Thanks. I just wanted to ask you, what was the original, like, what's the purpose of misogyny?
I don't know what you mean, but can I respond to what Kavi said first, and then?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, just like on the point, like even you said, can Elon Musk be victimized? And I asked you, well, is hurt feelings victimization? What do you think? Is that being victimized? Is hurting someone's feelings victimizing them?
The scenario was pertaining to classism. Don't change it now.
What do you? Okay, I'm asking a broader question, not removing any. I'm saying not taking anything out of context. I'm asking a broad question about a point of disagreement in that conversation. I'm saying,
I would say not in the context of the discrimination that's being done.
Yeah, so no, I don't necessarily think that within that context of Elon Musk, no, he cannot be victimized. But if it's like a homeless person, yes, they can be victimized.
What do you mean within the context? I'm saying
within the context of Elon Musk.
I didn't ask you in the context of Elon Musk, though.
No, but I'm saying it depends on the context, though, because like a homeless person can fundamentally be dehumanized through these words, so to say. Like there's gonna be
dehumanized. I said just victimized. Like if you hurt someone's feelings.
Yeah, but I'm saying it depends on who. Do you think a homeless person can victimize Elon Musk?
Can he victimize it? Like that's so
broad. Victimize when you're subjecting somebody to like very cruel or unjust treatment. Do you think a homeless person has the power to be able to reproduce interpersonal classism and victimize Elon Musk?
To reproduce like you are like the reason I'm hesitating.
Can a homeless person be classist to Elon Musk?
When I'm hesitating when I'm talking, it's because we're stretching these definitions and like
we're not stretching these definitions. Again, we're talking about classism.
We're talking about a homeless person and the richest man in the world, and we're talking about is there classism between them. And I'm saying on the smallest fundamental level that pales in comparison, and then we have to like speak of magnitudes. Orders
you
lower.
You do realize that you moved the goalposts to this point, right?
I literally didn't move any goalposts. I feel like
okay. So can you answer Covey? So then can you answer Covey?
So no offense, I feel like I'm getting my words taken out of context. I feel like so I'm just gonna go down. No offense.
Yeah, could I finish what I was saying though when I'd asked you when I started speaking to you? Yeah, I think the issue and why the context matters in regards to whether what's happening is victimization or not is because of what the thing is. That's why I asked you what the purpose of misogyny was. What I usually tend to ask people is, what was the thing that was happening? Like, I think people tend to forget that a thing was happening and then we gave it a descriptor, not the other way around, right? So the whole point of misogyny is for men to be doing the exploiting. Like, it wouldn't make sense if it was like, hey, guys, we're exploiting each other. Hey, ladies, let's exploit and oppress each other. No, the whole point is for men to be doing the thing, right? The context, within context, the point of misogyny was for men to be doing the thing and benefiting from it. It's the same with racism. It's literally the same thing. The whole point of race and racism was for white people to be doing the exploiting and the oppressing. It would not make sense if they were like, hey, can we oppress each other? Like each thing has a context as to what was being done within the discrimination. That's why it wouldn't make sense that individually. Hi, Nicholas.
Please don't interrupt, Nicholas. Go back on mute. She's in the middle of talking.
Yeah, that's why it wouldn't make sense that within context that a person with a disability could be ableist to a person without a disability, right? Even though people like to use the fact that the word race is in racism. Well, able is an able-bodied, but we can't be ableist to an able-bodied person, right? If anything, it would be disableism if you guys wanted to narrow it down to that. The idea is that the whole specific purpose of that form of discrimination was to give benefit to this particular group. So regardless of whether it's happening interpersonally or systemically, it wouldn't matter because that's not the purpose of the thing. That's not what was being done that we gave the descriptor to. Does that not make sense to you?
So like that part where we say we gave the descriptor to, right?
Yeah.
And I understand, like, you mean that in academic sense, in the study of this, of
No, I
racism.
don't mean in the academic sense. I mean in any sense. That's how words work, right? We're speaking a word to convey a particular thing, right? Or to convey ideas. So something is happening or something exists. The chair has to exist, and then we gave it a name, right? So
So are words, are the meanings of words democratic in your opinion?
Democratic. They're subjective. Yeah, they're subjective. Words are subjective. Yeah, so I'm not stating that there's a wrong.
I didn't get to respond.
Hi, Op, you asked me a question.
No, I didn't. Okay, yeah, sure. Go ahead. I guess.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, words are subjective, right? So I'm in no way stating that there's a wrong way to use the word, or that this is the only way in which the word can be used, right? I'm not claiming that. The words are subjective, they're descriptive. If tomorrow I wanted to say I'm hopping in my cow and driving to work, I could say that. But very clearly we know that's not what's trying to be at least conveyed. And I mean, and if we changed it, cool, right? Because colloquially we change things. But what we're talking about here is I would say, at least for me, in the best way to utilize the word. I think that there's harm that's used when we try to change the word to placate white people, right? Because that's all that's that's all that's happening here. Unless you want to be upholding white supremacy, because what's happening here is white people don't like that if that finger is being pointed at them, and so there's responsibility and accountability on their part. So if we want to prioritize white people and their feelings over what's actually happening, we can, but that would be literal white supremacy prioritizing white people.
Yeah. I'm sorry. What is your name? So I can
Adorna.
Okay, Adorna. I think actually we agree a bajillion percent on everything, especially when it comes to words and the subjectivity of words. Because what I've been saying the entire time, right? And even you say that, like, I guess you could say that, like, hopping into my cow driving to work. But that doesn't have any utility because this is like a private description of what this word is. It's not within the collective consciousness, right? Like language is only useful if it exists within some collection rather than just like individually in my own mind. I decided to call a cow a car. That's where the utility comes from. So my whole argument, the overarching argument, I guess I do have to leave in a few minutes after that, but like, was not one of prescription where I'm saying we need to, as group of people, collectively acknowledge that white people can experience racism because of such and such. That's never what I was saying. All I was saying is in the descriptively, in what I understand to be the colloquial collective understanding of the word racism, where people think that racism is just bigotry on the basis of race. I'm not even saying I hold that position. I hold the structural and the academic definition of racism true. I think that's like the word, like that word has the most utility, obviously.
Wait, your definition was bigotry towards people on the basis of race?
I'm saying no.
That was your definition that you used in this conversation?
I think that's the colloquial definition. That's how I would.
So what is the academic definition? Because you never introduced an academic definition in this discussion.
Because I wasn't talking about an academic discussion.
Yeah, but
right?
also
we told you it wouldn't be based.
Wait, can I just
No. Stop. Because because you never brought this up before. Yeah. You never brought it up before. We asked you if there was another definition that you knew of, and you said no.
I said no.
You said no.
The issue with this is, I think colloquially we know that people use words in ways that the truth is most people aren't educated about discrimination, right? So we always see people. Let's say if a Venezuelan person was getting. Let's say a white Venezuelan person is getting detained and deported, and you think it's unfair, right? What would you call that?
I'm sorry. If a Venezuelan person was
a white Venezuelan person is being detained and deported, and you think it's unfair, and somebody's like, "Go back to your country." What would you call that?
Like oppression?
There's no name for it? You wouldn't call it something particular? A descriptor for that form of discrimination?
If a white Latino was...
I'll just say it. I'll just say it. Most people are saying what's happening, for example, in regards to the deportation is racism. Like, that's racist. Like, a lot of people are saying that. It's not. I mean, it's not, at least in terms of the way that I would use the word, it's xenophobia. Xenophobia being the discrimination against people.
You're broke.
Oh, I know, and you're a rock clacker, and you're a rock clacker, and you're a rock clacker, and you're a rock clacker. Yeah. So, yes, I know. Your mom likes Black D, and you're upset about it. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So the problem is that's xenophobia. That's the discrimination against people from other countries, like for foreigners. But because people are uneducated in different forms of discrimination, they just call everything racism, right? Someone can be discriminating against people specifically from China. As a matter of fact, what was happening to people during COVID? People are like, that's racist. No, that's sinophobia, S-I-N-O. That's what that is. The people from China, discrimination against them is sinophobia. Someone hears someone with, let's say, a German accent, and you discriminate against them. Oh, learn to speak English. That's called glottophobia, because people that know multiple languages are called a polyglot, right? It's very specifically, going back to the deportation example, that is xenophobia. But people colloquially literally just call everything racism. I'm not going to go up to them and be like, actually, that's xenophobia when I hear them saying it, but it's not. This is just lack of education. And it's always baffling to me when people who are educated want to follow uneducated people. This doesn't make sense. 54% of the United States reads at or below a 6th grade read level. And you guys are like, we want to follow the people that can't read. Like, why? What? That does not make sense. Most people don't think, you sound like a guy who thinks about a thing or two, right? Most people don't think more critically, as I usually say, beyond whether they want Captain Crunch or Cinnamon Toast Crunch for breakfast. And you're saying, I want to follow the people who just tie their shoelace in the morning and can barely do that. Why do you want to do that instead of just actually thinking a little more critically about what's happening?
Okay, so again, I don't understand how you've come to the conclusion that that this is my prescription, that this is how we should be using the word racist, that this is like a good thing. I think I've said multiple times, I'm not moralizing this. I'm just saying descriptively, in the collective conscience among most people in the country, that's how they use the word racism.
How do you know it's most people in the country?
Within my perspective, I guess I would say that this is how I generally come across people using the word racism, exactly in the way that you said, when it comes to a Venezuelan getting, I would call exiled instead of deportation, honestly.
So is it just your claim that people are uneducated and use the word and don't use the words that are conveying?
Well, we say uneducated, but I'm saying even you said that words are subjective. I'm saying within
absolutely. I could say tomorrow that I'm hopping in my cow and going to work. I mean, I could say that. Would that? So number one, it would cause confusion. However, in addition to that, I would think that there's a big difference between saying I'm hopping in my cow in terms of ramifications between saying I'm hopping in my cow and going to work and changing the what words are conveying in regards to complex social structures that impact people's material conditions and lives. There's a big difference there. When you're saying that newborns unaliving, Black newborns unaliving is racism, and then you say calling a white person a saltine is racism, the ramifications of that have been that white people go, oh my God, someone called me a saltine on live this morning, but I still went to work. And when I got home, I fed my kids and I watched TV and I got over it. So why don't you guys get over your racism? Right? It desensitizes people because they're saying, someone told me, go over there, white lady. And that was racism. But also, you guys getting less pain medication is racism. It's all the same. That's the ramifications of placating white people's feelings to then say, hey guys, no, don't feel bad. We all are experiencing racism. That's what that does. I think that there's harm in doing that.
Okay. So again, first of all, when we're saying the example of the cow, hopping into a cow instead of a car, that's specifically private language. Whereas when someone uses the word racism to describe the Venezuelan situation, that's not private language. That is within some collective, even if it is an uneducated collective. That's broadly how I saw the word being used.
Private language. That doesn't make any sense.
I didn't finish. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I thought you took a breath. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. So that, like, when I'm speaking about the word racism, and again, you're saying like, why do you want to go along with these people? I'm not saying that this is a prescription of mine, as in that like this is how the word should be used. I think that there's a lot of confusion around racism among people who are less educated because the way they use the word descriptively again doesn't map onto the structural understanding or the sociological understanding of racism. And the last point to what you were saying, the last thing you said was about the whitewashing of the word racism. I don't mean to equivocate because this is like obvious equivocation if we're talking about magnitude, but I don't like we wouldn't treat other words like this, right? Like if we talk about car accidents, you could imagine a car accident could mean that you got bumped in the back, right? Or it could be like a terrible T-bone, right? Like there's still like nuances in the conversation. I think the harmful thing is if we don't discuss magnitude, right? I don't
Wait,
like.
sorry. I'll stop real quick. Okay, so when you're done, we'll go to Adorna, and then I know Obsidian's been waiting, and then we'll go to Cubby after that. I just want to make sure everybody knows the order and gets a chance to speak. But go ahead.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. When we're having a car accident is something both people experience. Yeah, ableism isn't something that both people experience in regards to who it's happening to, but it'd be more like you ramming into someone's back and saying the person hit you. Like we hit each other. We didn't hit each other, right? We can't hit each other. You hit me, right? That's more like what it would be. Right. Both people are experiencing ableism. I hear people always try to bring up that point. Well, technically, white people are experiencing. I don't like that. That does not make sense to me. But also, I don't know what private language is. What is private language?
So private language specifically means like you using words that are like where their semantic meanings are only defined to you, right? Only to the.
But yeah, that's you mean like idiosyncratic, but no, that's
no.
Everything starts out that way. The first time someone used the word racism, they were the only person using it, and it was the context in which they were using it. Other people were able to understand what they were saying, and then that spread. Right, every word starts out as something only that person is using, so that doesn't even make any sense. The idea, and in addition to that, you're just flip-flopping in regards to what you're saying now, because when you're talking to Cubby, the whole point was that you were saying, no, that it has to be used for everyone. Individual racism is for everyone. Sorry, last thing, but also, if you're just talking about like who has changed the word and how the word was used, etc., and also what the word is being used as now is the change. In the 1940s, I would bet you money right now, and I've tried it. You can't go on the computer and find anything about Black people being racist to white people, because that's not. They would have been offended, if anything, that you were saying that, because they'd have been saying, "No, we're the ones that are doing the thing to the N-words," right? Because the understanding was, and always has been, that it goes towards the marginalized. All forms of discrimination, they have one thing in common: they go towards the marginalized, right? It's only now that white people are playing, like white people have victim mentality, that all of a sudden they want to say that it's happening to them as well, because at no point in time ever in history would they have said it was happening to them, because it wasn't until they could no longer do it with impunity that they also wanted to be the victims. That's it. All right, going on me. Thanks.
Well, can I respond real quick to what you just, because that was a direct response to me.
Yeah, and then we'll go to Obsidian and then Cubby.
Okay, just real quick about private language and not private language. When I'm saying private language, I'm saying the distinction between the example of the Venezuelan and the cow. And you're saying that we would never use the word cow to mean car. And I'm saying that's because it's private, meaning that the semantic understanding of what cow is in this situation for you is only revealed to you. The difference between that and the Venezuelan example is that when people say that, oh, deporting Venezuelans on the basis of the fact that they're Venezuelan is racist, that's not only the semantic definition of the word racist in that context is not only revealed to the Venezuelan or one person talking about it. I'm like, my impression is that most people like colloquially would use the word racism to describe this, right? That's the difference between the two things. That's the difference between the two examples and why I drew that distinction in the first place. And the third thing about the car accident, I don't understand where you got the a car accident happens to two people. I'm saying that a word like car accident encompasses several magnitudes of different things, including being rear-ended lightly and like a T-bone accident, right? But you wouldn't say that the word car accident is it's like just using the word car accident would be whitewashing what happened in the actual accident, right? It's just like a general overarching term. The same way when I think about racism in this colloquial sense and like the way people use it colloquially, and then the way that we're like thinking about the most extreme systemic versions or systemic realizations of racism, I'm saying that racism encompasses multiple magnitudes. And I think the harmful thing is not having a discussion about magnitude. The reason that Sally can go home and say, well, I got called a saltine, they should stop complaining about X and whatever, and they should like get rid of DEI and stuff like that. The reason is because, in my opinion, because the word racism, the way it's used colloquially, is already so baked into our society. The reason, I don't think it's because we're just whitewashing the word racism. I think people know that racism is intrinsically bad, but there's no sense of scale or magnitude. That's where I think the harm is coming from. That's like, I guess, my position on that.
Yeah, I think the harm is
Gobble gobble, but I'm gonna let Obsidian go.
Thank you, Adorna. Yeah, I agree. That was a bunch of nonsense. Opstop, are you in a colloquial, informal conversation between you and one other person right now?
Good question.
Am I in a colloquial? No, but I was discussing the colloquial.
I'm sorry. Are you in a formal conversation?
So I just said no.
I'm sorry.
How many niggers are in this life right now, dude? How many fucking dirty niggers are there?
Yeah, your mother loves a dirty nigger, so shut your bitch ass the fuck up. Yep, your mother loves niggers. Shut the fuck up.
She's searching BBC right now. So Opstop.
That's interpersonal. Wait, that's interpersonal racism. Opstop. I just want you to know that was interpersonal racism. Go ahead, Obsidian. I'm sorry.
That was
exactly.
Interpersonal racism. Yeah.
So Opstop, are you in a conversation with over 300 people where you were asked your age, race, and your pronouns formally at the top of the conversation?
Was I asked that? Yeah, I was. Yeah.
Yeah, you're in a formal conversation where you were asked your age, race, and pronouns at the top of the conversation where we're trying to take turns. We're raising hands. There's an order. So stop with the colloquial shit. This is not a casual conversation. It never was. Thank you for wasting all of our precious time. This side quest that you sent us on. Thank you for nothing. It's been a waste of time. This has never been a casual, colloquial, informal conversation. Not for 1 second has it been that. But you have constantly and consistently tried to make it that to fit your definition of the word so you can whitewash it for your one white parent. You have been harmful, extremely harmful, whether it was intentional or not. So thank you for that.
Say something real right quick before.
Can I respond?
No, Opstop, no, please, Opstop, no. You're actually causing real harm. No, go ahead, meet me, and then we'll go to Cubby because Cubby was waiting.
I promise you, I'll drop as soon as I say this. Whatever your name is. I heard Obsidian. What did they get a restriction?
No. He just dropped out. He's good.
Oh, okay. I heard Obsidian say that this person has one white parent. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Opstop, I'm speaking to you. Please come off mute. Okay, great. So how come
I'm an Arab parent, by the way.
You did what?
Both my parents are Arab. One is Afro-Palestinian. One is just Arab.
Oh, okay, perfect. Even better. So so with that one person that's not Afro anything, how come when that man came up here and called everybody niggers, you didn't You didn't immediately go snap up and say, how dare you say that to these people? How dare you treat these people that way? You know, for somebody who wants to have a conversation about racism, when the racism happens right in your face, you don't say a goddamn word. You can hear rat piss on cotton from you about it, right? They literally came up here and said that to the host and everybody else that's black. Ain't no afro nothing. We black. But you just dismissed it. You didn't even say how that was disgusting. I can't believe they did it. You said nothing. Because it doesn't matter to you. Because all that bullshit you said before Obsidian started speaking, the reason why that was a bunch of fuck shit is because racism doesn't affect white people. So why the fuck would they care? You're an idiot. And they're wasting their time talking to you, but they're gonna have fun. Dog walking you and wherever the fuck your people come from. Have a good day.
Have a good day, Mimi. Travel safely. All right, we're gonna go to Covey.
I still can respond, or
No, you've been causing too much harm. Please, just wait until Covey's done.
Yeah. So, you keep bringing like colloquially. I feel like I was saying you're doing some kind of fallacy is what I kept saying, because I don't care what the majority thinks, because you try to determine what racism is based on what the majority misunderstands racism to be, right? Which is literally like what's it called, ad populum, like argumentum ad populum, right? Thinking that like, because I don't know, the majority thinks this way, therefore it must be true, therefore we should be using this definition of it. Why should I care what the majority thinks? Why do you think that confusion exists? Why do you think a majority of society is confused as to what the definition of racism is? Do you think it's a coincidence, or do you think it's by design?
Can I respond now?
Yes.
I mean, there's just like a lot of things to respond to. Actually, there's like 3 people that talk to me.
Just respond to what Covey. Wait,
I'm gonna respond to.
Stop.
What?
Just respond to what Covey's talking to you about right now.
Well, I'm gonna respond to what Obsidian said real quick.
No, Obsidian's not here. He doesn't want to hear your response. Just respond to Covey.
I mean, like you. All right. Why not? Why can't I respond to what Obsidian said?
He's not here. He doesn't want to hear.
But like it was like about my argument about what I was saying. It was a misconstruction of what I was saying.
Can you just respond to Covey
in front of 350 people?
Hey, stop! I'm telling you, no. I'm just gonna drop you at this point. Respond to Covey. You can talk about what Obsidian said afterwards.
Well, have a good day then.
Wait, لحظة لا تروح.
You can talk about what Obsidian said afterwards.
What do you mean?
Wait, don't go. Just answer the question, please. Do you think it's by design, or do you think it's a coincidence?
So, have a good day, guys. You know, it's been fun.
Wait, can you just answer my question?
شو دخلني فيكم أصلاً? Like, this is like a ridiculous thing, the last thing the guy said. It's like whatever, but like, holy fuck.
What do you mean? Wait, when you say fikum, who's the fikum? شو دخلني
Who's the fikum?
Yeah, you said شو دخلني فيكم.
في الناس اللي قاعدين بيحكوا معي هالكيت. What do you mean? مثل هذاك الزلمه اللي اجى حكى لي هذا الزفت. What does that mean then? او البنت اللي اجت قبلي تحكي عن انت وشعبك مش عارفه من انتوا جايين. That's what she said in English. I'm not going to say it again, but that's what she said. I know what that means personally. So it's okay, but have a good day.
What is the issue? I don't understand what the issue is.
I think he was bothered by the I'll message it to you.
Okay. Wait, Nafi, I saw your hand up. You could say, oh, I don't know what happened to Nafi.
No, never mind all that. If somebody got something to say about what I said, run your mouth.
I normally get a fake tree.
I think the part that I'm
no
like
back
really...
end. I don't want to hear nothing about no goddamn back end. See, these ears work. And I may not speak it, but damn if I haven't been around that language my entire life. So somebody run their mouth. Because I can't translate. Yeah.
The part that really bothers me is that I kid you not, and like, because I kept thinking to myself, okay, they're going to be able to explain it. They're going to be able to explain it. They're going to be like, literally all of us went through the same cycle of like arguments and rebuttals and everything. And like, he just kept on doing the same thing. But then towards the very end of what he was saying, right? He kept on saying, I think it was like with Adorno, he was like, oh yeah, you get my point, you get my point. But then like Adorno was like, no. But then he kept on trying to go back to that same original argument, which was like, this is how people use the term racism in the colloquial sense. And I'm just like, this doesn't make any sense. I don't understand why we keep on going back to that. I don't get it. I don't know.
Want to know who the she was.
If you buy a tree,
Like, I didn't practice. I didn't keep up with the language. So, no, it's gone. It's gone. I don't know. I can't pick up on a lot. Sometimes I understand words. What did he say? Cubby.
I didn't, yeah. Before he dropped, he just said he didn't like how it was mentioned, drag you back to where your people come from or something like that. That's the
I
part.
said to hell with you and wherever your people come from. That's what I said. And you come up, you anti-black. See, these ears work. I can't speak the language like I used to. I can't.
Yeah, that's the part. That's the part he said.
I don't care. Fuck him.
The part that makes me, that is like very unsettling to me, was that when he said, I believe in supporting the same things that you guys do. Nafi was up here when he said this. He said that he believes in supporting the Congo and Sudan and other places. And he was like, but not because they're black. And we were just like, but why are they dealing with what they're dealing with? Because they're what? And he was black. And he said, he was like, oh, it's because they're black. And we were like, so why would you say something like that? And he just, like, he didn't care to really like understand where we were coming from. Like when black people see black people, it doesn't matter if like, because I know in other places, black people may refer to themselves as their ethnic group, right? Or their tribe. That's understandable because they're amongst other black people. But when we take a look at, when we take a look at the hierarchy, right? And what that looks like globally, there's no mistake in knowing that it is black people who are impacted by racism the most. And I think that that was like a major issue, is that he said, I support this, all of the things that you support, but not just because they're black. Like, that was very, very bizarre and very, I don't know. I've never heard anybody say that before. I've never heard anybody say that they're not going to be supporting the Congo or Sudan or whatever, any other place because they're black. That just made no sense to me at all. I don't know.
Let me be very clear. Let me be very clear to the people in the comments. They're like, oh, why did Mimi say that? I'm black. There is no Afro anything with me. I'm black. There's no mistake in that. Okay, period. Okay, when somebody comes up here and throws racial slurs and everything, and the person who is also dismissive of racism says absolutely nothing because somebody in their family is white. Like, why didn't you say anything? Why didn't you speak up for your mama's side? Why didn't you speak up for your daddy's side, for that matter? Because I do know my history. Okay? Oh yeah, I know. This frontal thing, it works, and I can read, and I can comprehend. I do know history. So why didn't you speak up for it? But you didn't. So yeah, go back to wherever the fuck your people come from. I don't care. Because ain't no dismissal of what we as black people face on a daily fucking basis, especially on this tired ass app, while you sit around and try to debate us on if it's even important or not. And everything that Swan just said that I did not know. Like, are you kidding me? But you want to debate? That it's colloquially used and people don't understand? It's because they don't understand racism. They don't face it and they don't have to. They don't have to because of the way they move about in the world. I do not care how he felt about it. I heard those words. I lost the language a long time ago because I didn't use it. I lost it. But some things I can pick up on very clearly. Computer science. So yeah, never mind all that back end. If somebody say something about me, Cubby, I'd appreciate it if you just go ahead and tell me straight away. System something. I forgot the full name of it. Because I heard what he said. But I wanted to make sure I was correct. It was under a different name, so that's why.
I just can't comprehend. And then even to not be able to give an example of how white people are experiencing racism, it just doesn't make any sense. I don't know. He's here. He's back, I think. Yeah, he's back here, but he's probably not going to come up, but I don't know. I don't know. It's probably because I think she had dropped down before he got to speak or respond, but...
Yeah, I would have messaged it to Mimi. I just didn't want to say it in front of like 300 people, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. I get what you mean.
Yeah, like, it's not that I was hiding it, but yeah.
That was really wild. He's unable to emotionally regulate, not equipped for the conversation. I don't know. I think if there's no like legitimate reason to, I mean, you can come back up, stop. Like you can come back up, but I just don't like. There's just no reason that he gave that's valid enough for trying to argue that white people can experience racism. It's just that like no reason that he gave was valid. He's coming back up.
Plus, he already conceded when he'd said no to classism. Again, it's not until he realized that, oh, that would get me, that he changed his answer on that, because he stated originally that that Elon Musk cannot experience individual classism.
I didn't say that. I said on a structural level he can't, but like on an interpersonal level, I don't think
I'll bet you money.
I'm not a betting man. I'm a Muslim.
I'm sure you're not, because that's absolutely what you said, and I'm willing to bet you $1,000, $500. I'll bet you $10. You have $10. I'll bet you money that that's what you said.
I think betting is immoral, so I won't bet.
Oh, okay. Well, you're not willing because you're lying right now, so I guess that should be okay.
Yeah, no, Adorna's correct. You did concede, and then you tried to go back to what you were saying before.
No, but anyway, like, just to summarize the
so
argument,
how would a person who's wealthy like Elon Musk experience classism then?
So can I summarize the whole argument, just like overall? Because I feel like
just go ahead.
Put words in my mouth.
Before he says that, your whole argument is very simply that that a lot of people use the word this way. No one's disputing that. No one's disputing that. We're just saying we don't think that's the better usage of the word. We think that there's utility in using it the way that we use it, because there's harm when people try to take accountability and responsibility off of white people. You're just saying a lot of people use it like this. So
that's not what I'm saying. I feel like there's like prescriptions that I made downstream of that observation, and that's what the whole conversation was about. It's not like I was up here for a few hours.
Okay, so other than that, a lot of people are using it colloquially. What is your point? Like in a sentence.
Because
other than that,
I was saying that people were using.
Other than that, a lot of people are using it colloquially. What's your point?
So, given that this colloquial understanding, right? Under that understanding, I was saying that white people in this colloquial understanding can experience racism. Even if you want to say that it's not, there's no utility in that use of the word racism. I'm just saying that under that definition, first of all. Second of all, I don't know, I missed like the 2 minutes right after I left because I was trying to find the live again. I didn't say anything that would need to be hidden from Mimi in general. Like, I don't know, like what was being hidden before. I didn't catch that part of what was being said.
I just didn't want to have like the confrontation or like any negativity put like out there like that. That's it.
What negativity? Because I didn't say anything negative.
Okay, can you just like get back to the conversation?
But that's what I was saying, first of all. And second of all, in general, I'm not up here trying to have a quote-unquote colloquial conversation. The conversation descriptively is about the colloquial loose use of the word.
No, it's
right?
not.
You can say no, it's not, but that's what I've been talking about. So
The
you can't-
discussion, no, stop. I told you from the beginning that the conversation is about the functionality of racism and who benefits from it versus who's harmed from it. You said white people can experience racism. You said white people do experience racism. You said that they can experience it on an interpersonal level and that is what racism is. And racism and systemic racism are not the same thing. You do not believe that there needs to be a structure related to racism, which is why you feel as though white people can experience racism. And when I asked you for an example of what that would look like in society, you said it's a white person getting beat up because they are white. And I said, well, hold on a minute now, because how we know that white person is white? And you said, and you didn't want to say the answer. And I said, it's because they're, hold on, stop. And you said it's because they are white. I said exactly. And the reason why they would be identified as white or they would be called white is because of racism. These categories, the very reason as to why they are getting pants put on them is because they are white. It pertains to the systemic structure of racism that you were trying to say does not relate to each other. And we explained to you that what you're saying doesn't make any sense. I even showed you an art or a diagram. I showed you this diagram. Interpersonal racism is a component of racism. It's a component of racism.
Even your graphic doesn't say that. It says the 4 levels of racism.
Okay, so look, structural encompasses the whole. Then you have institutional, then you have interpersonal, and then you have personal. It's structural, surrounds everything. Okay, the problem here is that you've never done any research as to what racism is and how it functions, which is why you keep saying the very group of people whose tears have taken the lives of Black people can experience racism. On an interpersonal level, the very group of people whose tears mean Black death, right? I'm not talking about their words. They don't gotta say their tears mean a Black person's death. I talked to you about Emmett Till, and you said that's not an example of interpersonal racism. Black Cabinet came up here and explained the same fucking thing out to you. Nobody gives a fuck when Black people cry, like Covey said. Nobody gives a fuck. We watch the world see what happened in Sudan. We're watching the world react to what's happening in the Congo. We're watching the world react to what is happening to Black people all over the planet. And people don't. You want to be up here, okay, advocating for the feelings of white people. These motherfuckers drop tears and we die. What are we talking about? I'm so sorry. Stop. We gotta somehow get through this because you're getting blocked from my space, bro. I
don't know
can't
why
do
he
it.
even bothered to speak about morals, because he's up here just bold-faced lying. He was never talking about colloquial usage versus academic or literal usage, or literary usage. You were never speaking about that. You didn't even bring that up until I brought it up. Now it's your claim that this is what you were speaking about all along.
I didn't bring up the word colloquial before you brought it up.
Don't cut her off.
I didn't bring it up before you brought it up.
Never at any point in time what you were speaking about. You were very distinctly saying that there are 2 different types of racism. That was your argument. Before I came up, I was in the comments. But that is very specifically what you're speaking about. You were never talking about colloquial usage. Like, you're just a liar.
No, I'm not a liar. Like, I've been saying the word colloquial, even in the comments. You can scroll up since before you got on the live. How everyone keeps saying, why does he keep using the word colloquial? Why does he keep using the word colloquial? Because when I'm talking about this interpersonal racism, I'm talking about it in the colloquial sense. Again, I'm not even saying that's the position that people should hold or that's prescriptively how we should think about the word racism, or that's what we should be doing or ought, because I never said that we should or ought to be
You
thinking
think
about
white people
racism
can
this way.
do you think white people can experience racism?
In the colloquial sense, yeah.
Okay, so colloquial, yeah. So basically, it is what I was saying. So because you said that it's not. All you're
Well, you just
saying
said it's
is
not colloquial. You said I was.
yeah. All you're saying is a lot of people use it this way. People use it this way. We know that. And then when I said that earlier, you were like, no, that's not what I'm saying. Yeah, that is what you're saying. If you're saying that you're just talking about the colloquial usage, then all that you're saying is people, regardless of whether they know anything about racism or not, regardless of whether they have any clue, read anything, even if they've never read the definition, this is just how people are using it, how a bunch of people are using it. Yeah, we know that. Like, what do you come up here to say then? Absolutely goddamn nothing. This has been useless. We know people use it that way colloquially.
Wait, can
We're
I
not talking about whether people use it that way colloquially. We're talking about how we think it should be used.
So from the beginning, from the first, when I read the prompt and I said, well, systemic racism, I believe it to be this. And I said racism, in the colloquial sense, it means this. Interpersonally, that's how people understand racism. In that sense of the word, I guess white people can't experience racism in that sense of the word, because at the end of the day, words don't have objective meanings out in nature, absent of the human mind, right? They're used, the only reason they have utility is because they exist within the collective conscious of a group of people using that word. So used applies. That's all I was saying. Do you disagree with that? Do you disagree with that?
Clearly not, dumbass, because you're just repeating what I just said. All that you're saying is people use the word this way. We know that. That's what we are up here discussing every day. We know people use it that way, and we're talking to the people that use it that way. Stupid. We know that. What are you saying? You're not saying anything that a third grader does not know. We know people use it that way. That's not the discussion.
Wait, can I?
It's like that was pretty obviously the discussion I was having. Saying in this sense of the word, in the colloquial sense.
So when the host asks you about the functionality, no dum-dum. When the host asks you about the functionality, what do you think they're asking about? How people use it? When the host asks you about functionality.
And every time we were talking about the structure or systems or mechanisms of racism, I said white people can't experience
that type of racism. When the host asks about functionality, what are they asking about?
Did I say that white people can experience
when the host asks about
racism?
Functionality, what is the host asking about?
I'm not going to be quizzed over random definition. I'm saying when the host asks,
then you also won't speak, motherfucker. I'm talking to you, and if you're not talking to me, then you're not talking, bitch. What are you talking about? What do you mean you're not going to be quizzed? I'm asking you a fucking question, nigga. When the host asks you about functionality, what are they asking you about?
About the academic definition.
It's how it's utilized. What is it doing in society? What are the ramifications? What are the causes? What's the?
And I never said that white people can experience that racism in that sense of the word. They can't experience a structural, institutional type of racism where there are multiple systems coinciding to enact harm against these people. I never said that white people can experience that, right? And they asked me, and I said from the beginning, that was the first concession. It's not even a concession, because it's an innate belief I already had before the conversation. So you're saying, I don't know how you could extrapolate that. Oh, I see. My observation is that the colloquial use of the word is being used.
So why are you even discussing the colloquial usage of the word when the host is asking you about functionality? Why are you? So basically, what you're saying is, I just like to say random shit.
It's not
that's literally all that you're saying here. That's all that you're saying here, because if you know that that's not the discussion, if you know that's not the discussion, why are you doing it?
Well, it's literally a discussion because we are discussing it. It's literally the discussion. And then what I asked the host, when racism is defined as bigotry on the basis of race, that is the definition in the colloquial sense. Can white people experience that? There was no concession that, in that sense, that's how the way people use it, then right? So that was what's being discussed.
Is xenophobia racism?
Do you think they can? Do you think they can experience racism in the colloquial sense?
Is xenophobia racism?
No.
Okay, so then when we say that people colloquially just use it for everything, like when I gave you the example of the Venezuelan man, is that racism?
In what sense of the word?
Jesus Christ. Once you're done, Adorna, Covey wants to say something as well.
Yeah, I just asked you if xenophobia is racism, so very clearly I'm talking about xenophobia, right? But we know that people say everything is racism. That's very clearly not what we're talking about.
I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean.
Anyway, go ahead, Covey.
about. When I asked the host, hey, do you think that white people can experience bigotry on the basis of their race? And they say, like, this is like the colloquial definition of racism. And they say no. And we discuss following that. Then obviously we're having a discussion on the colloquial definition. At no point was the conversation, the host explaining what structural racism to me is like, yeah, but I don't like that definition. I like the colloquial one. Let's go with that. It's never what happened.
Stop. No, that's a lie. You even tried to deny the diagram that's on my screen. You denied.
When did I deny
Yes, you
it? I
did.
literally
You
said
said
these are 4
literally
levels.
just said, you literally just said, see, even your diagram shows 4 different types of racism.
I said,
You literally
it
just
said
said that
4
no more than
levels. It
3
literally
minutes
says
ago.
at the bottom.
I said that.
Yeah, but you were trying to disprove the fact that I said interpersonal racism is a component of racism. You denied that by making the point that you made. This is what I mean.
No, you said that this is what
Can
my
you
graph
stop?
shows, and I said your graph says
I need you to
4 levels
stop. I
of
need you to
racism.
stop talking over me. Like, I don't understand. You made a point to say that these are different things that suited your
That's what
argument.
level means.
Not, can you? Oh my God. Oh my
It says
God.
it in the bottom right corner of the
Oh
picture.
my
4
God.
levels.
Shut up. I'm talking. The reason why structural is covering everything is because that would be the entire structure of racism. And then these parts within, right? Those would be components of racism. You are gaslighting at this point, and you are being harmful at this point. You're gaslighting. You are legitimately lying in this conversation. I'm going to pass it to Kavi. Go ahead, Kavi.
Can I ask, why do you think colloquially people don't understand what racism is? Do you think it's by design, or do you think it's a coincidence?
I don't know what you mean when they say they don't understand what racism is.
Yes,
they understand the colloquial understanding of there's no objective definition
but why do you
of
think
any
the
word.
colloquial understanding of racism doesn't actually?
The colloquial understanding of racism encapsulates.
Wait,
sorry, you cut out. You cut out.
Let her finish.
Yeah. When you're saying colloquially, everybody experiences racism, but in actuality, not everybody is experiencing racism. Where is that discrepancy coming from? Is it by design, or is it a coincidence?
I'm not saying that everyone experiences racism colloquially. I don't know what that means.
When you're arguing that colloquially, yes, white people experience racism.
No, I'm not saying
there is a discrepancy,
yes,
because in that colloquial definition,
that's a logical argument.
That colloquial definition, that's a confusion of what racism actually is.
I disagree.
White people don't experience racism. People think people experience racism because there is a confusion on what racism actually is. And I'm asking you, does that confusion exist by design, or is it just a coincidence that people don't actually understand the function of racism?
I'm saying the question assumes that there is an objective, true,
I'm talking about the function
definition of racism.
No, I'm talking about people think racist. People think that when you're being tribalistic, they think it's racism. People think that when you're being xenophobic, it's racism. Because people colloquially, right, I'm going to use that word, they think that any form of hatred, whether it is towards a race, a nationality, they think it's racist. I've heard people say, oh, they said something bigoted to a German person. They were racist to the German, because they think any form of hatred is just all racism, when in fact, that is not what racism is. So where is that confusion coming from, where people think all hatred is racism? Is it by design, or is it a coincidence?
And I'm taking anything I'm saying because
I'm understanding what you're saying. What I'm saying is...
No, you're not. No, you're not.
Why do a majority of people just
fall.
randomly... No. Why do a majority of people just randomly think all forms of hatred is just racism? Do you think some people are just like born to think that? Why are they being conditioned to think that? Is it just a coincidence that people don't actually understand how racism coincidence that people don't understand what white privilege is? Is it a coincidence that people don't understand what the racial hierarchy is? Is it a coincidence that people don't know that race actually emerged during the European age of expansion? Is it a fucking coincidence that people don't know that racism literally upholds white superiority? It's a coincidence. Or is it by design that this confusion exists?
So can I have... I'm going to answer the question. Because I don't think it's confusion. I don't think it's... I think it's neither, right? Because I don't believe that words possess an eternal minds. I think the word in any sense is subjective, whether we want to use the structural one or the colloquial one. I think the structural definition has way more utility because it evokes mechanisms, it evokes the systems.
You're not answering my question.
I just said neither.
Why don't a majority of people
words don't have objective truth.
I didn't tell. I'm not talking about the definition of the word. I'm talking about the function. Whether you define it as racism is just somebody, I don't know, telling me that I can't dance. I think that's racist. The system of racism doesn't give a shit how you define it. It continues functioning the way that it's functioning. Okay? The system of yes, it is. Why the fuck do you think black people are
the function of racism in the colloquial sense is...
If racism functions differently, tell me why the fuck I'm not seeing white people being genocided for being white. Why the fuck am I not seeing white people being enslaved? Why the fuck am I not seeing white people, babies dying? Why am I not seeing white people suffering, bro? If you're trying to say...
You are not seeing that because they don't experience structural or institutional racism.
Oh my fucking God. Again, answer my question. When did race emerge? When did race emerge? When the fuck did race emerge, Op? When the fuck did race emerge? When did people start categorizing themselves based on their phenotypical characteristics? When?
15th, 16th century? No, people don't know that.
Why don't they know that? Why don't they know that? Why don't a majority of people know when race emerged? Why do a majority of people just think race is this natural, intrinsic thing to our human nature that has always existed in society? Why?
Through socialization.
What?
Through the socialization.
Do you think that socialization is by design, or is it just a coincidence that people are confused about the origin of race?
And I'm sorry, are they confused about what race is or the origin of race?
I'm saying they do not adequately know what race is. You cannot know what race and racism effectively is if you don't know the origin.
Yeah,
Why are a majority of people unaware of where race emerged from?
Okay, can you please just engage with my point?
Can you engage with mine? You're refusing to engage with mine. No, you did not. I'm asking you again. Why do a majority of people not know where race emerged from? Is it by design, or is it a fucking coincidence that people don't fucking know where white supremacy and race and oppression of black people came from? Why don't people know this?
If the question is, why don't we know about white supremacy? Why aren't the mechanisms and functions of white supremacy taught in schools? Then yeah, it's obviously by design.
A majority of people in general, not only in schools. I'm saying a majority of society.
Yeah, a majority. Yeah, obviously.
So it's by design. It's by design.
The reason that people don't know the function and mechanisms of white supremacy, then yeah, that is by design.
Thank you. That's what I've been asking.
No, it hasn't. It literally hasn't.
Yes, it is.
Your question changed.
Hold on. If that confusion is by design, what's the purpose of it? What's the purpose of not telling a majority of people the function of racism, where it emerged from? What's the purpose of it?
Hold on. To be clear, people don't know about white supremacy, about structural, institutional racism. They don't know about any of these things because it's not beneficial.
But
Can I respond? Can I respond?
What's the purpose? What's the purpose?
Yeah, people don't know about this because it's beneficial for those in the upper echelons of society.
Who is it beneficial for? Who is it beneficial for when racism continues functioning?
White people.
Thank you! So if white people benefit off of everybody being fucking confused about what racism is, That's literally what I'm telling you. When we sit here and we're arguing the whole fucking time about what race is, what racism is, how it functions, when we know how it functions, it benefits fucking white people because it operates. Yes, it does.
I said yes. I said yes.
Okay, and that's the point. You're literally working for white people by sitting here and contributing to that confusion, because it is confusion, because the system is still going to disenfranchise everybody who isn't white. And even if a white person doesn't have to do anything, the system will still privilege them. All they have to do is they have to allow a bunch of non-white people to sit here arguing about, well, white people are victims of racism too, well, this and that. And they can just sit back and continue benefiting off of racism. And that's how you, sir, and the sad thing is, you are a black Palestinian person who lives within a world that does not have systems that protects you. You don't have systems that protect you and your people. Your people are being genocided in 2025, whether it is black people or whether it is your Palestinian people. You're being genocided, and there are no systems that protect you. Whereas white people have countless systems that protect them. They have whole institutions that protect them. They have whole societies that protect them. International law protects them individually as well. The United Nations protects them individually. The IMF protects them individually. World Bank protects them. The West protects them. Everything is built to protect them. Yet you are sitting here fighting for them. So why? What's the purpose? Why are you sitting here fighting for a people who already have institutions that protect them when you have none?
Because at no point, and please let me respond overall, at no point am I fighting for white people, defending white people, validating the fact that they think they experience racism on a structural or institutional level. At no point have I vouched for this in any part of the conversation. The reason that I, got confused when you were saying, is this a coincidence or is it by design? I think the things by design are, there are certain concepts that is beneficial to whatever the oppressor class is, in this case, white people, right? It's beneficial for them, for these systems not to be within the collective conscious, right? That is true. Obviously, and I've never disagreed with that. The reason I got confused when you're saying something like, do you think it's by design or coincidental, is because I don't think the word itself has an objective truth absent of our subjective frameworks that we apply to the word. So when you say, for example, are white people confused about what racism is, white people either maliciously or out of ignorance don't know what white racism is, in the sense that it operates on multiple.
I don't give a fuck about what white people think. I didn't say a majority of white people. I don't give a fuck what white people think.
I meant majority of people.
Majority of white people don't give a shit. Majority of white people don't give a shit.
I'm saying majority of people in general.
Majority of people, yes. So the point is, we've been sitting here talking for like 3 hours.
Mm-hmm.
We've been talking about whether white people experience racism or not. In that 3 hours, we haven't come to a solution of how to fix racism. We haven't come to a solution of how to better the material conditions of everyone who isn't white. Instead, we're sitting here arguing about if white people are the victim while white people have the boots on our neck. You and I, both.
I'm not arguing if white people are the victim.
No, again, white people have boots on our neck. They have the boots on our neck. And we're sitting here arguing whether the boot can harm them too. For 3 hours, we've been sitting here about whether the boot can harm the person too, whereas they literally have the boot on our fucking neck. And this is how you're actively helping white people. You're helping white people because instead of talking about how to get the boot off of our fucking neck, We're talking about whether the boot can also harm the wearer of the boot while it's on our neck. And that's how you're benefiting white people, because this confusion, this argumentation of whether the boot wearer can be the victim of racism, whether they can be victimized by it, but all of us can be victimized by it colloquially by racism, yada, 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 yada. Okay, the boot is still on our fucking neck, bro. The boot is still on our neck. How do you get the boot off of your fucking neck?
If you're asking how we end racism, I mean, like, I have my own thoughts and my own ideas and my own aspirations of what I can do personally to end racism, but that wasn't the conversation we were having.
I'm so sorry that I was screaming, by the way, because this is like really pissing me off, bro. White people are currently funding your genocide. White people are currently bombing, like helping Israel bomb you. It's not an African person. It's not a black person. It's not like white people are literally funding your genocide, bro. And
I don't like white people. I'm not here defending white people.
You are though.
No, I'm not.
By saying that they can be victimized by the very same system that they propped up and they continue to prop up and benefit off of, you are defending them.
But I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Because you're saying they can be
victimized by
oppressed
any
too.
system. I didn't say they can be victimized.
You did. You said, I'm not talking about system, I'm talking about racism. Racism was propped up by white people. It was created by white people. It was propped up by white people. A majority, the reason as to why racism, even on interpersonal, colloquial level, continues to exist is because a majority of white people benefit off of it. They like it. They're comfortable with it. They like the fact that they have white privilege regardless of where they go. That's why. It's not because black people are being racist, quote unquote. It's not because Asian people are being racist. No. White people on an individual, quote unquote, colloquial level continue upholding it because it benefits them. If it didn't benefit them, they would have toppled it. White people would have been the number one people at the front row who would have toppled the fucking racism, even on an interpersonal, colloquial level.
It's not on a colloquial level. I'm not saying
I'm done. I'm actually
colloquial
done. You're not listening.
level.
Can you actually spell the word colloquial for us? Because I don't know. I don't think you know any shit that you're talking about. Just talking. So please spell it.
Please spell the word colloquial. That's gonna help you elucidate whether I know what I'm talking about.
You don't know.
A placeholder to make sense of nonsensical things.
It's not a placeholder because at no point did I say that white people are affected by these systems.
It doesn't matter how people call it. If a whole country starts calling people's feet arms, they are still not arms. Just because they say they are arms.
So they
just
are
naming
arms.
something
Everyone
doesn't change
feet
anything.
Arms, then feet are arms.
Stop. You're missing the
That's
point.
literally true.
You're missing the point, yeah. My thing is, we already established and agree on the fact that they can't experience systemic racism.
Yeah.
Can white people experience racism? Do they experience it?
I don't understand the point of
Listen. Do white people experience racism?
Can I ask him something?
Can you define racism for me real quick before I answer?
Yeah. You're an idiot. Quick. Oh.
I'm an idiot, yeah.
No, the host wants you to answer.
Just answer my question real quick.
Yeah, define racism real quick.
No.
No, I want to make sure we're using the same word.
I've already done that. Can white people experience racism?
Yeah, in the definition you gave, no.
Can
white people experience it in reality? Have they ever experienced it?
Yeah, in the definition you're giving, no.
No. Okay, so outside of the definition I gave, have they ever experienced
racism?
racism?
But then, without the definition, the word doesn't mean anything. Like, what do you mean? Can they experience
the hierarchy? When I brought up the hierarchy and how the hierarchy functions.
No.
Okay, so why are you trying to make the argument? No, you're fine, Covey. You're fine. Why are you trying to make the argument that they can?
I just said they don't. How am I making the argument that they can?
Because you keep on specifying systemically that they can't, but I'm not talking about systemically. Can white people experience interpersonal racism?
Interpersonal as in when we're defining racism. And by the
Can
way, the
white
function of
people
racism directly stems
do
from the
white
definition
people
of
yeah,
racism.
Afsab, do white people experience racism, interpersonal racism?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not
That's the
talking about.
problem.
Hold on. You know now. We're not talking colloquially. Do white people experience interpersonal racism?
No. In that case,
Great.
no.
Quick question. Guys come up here all the time and say that men experience men come up here all the time. When I give them the misogyny example about whether it changes who it happens to when we use it systemically or individually, guys all the time say that that they experience misogyny because they're uneducated. So, So, do you think that when it's used individually versus systemically, that everyone experiences misogyny?
I don't think I've ever heard the word misogyny be used as just like
I just told you that
gender-based.
I just told you that men come up here all the time when I give that example, and they say because they are uneducated that men experience misogyny.
Yeah, that's
because
your observation, right? But I've never heard a man use the word misogyny to mean gender-based violence, right? They would use, okay, well, you're being misandrous, right? That's what they would say.
Most people, much less men, don't even know what the word don't even know the word misandry.
I disagree. I've never heard men in my life say like, oh, I just got like, someone was being misogynistic to me.
But according to you, as long as it's according to you, if it's colloquial just means how people use it, right? So if men are using, excuse me,
collectively, yeah.
Collectively,
yeah, within a population, yeah.
That's just a familiar. It's just familiar usage. Excuse me. It's just familiar usage. You don't think that if you asked some men that they would say that they experience misogyny?
Some, sure, yeah.
Okay. So according to you, as long as there are people that use it that way, right? It would be okay to say that individually men experience misogyny.
If they're defining misogyny as gender-based discrimination, not like discrimination against women, which I feel like is the colloquial definition, then yeah, they would be experiencing misogyny in that colloquial definition. Yeah. But you just asked me, okay, the system of misogyny, do men no, they don't do that. No, they don't experience misogyny in the academic use of the word, in any type of formal use of the word where it's defined with a specific framework around it. No, they don't experience misogyny the same way that white people don't experience racism.
Great. So when
any
you came
formal
up here,
definition of the word.
Great. So when you came up here, did the host tell you, or at any point in time, say that they were asking about the functionality of racism?
The function stems from the definition.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
We just went through the function. Because we just went through what race is,
structural racism of the academic.
What was? Hold on. No, we went through what racism. We went through the function of racism.
Yeah.
Just in the same way. Stop it. In the same way that there's very clearly a function of misogyny, and that's why you know goddamn well that men don't experience misogyny.
Yeah.
You know that, right? So why is it that when I ask you about misogyny, there doesn't have to be a 3-hour discussion?
What do you mean? Because you already are saying that in this framework that you're describing.
Wonderful, and the framework that was given to you for racism was that we were talking about the function.
And I agreed that in that definition, they don't experience racism. I already agreed this.
No, you didn't. Literally just 30 seconds ago when I said that, you again said systemic. You tried to make a distinction.
No, I didn't say systemic.
You just said it just now. You just said it right now.
Of racism,
absolutely, and I had to say, absolutely right now, you just made this stick. You said systemic, and I said, no, I'm just talking about racism. That just happened literally 30 seconds ago. 30 seconds ago.
No, it didn't. What happened was
you're a liar. You are a liar.
We all hear what you say.
You are a liar.
I've held the same position for 3 hours.
You are a liar. You just said it just now.
All.
Hold on, you just said it. Literally, you just said it. When I said when the host asked about functionality, why do we have? And you said they don't experience systemic. And I said I'm just talking about racism. That literally just happened.
Yeah, stop.
And I said the definition, the function follows from the definition.
Stop. What you said, because I'm sitting here doing my makeup, listening, right? So
Yeah.
what was said was you were asked can white people experience racism? You asked for the indicator of whether it was systemic or not, and then they got you finally to interpersonal. Can white people experience interpersonal racism? At first, you said yes. Then Adorna said, you've already heard us say that we're not going by your quote unquote colloquial term, right? And then you said, well, then no. And then you said, but you still in the beginning said yes because you felt as though systemic and interpersonal were somehow different. So that's why Adorna gave you the comparison of misogyny and how whether it can be different on a systemic versus interpersonal level.
Yeah. I don't know. Like, do you guys think I'm trying to?
I'm going to tell you what the difference. Why I'm asking you that.
Yeah.
Right? Very clearly, and we went through this earlier, and you know this, right? Very clearly, the distinction is here that we know what was happening when the descriptor of misogyny was given to those actions. The whole point of misogyny was for men to be doing the exploiting and the oppression. It wasn't for everybody doing it to each other. No, that was not the point. The point was for men to be doing the exploitation and the oppression to women, for them to be doing the labor and the housework, and for men to have access to their bodies, etc. That's the whole point. That was happening, and a descriptor was given to that. And that's the functionality of it. The function of it is to benefit men at the expense of women. So even when men come up here and they're like, well, men experience misogyny too because women hate men. Who cares? That's not what we're talking about. What is the purpose? What was the purpose of this thing? And you know goddamn well that that's what we're talking about when we're talking about racism, because that's been explained to you about 80 times now. You're just intellectually dishonest.
I'm not being intellectually dishonest.
You are being so wonderful. Well, what was the purpose of race and racism?
The purpose of race and racism?
What was the purpose of race and racism?
To generate a hierarchy of race in order to subjugate a group of people. Hello?
Yes. So when we say that we're talking about the functionality, and I don't know why you're pretending like you don't know this, that's what we're talking about.
Because function is downstream of definition.
What is the function of misogyny?
On a systemic level, the patriarchy.
As a matter of fact, downstream from the definition, yeah, but you've already stated that the definition is subjective and can be used in any way.
Yes, yeah.
Excuse me?
Yes,
so
I did say that.
It's not downstream from the definition.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. I can give you an example if you want.
The function happens first. The definition is just how people are using it.
No,
that has nothing to do with the function. No. The function is it was the purpose.
Okay, so like literally no one would ever use any other definition in that term where the function precedes what I'm defining the function to be. If I say, look, can I respond? I need to respond at least. I need to finish
I know, but I
haven't
just
gotten
want
a sentence out.
Oh my god!
Actually.
I've been on mute this whole time. Chill, bro. So how can functionality be downstream from definition when without functionality we would have no definition? Niggas functioned before people were defining what they were doing even. So how can something be down, how can the functionality of it be downstream from the definition of it?
That's how literally like every definition works, right?
So you think that shit don't function until motherfuckers define it?
Do I think stuff doesn't function before we
until
define
someone
it?
defines it?
No, don't worry. He's just repeating the question so he can come up with an answer.
Yeah. So something has to function first for a person to say, "Oh, that shit over there, that's called X, Y, and Z," right? So the function would come first, and the definition should come from the function, right?
So you make an like what I'm saying is you would make an observation of a function, like the mechanisms of racism. And then you
define it, right?
Right, yeah.
So then why is it that the functionality and the definition that you're using don't fucking line up?
Because if I witness or if I observe some function of racism, right, like how
just because you see, wait,
can I finish? Do you want me to respond or no? I don't have to respond.
See, I didn't see the last part, and now I see why my sis was getting so upset, and because I was like, dang, I ain't never seen Kobe this upset like this. Now I understand why. Kobe just outlined for you how this shit is functioning, and you're still, and how other people are using it incorrectly, and how that was by design. You admitted that it was fucking by design, and you're still using the by design understanding of it. Just because someone is mean does not make it racism. So just because you observe something and say, I want to now call it racism, doesn't make it racism if it's not functioning the way racism has always fucking functioned.
Can I ask him something?
No, can I respond or no? Because like literally when we're talking about function,
if with the example given about the Venezuelan person, and they're being deported because of where they are from, and somebody says that's racist, does that make it what's happening racism? I would like to know from you.
Again?
If a Venezuelan person is being detained and deported because of where they are from, right? And someone's and someone says that's racist, does that fulfill the functionality of racism?
In the systemic definition or like the academic definition of racism, no. But that's what I mean when I say function is downstream of the definition. Not that the definition is conceived of first and then we design the function after the fact. I'm saying we observe function, we observe behavior like the systemic racism, like how it's baked into our systems, and we say, this is systemic racism, right? This is how it functions, this is what we observed, right? I'm saying if someone is saying that racism is when you're mean to someone because of their race, right? Then they observe some function, right? We don't have to like give it a label yet, like, oh, someone was being mean to this person because of their race, and then we define that as racism as well, right? So now we've observed two different functions and prescribed the same word to it, right? That definition of racism, right, where it's just being mean to someone, right? When we prescribe the word racism to that, it's because we're prescribing that word to to that function. Because definitions at the most basal level are just descriptions of behavior. So when we look at systemic issues, systemic forms of racism, and we're looking at this and we say, this is racism, it's because we observe the function and we prescribe this definition. So when we call back onto systemic racism, we're talking about this function. If I look at someone being mean to someone because of their race, and I say, this is racism, when I call back onto that definition of racism, I'm saying, this is the function. This is the one, this is the thing I observed. Can you tell me how I'm not making sense?
Your whole argument is based on someone saying something makes it
because
true.
that's what language is. Language isn't objective.
That's not what language is.
That's what language is. It's literally what people say, what people think words mean. There's no objectivity to language.
Okay, Stop. I have a question for you real quick. What does your username mean and what does your photo mean?
What does my username mean?
Yeah.
It means, I don't know, like stop the government.
Stop government. What's the op part mean?
Like opposite, like my opposition. The government is my op.
You are, I don't know how you even, I'm surprised your lips didn't burn off when you said the word moral earlier. I'm surprised your goddamn lips didn't fall the fuck off.
Yeah. What is your profile photo of?
It's two roaches.
Oh.
Like cockroaches?
Why?
What do you mean why?
I said why. I mean why when I say why.
Like the motivate, like, I don't know, just because like it's a funny picture.
Why is it funny?
Because it's two cockroaches like performing
yeah, most people
acts.
see that as being like gross, or it's because they're like engaging.
Yeah.
Weird.
Okay.
Very clearly we've said a million times that we're not talking about the full usage of the word.
And every time you haven't, I said that, yeah, I agree. White people can't experience this racism. Like we are in agreement in that case, in that sense.
Yeah, I mean,
claim because just people.
My claim has been consistent the entire conversation. It's not my fault if you can't understand my claim.
From when you opened your mouth the first time.
It hasn't evolved even a single moment.
Your claims have not been consistent this entire time. You've been contradicting yourself.
What was my first claim and how did
one more time? Wait. Can you say one more time why it is that everyone doesn't experience like individual ableism and everyone doesn't experience individual misogyny and stuff? Can you say one more time why that is? I'm genuinely asking. I don't remember what your reason is. Why doesn't everyone experience individual ableism?
Okay, and I'm just gonna preface this when I say like everyone doesn't experience ableism, right? Colloquially even, right? like interpersonally, when we're talking about you're being mean to me because of my disability, it's because able-bodied people don't have disabilities. There's no basis for which you can be ableist against them.
Okay, so now misogyny. So if men are saying, yes, I experience misogyny, why is it that everyone doesn't experience misogyny, individual misogyny?
Well, I said that personally, I've never heard the word misogyny being used as just general gender-based violence. When I think of misogyny, even on a colloquial sense, it's violence against women or harassment or oppression against women. That's why I wouldn't say that men experience misogyny. If I was a part of a community, or like I believe that in the collective consciousness that misogyny was thought to be, anything that's like bigoted against a certain gender, then I would say, yeah, men could experience misogyny in that definition, in that framework, even though it has no utility.
Wait, Dorna, can you hear us?
Am I still here? Okay, good.
Yep, now we can. Yep.
We scrolled out. It scrolled up. Anyway, that's not what colloquial means. Colloquial doesn't mean a collective that everyone is using it that way. Colloquial just means that it's just being used in regular conversation, right? Just like familiar conversation, like we're just talking and someone is using the word this way. That's what colloquial means, right?
Yeah.
So as long as there are men that are saying that, right, that would be colloquial usage. As long as someone is using it that way, that's colloquial usage. So then would you say that everyone experiences individual misogyny then?
So when I'm saying colloquial, I'm saying that like it's accepted among a collective, right? It's used in common parlance. The only way you could use a word commonly in common parlance is if it existed within the collective vocabularies of people within that group.
Okay, so
you use the word cow the way you used it for car with me, if it wasn't agreed upon between me and you that for us cow means car.
No, it wouldn't have to be agreed upon. I would just have to let you know that this is what I mean when I say that word.
That's what that means, agreed upon. Mutually understood. Mutually understood.
Sure, yes, it just has to be understood. So if I just say that I'm using it that way. However, so
then we would
when you
understand what you mean by that.
Yes, exactly.
And the function of the cow would be to drive.
Hold on. So quick question. When you say that function is downstream from definition, what do you mean in regards to definition? Are you talking about like the dictionary or something, or what are you talking about when you say definition?
No, not the dictionary. Just like how we define words, what we think words, what we believe words to mean.
Okay, so what if what we believe the word to mean is what if what we believe the word to mean is in contradiction with the dictionary? Does that matter to you?
It depends on the context. If it's in direct violation of the dictionary because of some logical inconsistency within the definition, that would matter to me.
Sure. What is the N word?
What is the N? It's a slur.
Towards who?
Black people.
Towards black people. So if the dictionary said that it's towards everyone, would you agree?
No.
Why not?
Like I would place my prescriptions in the meaning of words with what I think has the most utility. If the dictionary, whatever dictionary you crack open, says the N-word is a slur for everyone, then I'm going to say, wow, no one uses the N-word like this. There's no utility.
Well, there are plenty of people who do that. There are plenty of wiggers.
That's not the N-word.
There are plenty of white boys that sling the word around to each other. I've heard white Hispanic people use it. I've heard other people use it. There are people on this app that use that way in the fill spaces. These little corny boys be saying the word to each other. There are plenty of people that use the word towards each other that aren't black. So does that mean that it's for everyone? Because you're now disagreeing that it's for everyone. You're literally going against your whole point. Other people are using it.
Any of my
yes, so other people are using it. Other people are using it to get towards each other. Yeah. Right?
That doesn't
so according
change the definition.
To you, oh my God, it doesn't. Wait, hold on. It doesn't change the definition. Oh my God. It doesn't change the definition just because everyone, like other people are using it that way?
No, I'm saying between white people, when white people are calling themselves the N-word.
That's almost like it's the opposite of what you've been saying all this time.
So I can explain if you want, or you can just like
sure, go ahead.
Out like 3 words and be like, that's your whole point. That's not the point.
Yes,
right?
go ahead.
I'm saying
Go
that
ahead.
when white people use the N-word between each other, they're not having some collective definition between them where it's like, hey guys, the N-word is just like a friendly word. They're using it, it's funny to them because it's racist. That's the only reason they would use it. At least that's what I think. That's my observation. That's why.
So you've never heard people using it just as a that aren't using it that are just using it like just to talk to each other. You've never heard white people just using you never heard white people that aren't yelling or screaming like they what up nigga. You never heard any white people
say malicious even when they're saying
I'm asking.
Yeah, I still think it's malicious.
Hold on, listen. Need you to be honest here because you're just looking like a dumbass.
I'm not being
You're literally
dishonest.
just looking back. So you think when a white person says to another white person, "What's up, nigga?" They're being malicious?
Like directed towards the white person, no. But the only reason they would use that word,
wonderful. No, they're using
funny,
it,
right? Is because it's malicious. It's from a malicious.
So you do not think that there are. So you don't think that there are other people that are just using it
from an active malicious place.
Wonderful. No. So you don't think that there are other groups of people that are just using it? They'll be like, I grew up in a black neighborhood. It's like I use the word. You don't think that there are white people that do it like that and aren't trying to be malicious?
No, I guess there are people like that. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. But you don't think that the N-word just changes definition for some reason?
Like, if there was 100 white people using the N-word like that, among the 100 white people, they're operating in that definition.
But you said that you didn't think that that's what it meant.
Yeah, because I think when white people are using it, even when
your exact words were that just doesn't change the definition.
Because I still think they're using it maliciously. They're using the same definition.
You're so dishonest, yo.
What is dishonest? The only reason I think that white people, you want to say that they're using it because they're friendly with each other. Maybe the example of the white person that grew up around black people, so I can say it. Yeah, that's different. I'm saying when you're saying that when white people are using the word, does that mean it's used for everyone? No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the reason those people are using the word is because it's malicious. They want to.
Wait, who are they being malicious?
They want to evoke the racist definition of the N-word. That's why they would use it, right?
They're using it. Well, first of all, I don't think that. I don't think that they should be using the word, but I don't think that they're using it to evoke the racist definition. I think that they're using it because they think that I think that they're using it because they actually think makes them look cool or something.
Adorna, wait. In your example, you're saying two white people talking to each other, correct?
Yes, two white people
so
talking to
who
each
would
other.
they be being malicious towards? If there are no black people around and a white person says to another white person, as they do, "What's up, my nigga?" Who are they being malicious to? Because ain't no black folks around.
Okay, and
even if they were being malicious, even if they were being malicious, actually, even if they were being malicious, your whole point was that you think it's towards like it's a slur for black people.
Yes, yeah.
But if they're meaning it to slur each other, and you're saying that's not what it is because you don't think that's the definition. So let's say they are being malicious to each other and they're both white. You're saying you don't think that's what the N-word is because that's not the definition.
I'm not saying that's what I think the N-word is or what I personally think about any of these words, right? I have my own understanding and I use the words that I think has the most utilities. When I talk about racism and I'm prescribing what racism is, I use the academic systemic definition, and white people can't be racist in this context, right? I'm sorry, white people can't experience racism in that context. On the N-word, right? If two white people are using it, I think the only difference that exists there is the only reason they're using that to evoke like some humor or some like a weird fetish or whatever they're talking about when they use the word. It's because they're evoking the weight of the word. That word, because it's racism. It doesn't work against me. But
let me tell you
for some reason,
sure, let me explain why. Yeah, let me explain why.
I'm not finished, right?
Sure, go ahead.
For some reason, a group of white people, for some reason, just came up with the N-word and they started using it without like the actual racist baggage behind it. That's why someone would use it anyway. But if they're just using it literally for no other reason, then that's not like they're not evoking the racist definition. No, in that case, the way they're defining it and using it collectively just means like friend or whatever.
So you mean if there was no history behind it? So if there was no history behind it,
no history behind it. If they are not evoking the weight of the word, people come up.
No, I said even if they are using it. I said if they are using it maliciously towards each other. Let's say they are using it maliciously towards each other.
If they're using it maliciously towards each other, but like not in the racist way, they're not being racist, is what you're saying? Or they don't?
Yeah, the idea is this, right? I'm not even asking about racism. What I'd asked you was what the definition of the N-word, like, what is the N-word? And you'd said that it's a slur, and I said towards who, and you said towards black people.
Yes.
And then I asked, yes, so then I asked you, what about white people or other people that use it towards each other, right? And you were saying that you think that's incorrect, because that's not the definition. So, but according to you, however they use it should be what it is. It doesn't matter what the definition
I'm not saying it should. I don't know why you're baking in this.
Hold on. When I say should, I'm indexing should to your preference. Yeah. So,
no, it's not my preference.
How you think? Yeah. Hold on. Wait. Well, according to you, that is what words are. They're subjective, right? That is what.
Yes,
that
they
is
are
how
subjective.
words are
Yes.
Wonderful. So, according to your preference, right?
No, it's
so
not my preference.
Hold on. They are sure their preference, whatever it is. But according to you, you wouldn't have thought. You would not have thought that was the correct usage of the word, because that's not the definition. And that could only be not according to the definition, according to what you think it is, no?
Correct usage of the word? I'm saying...
Yeah, what you said was, I'll repeat it for you.
Yeah.
What you said was that isn't, if they used it towards each other, that wouldn't be correct, because that's not the definition. That's what you said.
No, I didn't say it wouldn't be correct. I'm saying the reason they're using that word, the reason they would use that word in a humorous fashion is because...
Why did you say because that's not the definition? What preceded that when you said because that's not the definition?
What preceded that is you saying that, oh, well, when white people use it amongst each other, you're not saying it at a black person. Why isn't that racist? Or would you say that's like still a slur?
I never asked about racism, because I'm not talking about racism.
Is that still a slur against black? Is it still the same definition?
All I asked you was, I simply asked you, right? What is the N-word?
Yeah.
Who is it towards? And then I said, what if white people or other people were using it towards each other?
Yeah.
You said that wouldn't be right. That wouldn't be what it is.
That's racist.
And I asked you why, and you said because that's not the definition. Yeah, the understanding here, right? Very clearly.
No. You're baking this in. You've literally done this
I'm baking
twice.
what in? I'm just repeating what the exact words that we use. What am I baking in? What am I baking in? I'm just repeating the conversation. What am I baking in?
That the definition for some reason that this word is static amongst all contexts, and I'm saying no, that's not true. I'm saying that if white people are using it humorously, right, amongst each other, it's only humorous to them.
I didn't say just humorously. I'm not sure why you're saying that. Let's say they are using it maliciously towards each other.
If they're just using it between friends, is it still that same definition?
And I said
no.
I said, what if they are using it maliciously towards each other? Everyone here heard me say that multiple times, right? The idea here,
if they're using it maliciously but not evoking the racist context, they just want to say like the N-word because N-word means
said that
guy. Then it's not the same definition. No.
Yeah, you said that wouldn't be them using it correctly because that's not the same. That's not. You said that is not. What you said was that's not the definition. Yeah. That is what you said. Yeah. That is what you said. That's not the definition. Because when it's the N-word, you have an understanding that this is the function of it. That's why this is where this is all leading back to. With the N-word, you understand this is the function. And so when white people are using when white people are using it between each other, you think that it would be in some way incorrect because that's not what it is. I didn't say
incorrect. I never said incorrect.
So then so when you were saying, you said that's not the definition of what?
Well, I only said that's not the definition. I'm saying that's not the definition because you were implying that.
I never implied anything. I wasn't talking about racism or anything. I simply asked you. I didn't imply anything.
You're really putting the words into my mouth.
I haven't put any words in your mouth. I'm just repeating the words that you're using. Hey, choose better words, nigga. Choose better words. Choose better words if you don't like the words that you're using.
You don't want me to respond.
Choose no. I'm not putting words in your mouth. Choose better words if you don't like the words that I'm saying because I'm just repeating your words.
Yeah, out of context, without devoid of any meaning, right? You clipped, it's not the definition, and now that's my position.
No, you got got.
In broader context, that's obviously not my position.
You got got. Yes,
right?
you're obviously, you got got.
You are holding on to this because you have nothing else in this conversation.
Yes, you're right. I'm showing you how I'm showing you the contradiction in your thought process.
There's no contradiction.
There is a contradiction in your thought process.
Clarified
you very clearly think. No, you didn't. You didn't until I pointed out to you that the contradiction. You didn't clarify because that's what you think. It's not until I pointed out contradiction that you're now trying to backtrack. Now you're trying to backtrack. Now you're trying to backtrack because you see that it makes you wrong.
No. So I can clarify right now if you didn't get
Absolutely. Go ahead and backtrack. We'll welcome it.
There's no backtracking because I literally said it right after. Right? There was
You
literally
did
three
it.
contexts. There's literally three contexts, right? Because what happened was you're saying if two white people are using it together, right? Would you say that the N word is now for all? It just means against all races.
I didn't ask you that at all.
Yes, you did.
I
Yes,
never
you
asked
did.
you that.
And I'm saying.
I never asked you that.
And then I said, no, that's not the definition, right? I said, no, that's not the definition. That's for all races. And I said that because that's not how they're using it. If white people are using it in between each other for humor or whatever else, I'll clarify after when it's not humor, right? If they're using it for humor or whatever else, the reason they're using that is because they're evoking the definition that has the racist connotation, right?
And
it's
I specifically
not the definition that the
asked
N-word
you.
is for
I clarified
everyone.
multiple times. I
And then
clarified.
after
I asked it to you in multiple. I asked it to you in multiple ways. Even initially, I specifically said, "No, they just like what up, man." Like they're not even using it to be malicious. And you still said that is what you said. That's not the definition.
No, you didn't say that.
Chat, hold on, chat. No one heard me say that the white boys are just like what up, my nigga? No one heard. No one in the chat heard me say that. No one in the chat heard me say. Listen, you are a goddamn liar. You are a goddamn liar, yo. You are such a liar.
I'm literally clarifying the position.
You are such a liar.
You said yourself.
You've been lying
how
for 4
people
hours
use it
now.
doesn't
4.
change the definition.
I've literally.
You have no argument anymore. You should just shut up. You said yourself how people use it doesn't change it. Colloquially, don't mean shit.
I didn't say that.
Yourself.
I literally
didn't
say that. That's crazy.
You did say that.
It's crazy.
You did say that. You
I
said
literally
that doesn't
clarified
change
right after.
the definition.
You guys,
that's what you said. You said that doesn't change the
I'm
definition.
gonna make. Sure, I'm gonna make clear.
You're not being good faith. This is disingenuous.
Sure, yeah. Oh, yes, I'm the one that's not being good faith. I'm going to make it clear for the chat what just happened here. He understood, right, that with the N word there is weight because of the history. There is the etymology of the word, right? He understood who the word was utilized for, right? He understood that, and that's why he thought that it was incorrect to use it for white people to be using it amongst each other. Even if they're just being friendly or just trying to be wiggers, because I used that word too. He understands that. So him trying to pretend for the last 18 hours that he doesn't understand what we're talking about in regards to racism and how we're not talking about the colloquial usage, we're specifically talking about the history, the etymology, the utility, the function of the word. He understands that because he just demonstrated to us that he understands it with the N word.
Except
he just doesn't want to be wrong.
No, it's
he
not
doesn't
that.
want to be wrong.
You are literally twisting. I literally clarified the point. You said this is a contradiction, and I clarified the contradiction. But you don't want to accept my explanation. Why wouldn't you?
The jig is up. The jig is up.
The jig is up. The jig is up. Unfortunately, it's up, I guess.
You are very disingenuous. You understand that oppression is a hierarchy, and every example, misogyny, sexism, ableism, you understood that it cannot be flipped because it is a hierarchy.
I didn't say that. I said if people think that, then under that definition, that's how they're using it. Men can experience misogyny if they're literally defining it as bigotry on gender.
Stop. We've been clarifying for you what we're talking about the entire time.
And when you clarified, I said, I accept, this is what I'm saying, and you guys are saying no.
Hey, listen. You have been making claims and then walking them back over and over and over again.
A single thing I will walk back.
Listen, you've triggered a lot of people in the chat. You've triggered a lot of people up here. I'm sorry, because I'm still stuck on you saying I do support Sudan and the Congo and all these other countries that are dealing with these things, but not because they're black.
What do you think I mean by that? I'm literally black. I'm saying that.
That doesn't matter. Candace Owens is black. Clarence Thomas is black. That don't matter. None of that.
I think I want to talk like what do you think I mean when I say I'm not supporting them because they're black? What do you think that means?
Okay, but did Nafi not ask you why are they dealing with what they're dealing with because they're black, right?
Yeah.
You acknowledge that, right?
Yeah, but if Uyghurs experience systemic oppression, I'm going to support them not because they're Uyghurs.
Oh my God! Wow. Hey, I'm talking. If we know that the reason as to why they are facing or dealing with genocide is because of racism and because they're black, then what's the harm in saying that this is because they're black? You have compartmentalized racism in your head.
I haven't.
You
Like,
have,
I'm
which
not
is
saying
very
there's no
bizarre. No,
harm.
you have, which is very bizarre. If you understood racism and you actually had like, I want to say like an emotional connection or an empathetic connection to racism and understanding why they're dealing with what they're dealing with, then you would know that they are oppressed because they're black, and we will support them because they're black. For me, a black person, understanding that white supremacy is global, you will never catch me saying or feeling bad about saying I'm a support motherfuckers because they black. Because blackness is the reason as to why they are dealing with what they are dealing with. That's why I'm going to support them because they're black. They're being harmed because they're black, and nobody gives a fuck about it.
They're being harmed because they're black, and I'm gonna support them because an injustice is being done against them. That's my reason.
Wait,
Like,
do you think black people are living void of racism globally, like anywhere on the planet?
living void of, like, they don't have no. I think black oppression is an ontology in modern society. It's literally baked in. Yeah.
Okay, so then why is it that in your mind you would feel uncomfortable saying I'm going to assist them because they're black? Black people need
I
help
never said I was
everywhere.
uncomfortable saying that. I'm just saying
But what's the
that
problem with saying that if the
there's
reason is
literally
because
no.
they're
I never
black?
said there was a problem. I said
No, I'm
I
not
said
saying you would. I'm not saying that you said you did. I'm saying why? What's the harm in saying we know that they're dealing with this because they're black? We're going to support them because they're black.
there's no harm. All I'm saying is that, like, from my core, my moral, deontological core, the thing I support, the thing I do comes internally, irrespective of the even the actual consequences after the fact, right? When I see Uyghurs, right, who are being oppressed by the Chinese government, and they go through like
I'm not talking
chauvinism,
about
and
that.
yeah, and I'm just saying I would say the same thing. They're
No,
literally
that's
experiencing
different.
that.
That's different. That's
No, not the
different because
same
that's not the
thing,
position.
but I'm saying I
That's
would
not
apply
the.
the
No,
same
stop.
argument.
No, 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 no. Absolutely not. That's not the same fucking thing.
I'm saying I would make the same argument. It's not the same thing. They don't experience
That
the
does
same
not.
thing.
That's not analogous.
It's not.
It's not analogous.
It's not analogous. The
So yeah, I
experiences are
don't
not
care about that.
analogous.
I don't. No, I don't care about that. That's not analogous. It's not analogous.
What's not analogous?
Your example. Stop bringing up other groups of people. And I'm not saying don't recognize their oppression. I'm saying they're not a factor in the point I'm trying to make to you right now. The point is that you said you don't want to help people
I
in
didn't
Sudan
say
and the
that.
Congo because they are black. You're not going to
I
say
didn't
that
say that.
you said
Like,
that
why do
you're
you
not
have
going to
to?
say that you're helping them because they're black.
I didn't. I said I support them not because they're black, but I support them because they're facing oppression.
Yeah,
Right?
but why?
They're
So
facing
what's?
oppression because
But
they
why
are
would you?
black.
Why would you need to separate that though?
Because that principle applies to anyone facing oppression.
No, it doesn't.
You don't support people facing oppression?
No, what you're saying doesn't make any sense.
Okay. Like, you think it's illogical to have this moral principle where you support people, right, that are facing
No,
oppression.
that's
That's
not the
what you're saying.
problem here.
That's what you just said.
That's
That's what
not
you
the
just
problem.
said.
That's not the
You
problem
think
here.
people should suffer? Is that what you're saying?
Shut the fuck up, please, because you're getting on my nerves. You said I support Sudan and I support Congo as well, but not because they're black, and then that's where you stopped. And then Nafi said, wait a minute, why are they in the position that they're in? And you said it's because they're black. None of us understood what you meant by that. Why would you feel the need to say that?
It was in the context of the conversation, and we're talking about, I think, allyship or something adjacent to allyship.
No, we weren't. We're talking about the fact that you're extremely. No, we weren't. We were talking about the fact that you're extremely anti-black, and that you trying to take on this argument, right? That white people can somehow experience racism in the colloquial sense of the word is harmful because it's not actually happening to them. That's why that came up in the conversation. Now you're lying again.
I'm not lying again.
Yes, you are. You're literally lying again.
How is it anti-black to say I support these people because they're facing oppression?
But the oppression is because they're black. But that's not what you said earlier, though.
Yeah, the
now you're
oppression
lying.
is because.
No, Afsaf, that you're lying now. You're lying.
Yeah,
That's not what you said. Sorry, go ahead, Adona.
Yeah, the problem is, the thing is this, right? Stop.
Yeah.
No one is disagreeing, and I mean, I've said this so long ago at this point. No one is disagreeing that people use terms colloquially, right? We understand that. I gave you, you said that's not the point?
That's not the point, no.
What's the point?
I said that people use these words colloquially, and that words are subjective. So when we take the colloquial definition, right, and apply it to white people, then white people can experience racism.
Okay, I'm sorry, how is that different? Hold on, I'm sorry. How is that different than what I just said? Because the only words that I got out, hold on, because the only words that I got out, stop it, hold on, stop. Yeah, because stop it. Because the only words that I got out were, we understand that people use the words colloquially, and then you said, people use the words colloquially. I'm sorry, how is that different than what I said?
So you said...
I didn't even get to the rest of the sentence. All I got to was
people use the word colloquially, and then I literally responded, people use the word colloquially. That's what just happened.
Yeah, right? Hold on. You don't know what the rest of... Hold on. You don't know what the rest of what I was going to say was. All I said was people use the word colloquially. You then repeated that people use the word colloquially, and so when you're using it colloquially, white people can experience racism. How is that different than what I said? I just said that people use the word colloquially.
Because you are holding the word racism.
So you are psychic. Hold on. So you are psychic.
Okay, I'm not going to answer the question. Just speak. It's okay.
Wonderful. Yeah. Good. Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Because I don't know when you became psychic. I'm not sure. Hold on. Don't tell me what you think it is that I think. Because all I got out was that people use the words, we understand that people use the words colloquially. I'm the one that fucking told you, right? That yes, words are subjective and descriptive. So I don't know why you even are fixing your goddamn lips to say the words, I think words are being used, I think words are objective. But anyone that's heard me speak knows that I don't think that, because I literally bust out the dictionary and use the dictionary telling us that the words are not objective.
Yeah, but you were acting as if they are. Like,
how do you get that from the words? How do you get that from the words? We understand people. Stop it. I'm using, hold on. You just tried to tell me what I meant from this sentence. We understand that people use the words colloquially.
Holy shit.
Yes, that's our sentiment exactly. I know. If you could just shut up. If you could just shut up for a second. Thank you. I'm going to finish what I was saying.
Okay.
We understand that people use words colloquially, right? But we're not talking about the colloquial usage of the word. What we are talking about was the intent behind the actions for which this term, for which the descriptor was giving. The actions the descriptor was given to, right? That's what we are talking about. We are talking about the purpose of this thing. Regardless of, the people can use it colloquially all they want. We're talking about what was the thing that was happening that this descriptor was given to. That's what we're talking about. What was the purpose of the thing? So this is why people have the understanding that misogyny is done towards women, because we understand that the purpose, that what was happening, the thing that was happening, was that men were exploiting and oppressing women. That's where the understanding comes from. And there are people that are going to use it colloquially in other ways. Cool, words can be used in any way. We're not saying words are objective. But we have explained several times that that's what we are talking about. Was the thing that was happening to which a descriptor was given. That's what we are talking about. That thing that was happening. This is very easy. This is not talking about the objectivity of words. I'm talking to you about what it is that we are talking about when we are discussing this, which has been explained to you that when we're saying the word functionality, what was the function of racism? What's the functionality? That is what's being described. You have already stated yourself that you understand that when I say cow, that we can come to an understanding as to what it is that I mean. If I say I'm hopping in my cow and going to work, and you're like, what do you mean by that? I've never heard that used. And I say I'm indexing cow to car, that from there on, you understand what I'm talking about, right? So now, now what you should understand, that when we're saying the functionality of the word, it's been explained to you about 1,000 times what we mean. Yet you still keep going on. I don't even know what you're going on about. Because you know that we're not talking about the colloquial usage. You know this.
What do you think?
This has been said 1,000 times.
What do you think we disagree on?
We've been
if you could articulate our disagreement in a sentence, what do you think it would be?
Dude, I'm asking you that.
But I've literally said I agree on every, and you guys are just saying, why are you saying we should use the racism this way? I literally never said that. I said I agree. The way that you're using the word racism, the way we're collectively using the word racism, I agree.
I can tell you why.
White people
I can
can't
tell you why.
experience this. I'm just
Sure, I
saying
can
that.
tell you why.
What?
I can tell you why. I can tell you why. I can tell you why. The reason that there's the discrepancy is happening is because what we've been stating and using misogyny as an example, what we've been telling you is that there's just one misogyny. And it happens to one group, right? In terms of the function, there's one misogyny, it's discrimination towards women. It happens to this particular group. It can happen systemically and it can happen individually, but it doesn't change who it happens to or what it is, because we're talking about the function of we're talking about the thing that was happening, right? The discrimination towards women. So we've explained that to you. That same example has been given to you at least 3 times since I've been up here. So you know what it is that we're discussing, right? But then you keep going back to, I think that it can happen to white people systemically. I don't think it can happen to white people systemically, but it can happen to them individually. When we've already explained to you, like misogyny, that it happening systemically, individually, that's not what we're not talking about colloquial usage. We're talking about the actual thing that was being done. And that's why it doesn't change. But you keep going back to this distinction between systemically and individually.
Because every time I'm clarifying, that's what I meant when I said white people might experience racism. Because literally every time you guys said the word racism, and this is what we mean by racism, and I say literally every single, this is what I mean by racism. I say, okay, I agree. That's what racism is academically in this context. Yes, that's what it is.
You weren't saying that every
then why are
time.
you still arguing?
You were not. No, you weren't
experience
saying.
that?
No, stop. You were not saying that the entire time. That's disingenuous. That's a lie.
So I was saying that white people can experience
look,
systemic racism. That's what I was saying.
Wait. Look, you said accurately, white people cannot experience racism. Inaccurately, they can. So you just want to
I
be
never said that,
inaccurate,
but I
which
don't even
means
know
you
what that
want
means.
to. I'm talking. You said that inaccurately, white people can, which means you want to be inaccurate, which means you want to be wrong.
Why does that mean I want to be inaccurate? If I'm saying
inaccurate means what?
Why does that mean
not
I want
correct,
to be inaccurate?
right?
What's the difference between descriptive and prescriptive?
I'm asking you a question. What is
We're not going to do
inaccurate?
this right now.
What is inaccurate?
It means imprecise.
Right. So you want to be imprecise.
Why do you think I want to be imprecise? Do you think
You
why,
just
what
said
makes,
it.
what
You
have I
said
said that you
inaccurately
only-
they can. Accurately they can't. You said that an hour ago. An hour
So you
ago.
agree?
I
I've
checked
been
the time.
agreeing with you for an hour. I've agreed with you for an hour.
No,
That's
you
what you're saying.
haven't. And we've already established this is not a colloquial discussion. This is factual based. And you said accurately they cannot experience racism. You said this like 4 times,
Yeah.
which means you want to be wrong. You want to be
Why do
imprecise.
I want to be wrong?
You just said it. You said inaccurately they can. So why do you want to be inaccurate?
I don't.
The
I
problem is
literally
that
said this definition of racism has more utility. I would.
So my problem with all of this, why he's making me so mad, is because the only reasoning for him saying that it can happen is because white people would call it that. If they would call what happens to them racism, that makes racism for him. That's the dumbest shit I ever heard. Your argument makes no sense. Just because they would call it racism doesn't make it racism. That's why you want to be wrong.
And I'm telling you, if in a country everyone calls feet arms, that means that when we say arm, we're talking about feet. That's literally how language works.
Accurate. And you've already established that.
Accurate. It's
So my question that you still
it's not objective. This is what I'm saying. Words aren't objective.
Excuse me, I'm talking. Don't overtalk me. So you said you want to be inaccurate. So my question is, why do you want to be inaccurate? Who are you caping for?
I'll answer the question directly.
Right now.
I don't want to be inaccurate. I
So
don't.
then white people
And
can't.
I've said before that this use of the word racism as the colloquial definition, as it's just being mean, is not useful. There's no utility. I'm recognizing that a lot of people use it that way regardless. So from that definition, they can experience racism if it just means this. That's no utility. It's not useful.
No.
Okay. Even if you don't think I was saying that, I'm clarifying that that's like my exact position. Even though I
what
think
you're
I've been
saying is
consistent.
your position is useless.
Okay, it's
You
useless.
just said that. You said they can, but it's not a useful term.
Literally, there's no
useful
utility
way
in
to
the
use
way
the
they
term,
use
which
the word
means your
racism.
position is useless. It is imprecise. You want to be wrong.
I'm not saying I want to use
You
the
just
word that
admitted
way.
that.
You study philosophy, right?
No.
You haven't studied philosophy? Okay, but let's pretend. Well,
I study
let's
neuroscience. I don't know if it's
neuroscience. Okay,
relevant.
that's fine. Cool. Even neuroscience, right? When you're in school, right, you're having an academic discussion. You understand that these aren't things that are going to be just discussed, let's say, at the kitchen table, right? These are things that you're having a more in-depth critical discussion about. You're having a more in-depth critical discussion. That's what we're stating is happening here, right? It's TikTok, but that's what we utilize usually these lives for, is just to have a more critical, in-depth discussion, right? So that's why we keep going back to saying that we're not talking about the colloquial usage. I even gave you the example of, most people don't read above the 6th grade reading level. You know, most people don't think more critically beyond whether they want Captain Crunch or Cinnamon Roast Crunch for breakfast. We're not talking about just the surface level usage of the word, because we understand we've spoken about. We understand what xenophobia is, but yet when people see xenophobia happening because they are uneducated on the different descriptors for different forms of discrimination, they'll just call it racism. We understand that happens.
Yes.
And okay, that's not what we're doing here, though. That's not what's happening here.
Hold on, I'm not doing that either. We're taking this the academic conversation that we're having right now is about the process you just described. I'm not having a colloquial conversation. I'm having a formal conversation about how words are used colloquially. And by the way, Nafi literally said you agreed an hour ago that this definition that you already agreed is more useful and you agreed is correct. And you're just saying that this is incorrect and imprecise. That's literally, yes, that's what I've been saying.
I mean, we're not having a discussion. We're not having a formal discussion on how words are used colloquially. Every single person that has spoken to you has specifically told you we're not talking about anything about what the colloquial definition is. I'm not sure why you're having a conversation with some random person in Minnesota that's not on this live. Because we're not talking about we're not having a formal discussion about the colloquial usage of the word. We are telling you that we're talking about the function. We're talking about the history. We're talking about etymology. We're talking about the utility. We're talking about the current events. That's what we are talking about. And we've said that over and over again, but you keep going back, despite us saying we're not talking about some random person that sees somebody in a way. Do you know that people come up here and tell us that people discriminating against people based on religion is racism? I can't tell you how often that happens. People will say, oh, people are discriminating against people on religion. That's also racism. So we're not talking about the colloquial usage of the word because most people do not think. And we've explained this to you over and over again, but yet every time we're having a discussion, you go back to, but systemically they can't, but individually they can. And individually, because when you're talking about individually, you're talking about the colloquial usage. And we're talking about the academic sense of the word racism.
Yeah, and the prompt that I responded to was systemic racism and racism are the same structure. And the whole conversation, going back to that little prompt, was me saying that if we're defining racism itself, right, in this colloquial way, because that's what I assumed what was happening when we drop the descriptor before it, and we're just using it in a colloquial, like informal way where people just use it as if it's meaning any type of hate on any type of class or group. Like that's been the position. I'm saying that is inaccurate, but following from that definition, the function they've outlined is applicable to anyone. That was the point.
Okay, so
we agree. Can you acknowledge that we agree? Can you at least acknowledge that we are 100% agreeing?
Sure. And we can wrap it up, right? But this is the issue. What's happening here, right? Is that we know what xenophobia is. Let's say we know what xenophobia is, and let's say a white person is experiencing xenophobia, and somebody says that's racist. If we're saying actually that's xenophobia.
Yeah.
And you're saying, this is my understanding, you're saying that it is racism if that's what they are, if that's how they're using the word.
No, because I don't think there's any objectivity in the way people use words.
I'm not saying objectively. That's why I'm saying in the way that they're using the word. That would not be objective. right? You're saying that if they're using it in that way, then that's what it is to them. That's what they're saying. That's what racism is then in that context. That's
I'm not
what
saying
you're
that's
saying.
what racism is. I'm
I'm
saying
not.
that's when they use the word racist. I'm saying this is the idea they're conveying.
Yes, that's what I said. Yes, that's what they're talking. They're just talking about this, whatever it is that they think is happening to this man. They're not making a distinction that it is xenophobia versus glottophobia versus xenophobia. They're not making this distinction. They're using racism to just mean discrimination.
Yeah, exactly. Yes,
Because in that sense, then if they're talking about discrimination in regard, because in that sense, then if they say that someone's being mean to a Christian, that's racism, then they would also be correct. Yeah. Okay.
What do you mean correct? Like correct? Like I feel like we agree here. Like I feel like we understand.
Yes, you know what I don't mean correct as in there's an objective usage of the word.
Yes. Yeah. So I'm gonna operate on that basis. Would they be using it correctly? Like they're using it consistently with what they think the word means and what it's not about the individual. Like now they can use this word. There's some validity to the way they used it. There's some validity in the way we used the word cow previously. There's no validity in that because it's private, right? The reason that there's it should be addressed, it should be analyzed, we should talk about the way people use this word is because it's collectively used. There's no utility in it. And I think the conversation isn't just about redefining the word. I think the conversation is about magnitude. That's the point I was making. That's why I brought up the car accident example. That's why I brought up everything else. But I feel like we're all in agreement. I feel like I've been
So you just said it's useless and imprecise. So you're saying your position is imprecise, which is wrong, but you still want to stand on it.
It's not useless per se. There's utility. That's why they're using the word that way. There's utility for them. Right?
Not me.
But I'm saying it's less useful than using the word racism in the way we're using it.
You said useless. Don't try to shift now. You said useless and you said imprecise. You've been running and getting cooked for almost 5 hours, caping for white
There's
supremacy.
less utility in the way they use it. It's useful for them when they're trying to talk about discrimination. Well, we understand what discrimination is.
Okay, so
a useful word colloquially is racism because everyone thinks that racism is just discrimination. In that case, it's useful for them to use the word. There's utility in the way they use racism. Is it as useful as the way we use it? No, there's less
Right, I got
utility.
you. All right. So it's useful for white supremacists, and you want to use to just bank that yes, white people can experience racism to benefit them. That's literally what you're saying. That yes.
When did I say I want them to use it? I literally said it's less useful. Why do I want them to? What makes you think I want them to do that?
Wait. So you said my position is imprecise, it is useless, and it benefits white supremacists, and you're still going to use it. I'm just going to land my plane because you will never concede, even though you did multiple times. Please just cook him because I'm tired.
Why are you saying that I want them to use the word? There's actually nothing you can take from this conversation that says I want them to use the word incorrectly. I want them to use the word as if it means it's just discrimination. We should whitewash. I've never said anything like this. I'm saying that this is what happens.
You did, but talk to Jeff because I'm done.
Okay.
What does it mean for something to have utility?
It means it's useful.
What does that mean?
What do you mean? What does that mean? For it to be useful, it means that it expresses a coherent idea among a group if we're talking about language.
Okay. And you think that there is some utility to white people whitewashing the definition of racism?
I don't understand. Why are you trying to twist the way utility literally means in the philosophy?
I'm asking a question.
Philosophy of language.
Look. I'm not nice. Everybody else here has been very patient and nice with you. I'm an asshole. I'll just cuss you out to the moon and back. I don't give a fuck. Don't ask me what I'm trying to do when I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you, do you think there is utility in white people whitewashing the definition of racism?
No, there is no utility. It's not productive for white people to whitewash the word racism.
Okay. So then, in the prompt,
I'm so sorry. Stop. You literally said it would benefit white people. We literally came to that conclusion when I was talking to you.
Utility for non-white people. It's not useful.
No. But he said, is there utility for white people to whitewash the definition of racism? That was the question.
For white people, yes. For white people, but that's not the way I'm using the word utility. Utility does not just mean useful. I'm saying when I say a word has utility, I'm saying that it has the ability to express a specific concept or idea coherently within a group. That's what I mean when I say utility. That's what the utility of a word is. That's not the way he's using the word utility at all. He's saying, is it useful for white people to whitewash it?
Jeff, isn't that what you asked? Isn't it? Didn't you say that didn't you ask if there is utility for white people to would white people benefit off of whitewashing racism? Wasn't that your question?
Yeah, he's having a conversation with somebody else.
Thank you.
I didn't say any utility for us, for black people, or any of that. I just said it's their utility.
Utility generally means is how effective is it as a word? Does it encompass the meaning, and is it generalizable to a group of people? That's what I mean when I say utility.
Okay, this is why I asked you your definition, and then you told Covey about how I'm using it. I don't care how I'm using it because I'm not dumb, right? You're using it. I just want to know how a dumb person is using it. And so when you say utility means a thing, I want to know how you're using it. Now, then the follow-up is there utility in white people whitewashing the definition of racism?
Okay, but you see how you asked me how I'm using the word utility, and I literally told you it's a descriptor of language.
Great.
And then you told me,
now using that definition,
is there utility? Yeah, but
I don't know why you're meta conversating like that. That's ridiculous. Just answer my question. Is there utility in white people whitewashing the definition of racism?
That's okay. I see what you're trying to say. I'm going to say no, just to preface, right? Or yes, they benefit from it. No, it's not productive for society. But the way you use utility is not the same way I'm using utility.
I think you fancy yourself a psychic. I'm asking.
Not a psychic.
I want you to stop talking. I want you to literally stop talking while I'm talking. You've done it to everybody else on the panel. Like, I let you say your whole thing, and then the minute I start talking, I don't care about that. Don't try to guess where I'm going. Tell me what's in your brain. If you start to try to examine what's in my brain, which you don't have access to, you're just telling us that there's nothing in your brain. So I want to know what you think. Do you think there is utility in white people whitewashing the definition of racism?
Okay. And with peace and love and grace, I promise you I'm not being difficult. I'm not trying to cut off the argument you're trying to make. I'm literally
not trying to make an argument yet. I don't care about any of that. The only thing I'm interested in, I do not care about peace or love or grace or any of that. I only care, the only interest I have is the water bottle that I'm opening and the answer to my question. That is it. Those are the only two things that exist to me in this world.
I understand, but the reason that I am taking issue with the question is not because I disagree with the substance of the question. I disagree because the way I use the word utility, it's literally a descriptor of a word, right? And you're asking me, do white people, is there utility in white people whitewashing a word? Well, utility, that's not the way but if you're asking, is it useful for them? Then yes, obviously it's useful for them.
In what way is it useful for them? See, I don't know why we got there. In what way is it useful for them?
Oh, and do you not understand the way why I took issue with the question at first, or no?
I do not care. The point is that you were able to say words that I interpret as an answer to my question. There is utility. I'm cool with that. What is the utility of white people whitewashing the definition of racism?
So the usefulness in whitewashing the use of racism, the usefulness in that, the reason that it benefits white people as a class is because then this dialogue, right, will seep into conversations of policy, conversations revolving around cultural movements that will have downstream effects affecting black people, brown people, and propping up white people.
Okay. And
This happens because if you minimize racism, right, then there shouldn't be any reason. There's no impetus to implement a preventative policy against racism. There's no reason to implement something like a DEI law, which is meant to expand access, or at least I don't know, expand access to these communities.
okay. And so now, what is the utility of imparting that wisdom for you?
What do you mean? Can you be more specific?
Do you think that that concept is lost on anybody on this panel?
The idea that whitewashing the word racism is lost upon, is this lost upon anyone on the panel? No.
The way that racists. Okay, so then what is the utility of coming up here and LARPing as someone who's making this argument, and then when being called on making the argument, saying that's not what I was saying, I'm just saying that some people say that? What is the utility of doing that for you?
I don't understand how I've been painted as someone who has had a constantly evolving position.
No, wait, hold on. The claim is not that you have a constantly revolving, position. What we're saying is that you keep saying, this is how, and I brought this up to you before. You keep saying, this is how people use the word. This is how it's used colloquially. When that's not, we're not discussing that. He's asking, what is the benefit of you telling us how the word is used by some other people? We're having a discussion. You are having a discussion with us.
It's the debate. It's literally the debate's prompt. It's what the question is. It's what the conversation is.
Yes, we're discussing with you, not with how other people are using it. We're discussing with you the distinctions or the similarities between race and racism. Your understanding. And you keep telling us what everyone else's understanding is. We're having the discussion with you.
Let me make it easier. Let me make it easier for you. Let's say there was a group of white people that wanted to just deny racism, and they adopted a semantic for racism that included unicorns. And they said, racism is when unicorns oppress black people. And so therefore racism doesn't exist. Do you think there would be utility in using that to answer this prompt?
Would there be utility in? No, there would not be utility in that.
Now the question is, what is the utility in you using some white boy's definition of racism to answer this prompt? That's the question.
So to be clear, it's not like I came up here and I said, well, racism is this. That's why white people can experience it, right? I think the entire time I've been saying that the academic definition of racism does not include white people. White people cannot experience that type of racism. And the reason, here's the utility in it, right? The way people use racism is not just malicious by white people to whitewash it, right? People ignorantly use the word racism as a placeholder for discrimination in any case. We saw it with Venezuelans.
What's the source?
I'm getting to it, right?
Get to it faster. Look, I'll get to it faster for you. The reason that they do that is because lexicographers are all white.
I'm sorry. Can you build out that bridge a little bit? Sorry.
The people who read those dictionaries that you so cling to, they're white.
I don't cling to dictionaries.
Yes,
okay?
You do. Yes, you do.
I don't cling to dictionary. I've never clinged to a dictionary. I've literally said that I use the word that has the most utility. It's never been the dictionary word.
You hug the dictionary at night, and you're
shadowboxing
with it.
You're shadowboxing.
I might be, but I can tell that you spoon with the dictionary at night. That dictionary is written by white people.
I don't understand I'm not saying the colloquial definition is the dictionary definition. That's never been the position.
I didn't say you said that. I said there's no utility in even bringing that up.
So there's no utility bringing up the dictionary definition? Who brought up the dictionary
No,
definition?
there's no utility in bringing up the white boy definition.
What does that have to do with the dictionary and lexicographers?
The lexicographers are white people. They're the ones that say racism is discrimination. Then other people read that definition and they ingest it and they think that that's what it is. So when we do an analysis, then people like you come up and say, well, in the dictionary it says this. Colloquially, some people say this. What I'm saying is there's no utility to that.
Okay. Are you saying there's no utility in the conversation being had?
That too, but there's no utility in bringing it up at all.
Well, can I explain why I brought it up, and then you can tell me if there's utility in it?
Sure.
Or no? Okay. Because I disagree broadly with the point that the meanings of words, the way we use the words in place of discrimination, I don't think this is a concerted effort by white people in order to rearrange the definition of the word. Because frankly, I don't think they need that, especially within this political landscape. I think people are just comfortable being racist. People are comfortable hiding being racist while pretending to have this virtue. So I don't think lexicographers needed to go and change this word in a malicious way, etc., etc.
Okay, then
I think,
very simply put,
let me land the
no,
plane. Let me land the
no,
plane.
no,
Okay,
no,
don't.
no,
Okay, yeah, sure, go ahead.
Why are there no black lexicographers for standard American English?
I don't know, but I'm saying that the cultural movement around language is not from the dictionary. That's literally the opposite of what happens. If it was from the dictionary, then we would all operate as if words had objective truth. We just look up the dictionary definition. But no one cares about the dictionary.
Wait.
Yeah.
It does drive the conversation because not everybody uses the term the exact same way. There isn't even a majority of people.
Literally. Yes.
The dictionary points to a group of people. Like, do you think a majority of people in the United States use the word stan?
Stan? Like the name? Or like the fan,
term
like
that means an obsessive fan. Do you think a majority of people use that term?
No. I
Or do you
wouldn't say
just
the
think that
majority.
or do you just think that lexicographers found the impact of the term high enough to just include it in the lexicon?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question. Do you think that the word "stan" wasn't a word before it was in the dictionary, or like
Nigga,
there was no meaning?
the word
before it was in the
"stan"
dictionary?
was used by a group of people that it just permeated the zeitgeist. It wasn't used by a majority of people. It was used by pockets of people. But the
And
pockets
in
were
those
loud
pockets,
enough.
they had utility for the word "stan."
That's not the point. You're saying that the culture, the way a majority of people use it, is what drives the dictionary. No, the dictionary picks pockets. Listen, if you interrupt me one more time, I'm going to take my profanity filter off. You literally said that, and I'm like just as close to quoting you as I can be. You're saying it happens the opposite. People use the word and then the dictionary. No, the dictionary looks at the zeitgeist and says, I think this is important, and it surfaces it. That's what happens. And the people doing the surfacing are all white.
I'm sorry, I literally cannot. I do not know how you could ever believe this when literally words are added into our vocabulary every single day that aren't within the dictionary, and they have utility, and we use them within groups, and we use them within wide groups, despite the fact that they're not in the dictionary. That points to that. To me, that means that there's cultural forces acting upon the way we use language that has nothing to do with the dictionary. And I'm pretty sure the dictionary is like not shaping the way we use language at all. If you want to say the dictionary is a reflection
after the fact. Perhaps if you want to say the lexicographers are racist, that's terrible, that's bad, and if it's a concerted effort, that's obviously bad. But guess what? I don't even think it's that big of a problem because no one cares about the dictionary.
Yeah,
Right?
the reason that we know that's not true is because each week we speak to literally probably hundreds of people, and the first thing out of their mouth is, but the dictionary, the definition says, every time. I think that a lot of people's understanding currently of what racism is coming from the dictionary.
Wait, but also white people have the power and authority to change.
Wait, that's not true, though.
Wait, hold on 1 second. White people do have the power to change the meaning of words. Every single time black people come up with a word like woke, like black fatigue, for example, it's white people that actively change the definition. The reason as to why white people now, generally people have a different understanding of what black fatigue is because racist ass white people decided to change what the term meant, even though it was coined by a black woman. The same thing was woke. The reason as to why woke is now used as like a derogatory term is because it was bastardized by white people. White people have, unfortunately, like generally colloquially, a monopoly on who gets to determine the definition of words, who gets to apply these terminologies to different groups of people. It's white people who do that shit. And they bastardize terminologies that are coined by black people all the damn fucking time because they have the power to do so. So why should I, as a fucking black person, depend on white people to tell me what racism is? Why
I've never said you should do that.
But it's white people who are saying that they can experience racism too. The idea of reverse racism literally emerged in the 1980s and the 1990s because a bunch of white people wanted to colonize victimhood and they went around trying to say that we experience racism too. Why the fuck should I allow them to say that? Can you tell me why? Tell me why white people in the 1800s were not going around saying that they could experience racism too, interpersonal racism too. Why were they not going around saying we all equally are racist to one another? Why did they all of a sudden fucking start in the 1980s or 90s saying that they experienced racism too? If interpersonal racism is about everybody being equally racist to everyone, then why weren't they? Why did they all of a sudden in the 1990s start saying that they experienced reverse racism? Why didn't they say that in like the 1950s?
Okay, I'm going to respond real quickly to Adorna, and then I'll get that, because she said that why is it that when people come up in this live and they talk about the dictionary definition, if people really believed in the dictionary definition, why would they use it against Muslims? Why are they saying that when you discriminate against Muslims for being Muslim, that's racist? You said that people do that.
Yeah, because
it's not in the dictionary.
Yeah, because people I can tell you why. Because people don't know the distinction between race, nationality, ethnicity, etc. And so the dictionary mentions the word ethnicity, and they think everything is they have no clue what ethnicity, race is, what's being used as a descriptor for people who practice particular religions, etc. I
don't think
that's the reason.
I don't think people.
Wait, who does that benefit, Adorna? Wait, hold on. Who does that benefit, Adorna? Who does that benefit? White people. White people. When people think that you can be racist to Muslims, white people fucking benefit. Now answer my goddamn question. If white people somehow can experience interpersonal racism, why weren't white people bitching about experiencing interpersonal racism in 1960s?
Because words aren't static. Words aren't static. They evolve meaning amongst groups.
The function of racism evolved.
Just very broadly.
Did the function and impact of racism evolve? Does it still impact the same damn people?
The function has definitely evolved. The way, the mechanisms by which racism operates definitely evolved.
How did white people? Wait, hold on. How were white people not impacted by racism in the 1960s, but somehow miraculously started getting impacted by it in the 1980s? How? Fucking how? I'm so sorry. I'm
Okay.
usually like a very, very calm person. I'm usually very patient, but you have triggered every fucking inkling of my soul. And the reason as to why you've triggered every inkling of my soul is because I know that you're black and I know that you're Palestinian, but you're acting fucking dense as fuck. Now, can you tell me how?
What do you think we disagree on? What do you think we disagree on?
Can you please tell me how racism was not impacting white people in the 1960s, but all of a sudden, out of the fucking nowhere, poof, it started impacting them in the 1980s? Tell me how.
I don't even know why you're asking me this question.
No, what
I'm saying
changed? What changed? What changed for it
the
to
definition, the way people use the word.
Because the definition changed, it suddenly started impacting them? Because the definition changed,
What do
it
you
suddenly
mean?
started
Yes.
impacting them?
Yeah, the way the definition changed to mean that racism is when my feelings are hurt. So does
So how
racism
come
now
their
mean?
feelings were not getting hurt in the 1960s?
That's just not the word they would use. That's not the word they would use.
Why not? Why weren't their feelings being impacted?
What
in
do
the
you mean?
1960s?
This is like the
Do you
way that
understand
words
how that
emerge
doesn't
in
make sense? Do you understand how that doesn't make sense?
I don't actually. Not even a little bit.
Wait, so they were not being impacted by racism in the 1960s, and then all of a sudden they just randomly started changing the definition of racism. Because who changed the definition of racism in the 1990s?
Can I respond? Can I please respond?
Yes.
Okay. White people have never and will, I don't know about will never, but have never experienced structural racism.
I don't care about structural racism.
No. The way we use the word racism in the 1980s, the way we were, the collective meaning of the word racism in the 1980s, white people didn't experience that. The reason that white people now say that...
No, they said it in the 1980s though. They said in the 1980s that they were experiencing racism. They talked about reverse racism in the 1980s. So how come they started having their fifis hurt in the 1980s, but not in the 1960s?
I don't think that their fifis weren't never. They probably always had like some fragility about them.
Talking about
they just
reverse,
prescribed the word racism after the fact.
Now you're just making up shit. They were not talking about reverse racism in the 1940s and 50s. They started talking about...
I didn't say reverse racism. I said they probably always had fragility about them.
I swear to God. I swear, like, I'm done. I'm gonna go back on mute because if I don't, I'm gonna like actually cuss you the fuck out. I'm gonna cuss you the fuck out because you pretend like you're some type of intellectual academic person.
I'm not.
But you're...
I'm literally...
We've established that you're not. We've established that you're not. But the problem that I have is instead of admitting that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, you come up here pretending as if you're a fucking like authority of some shit and you're debating the topic. That's what's pissing me off.
I've never said I was an authority. If you got that impression from me, I'm sorry. So just to respond to her point, I guess.
Who's we?
What do you mean, who's we?
When the definition changed and when the collective used it differently, who's that?
Could you? I'm sorry. Like, can I just like in general?
The definition of racism changed.
Yes.
You said.
Yes.
Because the collective is using it differently. You said.
Yeah.
Who's that?
Everyone.
No, not everyone. This is where you're wrong. No.
Majority of people, a large portion.
Not even the majority of people.
Hispanics use it this way. Asians use it this way.
But again, listen. Use it now.
Even black people that I know.
Use it. Hey, marshmallow brain. Use it now.
Use what now?
That's how they use it now. When the definition changed, what was the catalyst? Who was using it that way?
This isn't like an instant reaction. This is a gradual process. The way that words take on new meanings. Who's using what, man? I'm not trying to be difficult. Just like, what do you mean?
When the definition changed, I know that you know what we're talking about. When the definition changed, you're telling me that everybody was using it the new way, and then it was changed?
To be clear, when I'm saying definition changed, I have to be super clear because now we rehashed the previous thing where people are saying that I'm saying that white people experienced the racism from the 1980s, and now they're saying that that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that racism at its inception had a specific meaning, right? that specific meaning encompasses a lot of these structures and these systems that we're talking about, right? Black people used to say, or in general say, that we are victims of this system, right? So when we talk about racism in general, that's what we were talking about before. Now, when I'm saying the definition changed, what I'm saying is the way the people use the word, when people said the word, uttered just the word racism, what concept were they encapsulating? They were encapsulating discrimination. So I'm not saying the function of these systems are changing to affect white people. I'm saying that white people think they get discriminated against.
What people is my question.
Everyone uses the word racism like this.
Let me look at my answer key. The term you were looking for was white people. That's what the judges said. White people. White people used it differently. There would be zero reason for anyone else to use it differently. Because why would a black person say, well, now racism, we're already experiencing racism. We don't need to change the definition or use it any other way. White people used it differently. And because they control the culture and the zeitgeist, they said, well, that's how you should use it now. And then it was in a dictionary. And then people read the dictionary. And then a new generation comes and they go, reading is very difficult. Oh, I have this history book that's been whitewashed. I have this dictionary that's been whitewashed. Now, if I say the word honky, that's racism. But you think that everybody just, hey, well, just what racism is. We just decided one day. You don't really believe that, do you? Because if you do, you're an idiot.
Wait, oh. Turned it, because I had a question for him. I think, and I would have been interested in hearing what he thinks, but if tomorrow people started saying, let's say that schizophrenia is just the feeling people get when they get tickled, like when you tickle someone and the feeling you get, that's schizophrenia, right? Even if we understood that people were using it colloquially that way, I think that we'd also understand when people say that's not actually what schizophrenia is. I think that we would understand that we're talking about the condition that people have. Right. And so I think he understands that that's what's happening here. We're not talking about what it is that people, like the semantic changes that happen in regards to how people generally use the word like cool or chill. We're talking about something a little deeper here. I mean, yeah.
I just want to say, Adorna, that example that you brought up with somebody crashing into your car and then saying, oh, we're all just crashing into each other. That's literally what, like, the idea of reverse racism is. Like, somebody literally crashes into your fucking car, wrecks your car, and then sits there and saying, oh, both of us crashed into each other. That's literally what reverse racism is. Like, white people continue benefiting off of this system, continue literally genociding us, and then turning around and saying, actually, we're the victims too. We're all just equally being transatlantic slave trade. Everybody just enslaving each other. It's the white slave master and the slave. Both are enslaving each other. Colonialism, everybody just colonizing each other. Like, I'm sorry. Y'all, I usually don't like raising my voice, but I'm not gonna lie. This was hour 5 with him, and it already got to me. I was so patient with him in the beginning, but
I think it's annoying because it's one thing when someone genuinely doesn't understand. To me, it's even more annoying when I think you know. Like, I think you know, And I don't know if it's that you don't want to concede. I really think that what it is, especially in TikTok live culture, is that once people concede, they feel as though their credibility is shot. Like amongst everyone that is watching, your credibility is shot. And so the name of the game is don't concede, don't concede, don't concede. Right? And so it's annoying to me when very clearly you can see that you're wrong. You can see what the other people mean. You feel like you have to. That's very annoying to me. It's okay to just be like, you want to know what? That's true. And that's it. That's the end of the conversation. That's true.
Normalize, for the love of God, you. There are 335 people here. Normalize saying, I don't understand the topic, therefore I will not comment on it. Please, I beg you, literally. I think if more people actually did that about a topic that they don't understand, pretending like they understand the topic, you would cause less headaches. Please normalize saying, I won't comment on this. I beg you.
I also hate this idea that, like, and look, full disclosure, I don't think he actually believed half of what he said. Culture is an unguided process with no motive. Like, the idea of people highlighting rap as a violent genre when we know that there's millions of subgenres within rap that are not violent, but the fact that that's highlighted, that's no motive. It's just what happened, right? This idea that the way that language moves, that just kind of occurs, and when people use a word a specific way, there's no reason. That's just what happened. A whole bunch of people got together and they just started saying some shit. No, there's a reason for that. And that there isn't is at best naive, at worst like just some sinister bullshit.
He really said it just suddenly changed. The definition just suddenly, it just, guys, like, whoop, just happened to change. Who knows why it changed? Who knows why white people in like the 19th century were not going around claiming reverse racism, and then they all of a sudden start claiming reverse racism. I wonder why.
Really, and I explained. I'd given this very similar example earlier. I said that when we look it up, like you would be hard pressed. I've tried, and I was not able to find anything, any writings that claimed that white people were experiencing racism. And it's not until I feel when they could do it with impunity, that was not the case. I think they would be offended if you'd said black people were doing racism to them. They were like, "No, N-words, we're doing it to you." Because it's not until afterwards when it became sort of a faux pas, then it was like, "No, guys, we're all victims," because they don't want the accountability them, because now it wasn't something that was actually hailed and praised, right? That's the only reason now they're saying it can happen to them, because they don't want to be seen as the ones that do it to other people. Because now that's why to them the worst thing that you can be called is a racist, and it softens the blow if we can all do racism to each other.
It's like when they suddenly started calling Karen a slur, because people started calling like white women Karens, or when they glorify colonialism by naming like streets after colonizers, celebrating conquistadors, like erecting monuments and stuff like that, celebrating colonialism, glorifying it as. But God forbid you call a white person a colonizer and then all of a sudden it's offensive. It's like, we can celebrate it.
But don't call us colonizers. And that's the same thing with racism. Like, we can be proud racists, right? But please don't call us a racist, because we're kind of too sensitive as well. We're very fragile.
But like the wild part is that he said it himself that if we are to be inaccurate and imprecise, then I'm right. And if we are to be accurate, then you all are right. So you just want to be wrong. And I don't know about you, but if you have an ego that big that you are willing to benefit white supremacy just to be quote unquote right, then you don't care about black people. You hate black people. So take the free Sudan off your bio because you're just performative as fuck. Like, that is just so wild to me. Like, who have the nerve to sit here for 5 or like 6 hours now just to be wrong and admit that you're wrong like 90 million times? Even his own definition that he brought, bigotry based on race, I told him that black people cannot be bigots to white people because we have experience and we have justification for our feelings towards white people. And he said, oh, he did not rebuttal, he didn't say anything. That already debunked his definition, but he still wants to sit here and just be wrong the whole time and admit that he's wrong, but then don't want to admit it. Like, be for real. Like, what is that? My goodness.
But who would that benefit? That's my question. Like, muddying the waters. Muddying the waters and talking about this and definition and yada yada yada. Who does it ultimately benefit?
White people. And he said himself too.
So it ultimately benefits white people. So if it ultimately benefits white people, why are you doing it?
Right.
Why are you sitting here actively advocating for a people who are protected, who have global institutions and systems? Oh my God.
Sorry, I work in the school.
Oh, okay.
But and he's Palestinian too, which is just wild. Because most people don't actually care about Palestine. They just put it in their bio. If most white people cared about Palestine, US would have tried to what they're doing to appease the whites. They're continuing it. Even through the ceasefire, they're still unaliving Palestinians, and you have the nerve to sit here and cape for them. That is embarrassing. Embarrassing.
Because he's a black Palestinian. That's what makes it even worse. Like, this person was a black Palestinian who is sitting here, like, literally, like, Lord help us. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm just so flabbergasted that we spent 5 hours and nothing changed for him, even though he doesn't care. And it's all because he had a dad who is white or something, right? How great is this father that you are willing to harm your own people? It makes no sense to me. People like that do not make any sense to me. Fully indoctrinated. But I'm gonna drop down. Thank you so much for having me. Bye, Swan.
See you.
Yes, of course. Thank you so much. I am gonna close it out. I kind of dozed off a little bit. Sorry, y'all. But I will be back on later on. I was trying to see if I don't know that I don't know if Peach is gonna be live right now, but I'm sure somebody's gonna go live. So for some reason I can't see all like who all is live right now. I don't know why. But yeah, I'm gonna come back on a little bit later. Well, probably like later tonight. But did you guys want to say anything before I close it out?
Nope. Thanks for having us.
Alrighty, thank you so much for coming up, Jeff and Adorna, and everybody else. I appreciate y'all. When I end tree in my bio, there's a couple things that I added in there. The Women for Change website, bringing awareness and solutions to gender in South Africa. The DarfurIDP.org website, where you can go and contribute assistance to people in Sudan. There's also the UbuntuHeart.org website that is to assist people in the Congo. And then there is the GoFundMe for Ayoba Coffee, who was enslaved at the age of 13 in Libya. He's been released, but he's looking to get to safety and get out. Please go check those out. Contribute what you can. I appreciate y'all. Love y'all. I will be back on later on this evening. I'm like super exhausted, but yes. Shout out to everybody that came through. I appreciate you. I will talk to y'all soon. Everybody take care. Everybody take care.
The only game you want, guys. 8-bar pool, guys. Like I say, you can download any game you want, guys. Any questions in the comment section, guys. You can use your stellars, you can use your finger. Subway, guys. PUBG Mobile, guys. You can use your stellars, you can use your finger, guys. You're order today, tomorrow they ship it. Any questions in the comment section. Unlocked, like I said, this one is unlocked. You can use it in any country, any place. App, yes, you can download any app you want. App, yes, you can download any app you want, guys. Audio Mac, Stellars X, guys. You can use your finger. Telegram. You order today, tomorrow they ship it. You can download any game, you can download any app you want, guys. Any question is on in the comment section, guys. Any question is on in the comment section, guys. 13 minutes left, guys. You can download any game, you can download any app you want, guys. Chrome, guys. You can use Chrome on this phone, guys. Any questions in the comment section, guys. Yes, you order today, tomorrow they ship it. Yes, you can use your stellars, you can use your finger. You can use your stellars, guys. You order today, tomorrow they ship it, guys. You order today, tomorrow they ship it, guys. Any question is in the comment section, guys. Yes, you can download any game, you can download any app you want, guys. Yes, you order today, tomorrow they ship it. You order today, tomorrow they ship it. You can download any game, any app you want, guys. You order today, tomorrow they ship it. Any question is in the comment section. You can download any game, you can download any app you want, guys. Face lock. You can use face lock, guys. Unlocked. This phone is unlocked. You can use it in Europe, Asia, Africa, America, guys. You order today, tomorrow they ship it. Any questions in the comment section, guys. Any questions in the comment section, guys. Keep liking, keep sharing, guys. On Google, you can search anything you want, guys. Yes, you can use your stellars, you can use your finger. You can use your stellars, guys. You order today, tomorrow they ship it. Any question is on this in the comment section, guys. Yes, you can search anything you want on Google, guys. You order today, tomorrow they ship it. You'll be able to receive it after 3 to 5 days. Stellars, you can use your finger. Any question is on this in the comment section. Keep liking, keep sharing, guys. You order today, tomorrow they'll ship it. Any question is send this in the comment section. Yes, you can download any app you want, guys. Instagram, guys. You order today, tomorrow they'll ship it. Any question is send this in the comment section. Only for $42, guys. The price is only $42. You order today, tomorrow they'll ship it, guys. Any question is send this in the comment section. Keep liking, keep sharing, guys. The price is only $42, guys. $42. Yes, you can download any game, any app you want. You order today, tomorrow they'll ship it. Map, guys. Map. Yes, you can see, guys. You will find the map on this nice smartphone. Yes, you can use it in any country, any place. Like I say, it's unlocked. You can use it in Europe, Asia, Africa, America, guys. You order today, tomorrow they'll ship it, guys. Any questions in the comment section, the map, guys. Any question is on this in the comment section. People like to watch a movie, guys. Yes, like I say, you can download any app. You can download any app, any game you want, guys. People like to watch a movie, guys. Any questions in the comment section? Stellars. You can use your finger, guys. Yes, you can see. You order today. Tomorrow they'll ship it. You will be able to receive it after 3 to 5 days. Any question is send us in the comment section. Guys, you can download any game you want. PUBG Mobile, Subway. Yes, you can download any game, any app you want, guys. You order today, tomorrow they'll ship it. Keep liking, keep sharing, guys. Yes, you order today, tomorrow they'll